Yesterday proved something we already know. Best of series in January feel oh so good. We got 3 games out of TSM versus C9, and we're hoping for more of the same today as we close out our quarterfinals. Welcome, everyone, to the LCS Lock In Countdown. I am joined by none other than Azael. We got Mark Z, and hi, I hope you are feeling wide-eyed and awake for the games that we have today.
Oh, I'm super awake. As a previous player myself, I was a giant fan of best of threes. I can't say I enjoyed best of ones that much, and I've definitely never lost a best of three. So I'm excited to see how these guys play, and I'm ready to. Hopefully, people don't int. Actually, I hope they int because that's more enjoyable to watch
in
at
a fun
times.
way.
Yes, yes, yes.
No one check High's VODs. You know, it's the complete win record when it comes to the best of series. But if we go ahead and pull up the bracket, you can see that next week does end up kicking off our semifinal series where we have 100 Thieves facing off against Cloud9. And we'll be filling out the other side of the bracket today. We've got Evil Geniuses facing off against Golden Guardians to kick things off. Then Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. But before we jump into the series today, we just gotta relish in what we witnessed yesterday, Azael, because we saw some teams really putting their best foot forward and trying to set the tone for the rest of the season.
Yeah, we got to see two of what I believe are the three best bot lanes in the league. 100 Thieves, Cloud9, Team Liquid all have incredible bot lanes right now. These guys, I think, are all heads and shoulders above the rest of the bot lanes in the league, and it feels like almost every single game that they are in, it is a bot gap, and they are crushing through these games, and it's making me feel like bot lane is more important than it has been in a long time.
The bot lanes, go ahead, Mark.
Oh, I was going to say, I definitely agree. I think Vulcan in particular yesterday had a really great showing on the C9 series versus TSM. On his Alistar performances, particularly in Game 2 and 3, absolutely popped off and put on a clinic. And all the returning members of C9 actually played quite well in that series. Blabber was another standout. Sven as well had positive KDAs, the whole time through the series.
Right, and speaking about bot lane, as a previous pro support player myself, Alistar was my favorite champions to play, and watching all these people play Alistar brings a smile to my face. Watching Vulcan's Alistar specifically, I think people should take a couple notes on how he plays this guy. His positioning is awesome, and the way that he holds his abilities at times too, definitely a treat to watch. Give me some more Alistar gameplay. I like it.
You gotta dig the Alistar gameplay, especially because in the end, that alongside with the rest of the team performance did send TSM home when it comes to the lock-in tournament. We'll be saying farewell to them for now before they come back to us at the start of the regular spring split, which actually brings me to something else that's going to be kicking off with this season. We do have our LCS Fantasy that will be available during the Sleeper app, or in the Sleeper app. So with that in mind, I know we have our own fantasy league coming up. I get very competitive with these things, so I wanted to scout out from my competition here on the desk who some of your top picks are going to be for this. Azael, who will I try to steal from you?
You're forcing my hand here. All right, well, if push comes to shove, I would say Sven would be my first pick. In spring last year, he was topping the league in kills. In summer, he was top 5. In the lock-in, he is topping the kill leaderboard again. This guy has been so consistently good over the last couple of years. Marksmen, I think, are the role that are going to rack up the most kills and really get you a ton of those fantasy points. So for me, it's Sven.
Are marksmen the play, though, High?
To speak a little bit on that, when you're thinking about fantasy, right, you want to pick the KDA players. What better role to pick than AD carries? In my experience in solo queue, etc., almost all KDA players are AD carries. So my personal choice is Tactical. Why? I'm not saying he's a KDA player per se, but he's on a winning team. If not the top,
implied it.
Yeah, it might be implied, but I didn't say it. Okay, just implied. But AD carries, on a winning team, they're gonna rack up a lot of points. So my choice is Tactical.
Okay. I mean, in this case, though, it's okay to be a KDA player, High. So when it comes to actually thinking about these picks, I'm a bit worried that Sven and Tactical are going to get swiped away. I mean, clearly at the top of everyone's intention here. Mark, thoughts on Tactical as well as maybe a sleeper pick of your own that you might want to bring to the table?
Yeah, I totally get what High saying. He's going to have a high KDA. Not that he is a KDA player with Team Liquid as favorites potentially in all of Spring Split right now. For me, I'm looking at definitely just because all these, everything we've said about AD carry I think holds true, but he's not as flashy of a name as someone like an FBI, Tactical, Sven, people who are currently in conversation for best bot laners in the league, but quietly through Lock-in tournament definitely has actually posted some of the best stats in the entire league, and that's really what you care about when you're doing fantasy. You care about the stats, and if definitely can keep pumping up numbers like this through Spring Split, he is someone that you might be able to grab a little bit below a lot of the big name players that are going to get snatched up early, even when you start talking about mid laners like Perks and people like Jensen that are probably going to get taken before him. You might find definitely in later rounds, but still get kind of first round output out of him.
Exactly. I think that's a lot of what fantasy is about, right? It's about getting the most value out of your later picks. I often find that the early picks are pretty obvious. It's the big stars. It's the guy that gets most kills. But getting big value, in those later picks is usually how you win your leagues.
Well, and you also have to consider your entire roster when you're picking up those picks, too. We've talked so much about bot laners here. Hi. What are some other picks that maybe you want to bring to the table when thinking about those statistics, but also their performance in game?
Right. You want to find players that get a lot of kills. So I would normally suggest getting a support second, but they don't get too many kills, and assist is only a third of a kill in terms of points. So you got to think of mid laners that aren't highly contested, but on a winning team, because winning teams will have better KDAs, right? So my pick for a sleeper one would be Damonte. I think he's actually a really good mid laner. Yes, you might not argue him as the first place mid laner, but he'll be on a winning team, and he plays really well with his team. So my pick is Damonte, and I think he'll do super great.
Yeah, I think another mid laner you can also consider is someone like Jizuke, right? You know, it's someone who is pretty volatile, but often gets a lot of kills, right? And I do think that, you know, looking towards those players, that is really important. I'd also say, you know, if we're picking one per role, then you want to look towards the depth of a role, right? Are there only 2 or 3, you know, players in a role that you think are going to get a ton of points? Are there lots of really good ADs? I mean, if there's like 6 bot laners that you think are going to get comparable points, well, then you should probably save your bot lane pick for last. And maybe there's only 2 top laners you think are going to rack it up. So maybe go for that early. But should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to the draft.
Yep. I'm looking forward to crushing you all very soon, and also looking forward to seeing which of these players maybe ended up on our leaderboard since we last checked in last Sunday when it comes to our Samsung SSD Fast 5. Some familiar names up here, Mark.
Yeah, I think there's also some surprises too, though. Like Solo didn't start on a team, you know, but here he is on top of the fastest 100 CS for top laners. You know, very impressive, almost a full minute ahead of second place Alfari.
If I were him, I would take a screenshot of this picture, you know, and casually tweet up, be like, you know, don't mind me not being on the LCS team, but casually first to 100 CS.
Put that on your resume. Top line, fastest to 100 CS. Please sign me.
Pin tweet.
I'll favorite that tweet for him and retweet it for him if he does.
Oh, wow.
I mean, some were looking at him after not... Go ahead,
I was
Mark.
going to say, another person that caught my eye was Potluck. I think as an Academy player, we're talking about people who can maybe screenshot some of this stuff. You're on top of Blabber. You're the best player in this jungle position, usually on top of the leaderboard, but Blabber somehow snuck under, or Potluck snuck under him for fastest to level 6 in the jungle.
If I recall correctly, I think Blabber had the #1 spot last time too, and quite frequently during the entire last season when it comes to these leaderboards. One important note that we don't see on our screen, but all of us kind of gravitated to, was the fact that in the mid lane position, where the stat comes down to completing your mythic item, Azael Jizuke, despite us commending him for his performances thus far, is actually technically the last on that leaderboard.
Yeah, and to me, it's not like indicative of performance, right? It's more indicative of your build path. When you are really slow to complete your first mythic item, sometimes people are going for a non-mythic item first. Sometimes people are stopping for a component because they're against an AD mid laner for Seekers. They're going for tier 2 boots. Jizuke often also goes for things like a Dark Seal on top of his Doran's Ring to really emphasize, you know, early laning power. So it is interesting to see how people, you know, change their build path based on playstyle and based on their opponent.
And we'll get to see more of Jizuke later on today in our first game of the day. But visiting game number 2 that we have coming up, that is going to be FlyQuest entering the ring opposite of Team Liquid, where, I mean, Licorice, he was turning things on during the last few games, Azael, but in the end, he's got to face off against the Juggernaut in Alfari here.
Alfari is just such a monster. He crushed it in the LEC last year, you know, was topping the charts as far as CSD. He has come into the LCS, and I think he has immediately become the best performing import this year. You know, it's not about perks, it's not about sword art for me, it is about Alfari, not just because he has been performing so incredibly, but because he has really shifted the way that Team Liquid can play the game. Impact is an amazing top laner, but he is not known for the Camille's and for the split push style, generally speaking. Alfari can do that. He can do the Renekton. He can play a tank for you. And he really is the total package top laner that is going to be tough for Licorice to deal with.
Yeah, Mark, I mean, Licorice, during the last couple games, we were talking about him somewhat waking up. I mean, Jose Deodo has obviously come to the team, but that is a tall task for him to be facing off during this laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, Licorice is suffering from a bit of team diff through the first bit of the lock-in tournament where they didn't have their starter. Like you said, Jose Deodo was the other big pickup for this lineup, and he showed up. They won their last 2 games on Friday, and I think things will get better with Licorice over time. I think, you know, he still had a pretty good lock-in tournament, even if the stats don't totally reflect all of that, but his laning numbers are still decent, and so I think once Jose Dioto starts working better with the team and they can actually snowball through top lane if Licorice gets leads, that'll be something to look forward to. But it's a tall task because, I mean, I know Azael's president of the Alfari fan club, but like I'm not that far down the member ranking. I think he's an incredible player too, and it's going to be tough for Licorice to find advantages here when the rest of TL is also so good.
I actually don't think it'll be that difficult. I know the stats don't show it, but let's be honest, stats are only a part of the picture, and more often than not, people use it to frame whatever story they want, right? Sure, Alfari is number 1 in most of the stats. However, he is on a winning team, and when you have a winning team, your stats are going to look better. Like, for example, Licorice was like, what, bottom 5 in all the stats there? But would anyone actually argue he's a bottom 5 top laner? No way. He's definitely a top 3 top laner. So I think he'll do really well versus Alfari in the matchup.
Yeah, every time I'm, winning less than 50% of my games in solo queue, I tell myself the same thing. Stats are not the whole picture.
And I'm sure Alfari, when he was
leading of my performance.
When Alfari was leading LEC from the 10th place team in most categories, everyone was like, that's just a trash player using stats to bolster.
There are some outliers, right? Come on. He's like the only one that's like 10th place.
I deserve
Well, all of these players have a chance to prove themselves on the Rift, so make sure you stay tuned for that game, or that series rather, happening later today between Team Liquid and FlyQuest. Hopefully you've all been enjoying the lo-fi cat jams we have had going during the breaks here on the LCS Lock In. We have another break with more jams for you coming up, but alongside that, some brain-tingling gameplay to really get you feeling zen. We'll see you in just a few minutes for more Countdown.
Hey everybody, and welcome to Chill Lo-Fi Big Brain Plays to study and appreciate. There's a lot of attention paid to game-winning moments and flashy mechanical outplays, but I wanted to shine a light on some decisions that get forgotten by the end of the game. These are the plays that make you go, oh, nice. First up, we have Solo's fake recall at 5 minutes into his game versus TSM. He camps in the brush, faking a recall, and watches Huni blow his abilities on the wave to try and shove. This not only gives him a free trade, as Huni no longer has any cooldowns, but also win the resource war. Huni runs out of mana trying to shove, and Renekton has nothing to manage but HP. This transforms the 15 CS lead into about a 40 CS lead. Next up is Core JJ's Blast Cone vs CLG at 1350 that kicks off a 4-for-1 for Team Liquid. He starts with the stun, but then realizes the blast composition is perfect to yeet Smoothie over the wall to Armeo, and the chase down begins. Last and probably least is Vulcan's Leona ult at 37 minutes versus EG. They're about to lose the game, but I just like the awareness here. Galio slightly overextends with Justice Punch Flash Taunt, and Vulcan makes sure there's no good follow-up by throwing his ultimate at the backline who are trying to move in. It's an unironic zoning ultimate. Anyways, that does it for chill, lo-fi, big brain plays. I hope you enjoyed. And if not, that's fine too. It's all pretty whatever to me.
Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, where we have seen thus far in the lock-in, the support role has been crucial. And to give us the 101 on how your role should influence your itemization and make our brains get a bit bigger, we do have Professor Lam with High School. Take it.
All right. So, welcome to class. I have a few things I want to talk about. And the first thing I want to talk about is a concept called buying time. Now, if you watch this team fight, Swordart has a prime opportunity to buy time for his team, where he can disrupt both Kalista and Talia from entering the fight. You'll see Camille engage on the right, and Swordart here, he can engage on the backline and buy about 5 seconds of time. Now, that will get him killed, yes, but I think he'd be able to save Power Evil from getting bursted during that engage and be able to buy space for his backline. I don't know if that necessarily win on the team fight, but that's the correct play that he should have done there. I would have liked to see. Here, he realizes from the previous fight that Camille's the only engage, so what he does is he marks Camille, which basically means he stands in front of the engage. What does that do? It makes it so that Camille has to go through Alistar to get into the backline, and Camille does not want to do that. Since he disengaged this fight for them properly, that actually led TSM to win this team fight despite them losing for the majority of the game. So remember, when you're playing games, mark the targets that are the primary engagers of the enemy team, and things will go well for you. And then lastly, I want to talk a bit about positioning. You'll see a lot of players like Vulcan find really good flanks on Alistar. Now you might ask yourself how you can do that. Normally that starts from the beginning of your base. Here I much would have rather preferred Renekton to be where Alistar is, and Alistar to be where Renekton is, so that he can get the vision and come from behind. Alistar isn't tanky enough to walk up and get this vision without getting chunked out for it. Now you can do a few things to mitigate that, like change your items and stuff like a locket, which I personally think more Alistar should build. There's more than one way to play him, and everyone currently is building Chem Tank and Shirley's Battle Song, which basically means you're going to run fast at them. But if you're disengaging or you're flanking, you don't really need those items to do that, and Lockout would better serve a purpose during the team fight that's going to ensue.
Yeah, I think the perfect example of that was the Sword Art one, where you're talking about Power of Evil getting burst down when you're playing defensively like that, or you're trying to knock the Camille out of the fight. When you're playing that bodyguard style, you don't need Shirelia's or Turbo Chem Tank. You're just standing on your carry, and the Locket Shield can prevent your carry from getting burst down, in addition to, obviously, you're being positioned on top of them already for being in range.
Yeah, and I think the Shirelias and stuff does have a place still. Like, if you're the team's primary engage as the Alistar, like, sometimes you need that extra help to get in there, to dodge skill shots, whatever it is, get in at the right timing. And Shirelias still makes sense in a Turbo Chem Tank. Also depends what your team is supposed to be doing. If they're all following up on you, maybe you want that big AoE one that's going to speed everyone up. It can also even be used for kiting as well at times. So there is a bit more flexibility in the Shirelias that I know some people like to have. And so I think it's a really great point overall, though, because that aura on Locket is massive. It covers about the entire mid lane. So if you're anywhere near your team, you're basically going to be covering all of them with the passive MR and armor, as well as the shield whenever you pop that.
Yeah, and I think it's good to remember, too, that sometimes the Shirelia's passive is actually just really nice for roaming in general, not even just the active, but 2.5% additional move speed on top of, you know, the 2.5 you're getting for every additional item you're completing with the legendaries. That plus Swifties can really allow you to get around the map pretty quickly.
Right, and then definitely not understanding the power of Chem Tank and Battle Song. I think they're really strong mythic items to build on Alistar. I just do think that there is an argument to have Locket in some games, and at the very least, I think there should at least have been one Alistar that built it. There's the time and place for each item and allows you to play different play styles, but I would just like to see more variety in support items for Alistar.
And I even really like your point about when Alistar is the one who's supposed to be face-checking brushes. Like, everyone assumes Alistar's so tanky when they go, like, Aftershock and they have their ultimate. But, like, if you're blowing that to try and, like, get in, you're gonna insta-die later. So, like, knowing that, like, hey, I need to be a little beefier right now. I can't go Shirelias because I need to be the one kind of walking in first into these situations could be even another example of, like, I just need extra tank stats out of my first item.
It's been so great so far in Season 11, the fact that there is a lot of build diversity available to the different roles, and we get to dive into that per situation. Ahead of our game coming up, before we get into that series with EG, we did get to hear from interim head coach Artemis before the first best of series of Lock In.
Feeling good after going 3-1 in Group B and securing the first seed. Obviously, it would have been nice to go 4-0 and finish the group undefeated, but more importantly, we got the first seed. I think we learned a lot of valuable lessons from our FlyQuest loss, not only in-game, but also out-of-game as well for players and coaches. So it was definitely productive for us, and it didn't shake our confidence at all. So I'm very confident coming into this series today. Of course, winning Lock In would be nice, but it's really not what this team is about, and it's really not what our focus is at all. So right now, it's all about building good habits in practice and learning how to sustain ourselves through a long season. So our focus is very much improvement. It's what we talk about every day in practice. It's what we talk about after every stage game. We're learning how to learn, which is a very serious skill. And once we have that solid foundation established, then we can start focusing on our results. But right now, it's all about improvement for us. It's all about learning, and the wins are just a bonus. So we've prepared for Golden Guardians the same way we would for other teams, where there are specific strengths and weaknesses of any team that you encounter during your preparation. And it's important to recognize those and target those, whether it's in draft or in gameplay strategy. But more than that, it's about identifying what your teams do well and trying to curate a strategy based on that. So for us, a lot of our focus in practice this week is about getting deeper in draft, being able to be flexible, being able to not have fans tied down, and really being able to be maneuverable when it comes to our strategies, so that if things are working, not working, depending on any given game, we can adapt in the best of series. Yeah, I've had a great time watching Golden Guardians roster play. I think that rookies are great for the scene, and I've been following the collegiate scene for a long time myself. Been very close to that scene, so I've been rooting for these rookies in their opening games in LCS, and they've been a lot of fun to watch, especially in their match against TSM. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't rooting for Golden Guardians to win that game, and I really enjoyed watching them kind of lay down a smacking on TSM for the first 20 minutes of that game, and it was unfortunate they ended up losing. But I think that they have a lot of promise. It's too early to really tell how strong that team will be, but they're definitely exciting to watch. And if they're playing anybody other than EG, I'd probably be rooting for them this weekend as well. But unfortunately, their lock-in tournament ends here.
Great on Artemis to recognize the promise in the opponents that they're facing today, because you do not want to underestimate the talent they bring to the table. But Azael, I'm sure there was a smile under his mask that we saw, because they got some strength coming in here in the top lane.
Yeah, EG's looking really, really good, and Impact has been crushing it in Lock-In. Really one of the overlooked trades that did happen in the offseason. It was a huge upgrade for EG, but everyone was talking about the new players coming to the league instead of Impact, and he has really been reminding people why he has been so good for so long. Won a world championship, has been crushing in North America for years and years and years. This is one of the most experienced players in the game as far as professional League of Legends is concerned, going up against someone who's straight out of collegiate. It's a huge mismatch, and I think that as a result, Golden Guardians need to have a plan that goes from draft to mid-game, early game, late game. Everything has to be taken into account against Impact, or I think he's going to run them over.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about experience. Impact is top 10 LCS most games played. He's most amongst active top laners. And that's not even including his time in the LCK when he was still playing in Korea for 2 seasons before that professionally. So, like, this is the most experienced player, Niles is probably going to play against in top lane this year. But I still want him to be aggressive. That's what he's done all Lock In long. That's what he was known for in the collegiate scene. So when you look at his champ pool, you see that like he generally favors these aggressive playmakers. Even the GP, he is a trade heavy GP. He's not sitting back farming with Q, pewing away. Like he wants to get in there, mix it up. And this is the perfect time to keep trying to do that. You're going up against the brick wall that is Impact. And if you can get advantages against him and work with your jungler and stuff to make plays happen, like that is a great showing for a young player.
I agree. And I mean, I think that the Quinn pick made a lot of sense. I just didn't see his team play around it, right? And I think that Iconic has had a good premiere coming out of collegiate as well. Has looked really good, even in some of their losses. I think especially on some of the farm-heavy champions. But I would like to see him pairing up really well with Niles. If Niles goes for an aggressive counter pick, Iconic's got to be up there, getting him going, allowing him to play, with aggression. Because when you're going for those things, like the Quinn into Renekton, you've got to be under that guy's turret, bullying him, or it's just not going to be worthwhile.
Right, and I think there is a pretty big gap as far as the top side of the map goes. However, there is one kind of, bright side going for Golden Guardians, and I think it's their bot lane. I don't necessarily think their bot lane is that outclassed by EG's bot lane. I think definitely and Ignar are amazing players, but I don't think they're going to, you know, hard stomp the bot lane of Golden Guardians by any means. So if they are going to be able to win, I suspect that bot lane will have a big impact on whether or not they will be able to win or not during this game.
That's the thing when looking at these moments, Mark, there are those shining times that if capitalized upon properly, GG could try to come out with a victory.
Yeah, I think Hive's totally right that like you want this stable bot lane out of Golden Guardians, and EG is not really looking to punish the bot lane. As much as we've talked about definitely being good so far in the Lock In tournament, it's mostly like his team fighting has been very impressive, and Ignar is coordinating around mid lane and Jizuke and stuff. So if Golden Guardians bot lane steps up a little bit, relieves some pressure off the mid lane and allows space in the top side of the map, then maybe this kind of aggressive style that they seem to want to go for can actually pay off a little bit more. Because if you're just losing top and your mid's losing, and even if your bot's going even, like you need a little bit more out of your bot to actually take some of that pressure off.
With all of that considered, I mean, we're just a couple minutes away from getting into the game itself. Predictions. Hi, coming to you first. You said all this great stuff about GG, but who do you have taking the series?
You can't bring me out like that. To be fair, I said their bot lane is saving grace, but I don't suspect them to come out with a win at all. Even despite the bot lane being okay, I feel like the top is too much of a gap. Like Mark said, even if the bot lane of Golden Guardians is able to roam, Ignar is one of the most roaming supports, if not like most roaming support that I've seen. So if Golden Guardians support is going to be top, you can better imagine that Ignar will also be there. So you really don't have a number advantage anymore. That guy's going to be up there. He's going to be tower diving your top laner. He's going to be tower diving your mid laner or fighting in the jungle. He'll be somewhere on the map that probably isn't bot lane. So.
Yeah, I mean, all of this, EG, a lot of hype around them. They did take that loss, though, Azael, at one point. Is there any stock that you can bring from that to give hope to their opponents going into the series, or is it just too much to overcome?
For sure. They're not unbeatable. I think Golden Guardians have just got to come in here with a plan, play aggressive, play confident, hope for the best.
I'm just looking for some good plays, man. I'm expecting the fast 2-0. Just show me some life, Golden Guardians. Find some solo kills, make some plays. That's all I can hope for.
I love it. Let's get into the plays. And for game one of this series, let's hand it over to the bougiest sounding male I have ever heard. It's Pastry and Kobe.
Hello, welcome. Very excited to be here for yet another LCS Lock In quarterfinal. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining me is Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler. And once again, we have kind of David and Goliath here, Kobe, as Golden Guardians looking to upset Evil Geniuses, who almost had an undefeated group stage in Lock In.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Golden Guardians are going to be underdogs for most of the season. I would say they're already overperforming expectations with how good they came into the lock-in tournament thus far. Everybody had them basically 10th place in their power rankings, and already they're hitting above their weight. It's definitely an underdog team that people can already start to cheer for with the successes we've seen from, Iconic, Blaze Olive, and Niles. Unfortunately for Golden Guardians, they did submit their roster a little bit late, so they're losing one ban. This won't be like yesterday where we had teams just clicking slowly and missing their own bans.
Yeah. To be clear, Blaze Olive has been dealing with a non-COVID-related medical issue since January, and they actually submitted Yumby yesterday because he wasn't sure if he's able to play. He's feeling a lot better, so he is now able to play, but because of the late change in roster submission, Golden Guardians will lose a ban. So that'll be ban 5, so Phase 1 bans are already done. They're all there. Akali, Twisted Fate, Camille, Talia, Pantheon, and Olaf are the first 6, as Nidalee, whose stock has been rising pretty rapidly here in the LCS, is looking to be the first pick for EG.
And it keeps going up when we have these basically emerging permabans of Olaf, Pantheon, and Talia, with more and more teams taking out these 3 junglers. Then you're left with Nidalee-Graves relationship, and Nidalee has a slight advantage in that one, being the AP, and Graves not having magic resist on True Grit anymore as of a long time ago. Also having a little bit of the advantage as far as brush traps for the brush to try and get your advantage there. A little bit longer for the range too. Niles picks up the Aphelios here for Stixxay. I definitely like this. Stixxay has been a rock for this team. And we had Artemis talking earlier when we were talking to the coach of Evil Geniuses about the importance of flexibility in these best of series pastry. For me, it's pretty funny that he was the one talking about it because Golden Guardians have been the ones showing the most flexibility. Different champion in every single game so far for both the solar laners of Golden Guardians. So it's no surprise they're saving those for counter picks here on red side, not showing anything early and blocking in this bottom lane first.
Yeah, it does potentially open you up to some nasty things like Renekton, which is going to be picked up here for Impact. He's been potent on the champion so far. Also of note, Kaiser is just going to drop through this draft, it looks like. She's been kind of the AD carry in a lot of ways, and Helios got picked over it, and actually Jin picked up already for EG. Means that Golden Guardians like where their bottom lane sits and decide that Kaiser's not worth it here.
Yeah, I mean, Artemis could talk about the importance of flexibility, but you know what? Their one loss was when Impact did not have Renekton, so go right back to the Renekton. This is going to make it 4 Renekton games now for Impact, and you get to combine it with the Nidalee, so you just W stun, set them up for the easiest spears of your life. Top lane will be very difficult for Niles. Luckily for him, his most comfortable pick, the self-proclaimed best GP in the entire league here for Niles. Let's see what he can do with it into the Renekton Nidalee. Definitely a dive combination that you can pull off. Doesn't have easy ways of dropping tower aggro, but has plenty of ways of bursting you down. GP going to try and break that combo, of course. Eat an orange after you get stunned by Renekton. Hopefully he'll be able to do it quick enough to dodge the spear.
Yeah, not making it easy on himself, I'll say. Like, he said he self-counterpicked himself the last time he picked GP, and I kind of feel like he's walking into it again. But if he's trying to prove himself as the best GP, I guess testing in this kind of scenario maybe makes sense.
I have a bit of, like, it's more nuanced than that, too. A little bit of a bone to pick with, like, oh, I'm self-counterpicking. Like, GP levels 1 and 2 with Trial by Fire, you can push Renekton off of the wave, keep him off of rage generation. And if the GP knows that they can play aggressive in those early levels, 1 and 2, you can try and gain yourself some room there. Yes, as it does progress, Renekton is going to have some kill pressure, try and one-shot, try and call their jungler, look for those tower dives. But GP players definitely have something to work with in the first couple levels there.
I'd hope so, because he wouldn't pick it otherwise. As maybe?
Come on, give me. Yes!
It's Udyr.
I'm a Legacy Udyr player in Pastry since Season 1. I'm super excited to see this, the newest evolution of Udyr players. I was tracking this during preseason, emerging before Pioshik even played it in LCK, in solo queue in Korea. They were going with the 1-point Tiger into maxing Phoenix for super hard power farming, whereas previously, most people were doing just Tiger Max's physical damage dot builds. This does mean that he has a lot of options that I can get into later for the possible clear paths for Udyr. There's a lot of things you can do to get early Dragon Super quickly. You can even start on small camps to get rushed to your higher levels. But we'll wait till the game actually starts for that and continue here for Evil Geniuses. I like how they're kind of rounding out their composition now that they know they've got this super strong top triangle to play off of with Nidalee Renekton. You get the Syndra that Jizuke already performed really well in the tournament, and a safe bottom lane with hard engage in Alistar and Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of just picked the best champions, it feels like, in some ways on the EG side as they finish off with Syndra and Alistar. As a reminder, again, Golden Guardians for late roster submission do lose a ban, which is why they only banned Maokai in Phase 2, but Graves and Lilia took iconic junglers away, which is why he's on Udyr. And last but not least, it is Orianna for Blaze Olive, who has been playing more of the supportive, more of the roam-heavy style mages in mid lane, although Orianna's not necessarily a good, the best roamer, but he's kind of the person that's, like, helping Iconic and Niles, like, be aggressive and play the way they want to play, right? He's kind of the extra support from mid lane rather than, a big mid lane carrier assassin, at least in the game so far.
Yeah, generally Orianna, at first couple levels, you're going to lose out to Syndra's extra range with the spheres until you get more levels in your W for Ori so you can control the wave better, and then you have a lot more say about it. If they hold on these summoners and Jizuke keeps that ignite compared to the teleport of Orianna, that's only going to double down on it. Jizuke, if he keeps that ignite, is definitely looking for those level 6 skills. It's now a 2-button skill expression combination here with Syndra. Ultimate and Ignite should be able to kill any passing jungler, even in Udyr, because you don't put early points into your turtle stance, so you're not actually as tanky with this superpower clearing Udyr builds now.
Yeah, also curious to see what Keystone is on the Aria side if Blaze Olive is taking Teleport. Don't see nearly as much Spellbook as you used to, but having Cleanse is very helpful against Syndra in certain scenarios, especially when they have Ignite, if that is indeed what Jizuke has gotten in. And of course, we've got Udyr to talk about as well once the game does get rolling. So EG sticking to their guns, I would say, just kind of playing some of the best champions in their roles. And given that they're the favorite and they've shown promise on all these champions, that doesn't really surprise me. On the Golden Guardian side, I think throwing a bit more of a curveball, yes, in part due to all the jungle bans that happened between Phase 1 and 2. But Iconic's the kind of player that's been very impressive so far, given how little we knew about him coming into the LCS. And Udyr is the kind of champion you can take over a game if you get ahead.
And I love what the Golden Guardians have been going with this entire season. You know, at the beginning, they're wide open with their fans, talking about, hey, you know, we lost a lot of funding. We're going with a full rebuild. Yes, we know we're underdogs, but they are investing so heavily in these underdogs, trying to train them up. They retain their coaching staff. Inero, Choo-Choos, and Spooks, all very good coaches, helping these players come in with game plans. And already, they've shown now 5 different strategies. They have had hard camp top. They have had tank top. Ignore that side. They have had poke compositions. Like, Golden Guardians are coming in with a lot of diversity and strategy, and now adding, you know, the Udyr pick that has been surfacing a lot in LCK, showed up today in LEC as well. Super excited to see if they can do some dragon rushing and focus on these objectives.
It's funny you mentioned Choo-Choos and Spooks, of course. That's assistant coach and two-way player coach for kind of like jungle positional coach for Golden Guardians. It's also added Swiper, so a top lane positional coach, which, if you think about it, makes a lot of sense given that your 2 newest players are top and jungle. And yes, of course, Inero is continuing to collect Oceanic players. So even though they're not necessarily in starting positions as players anymore, those players are continuing to bring their knowledge from OCE into NA from more of a coaching role. And I think, again, like how robust that team is and how good the infrastructure has been, Golden Guardians, to me, have been the team that are kind of vying for the other spots in terms of we are a team that is good at developing talent. And I think no one will look at current day 100 Thieves and think, yeah, they did a bad job last year, because that team looks awesome. And that's so much in part due to that team building up that roster and those players.
Yeah, I mean, definitely agree. We do have a couple minutes here as we're still trying to fix the issues loading into the game.
Lies.
Those minutes have passed, baby. Let's get the action started.
Alrighty, best of 3 times. Always a fun one here in the LCS Lock In quarterfinals. Golden Guardians, a tall task certainly up against the once undefeated Evil Geniuses, but there are ways to slay even a Titan here, as Evil Genius is looking good, but did drop that game to FlyQuest. We'll see if Golden Guardians took anything away from that, and certainly going to expect a lot of fun here, because Udyr's on the rift here for Iconic, already battling up against Svenskeren right here to the entrance to his own Raptors.
All right, so Udyr time, Pastry. I'm a huge fan of the champion. Iconic actually going with the Flash for possible bigger plays later on. The Flash Bear Slap. Quickshot's favorite, definitely a possibility. You do lose out on some of the repeated pressure from ganks of Ghost, though. I really do. I have become a bigger fan of the Ghost on Udyr as of recent. He is going the phase rush, though. Definitely helps you out so much in either continuing to chase down targets or a lot of times evasive maneuvers trying to escape from situations, since Udyr is a Season 1 champion, has no extra dashes in the kit. Very, very simple to operate. I was hoping Iconic might go for one of the power clear options that you have on Udyr, where you can actually start your small camps and you power clear through cycling these 2-minute respawn small camps, Raptors into Krugs, then Red to bottom side, in which you can get Scuttle Crab, then traverse right back through, and your Raptors will have a respawn, since it's only the 2-minute respawn on those compared to the 5-minute respawn on buffs. And you basically just extend your first clear for another half side of the map, more than other junglers will do. But he's going with the very standard, so we don't have to get too into the minutia of those more complicated clears. It's just going to be very standard. Red side, top clear into the bottom side, and we'll see if there's any sort of action towards the Scuttle Crab. Top side obviously has to be a pressure point for Nidalee, so Svenskeren is notably starting down on his bottom side on the red camps and wants to get to that Renekton, wants to keep up that pressure on Niles.
And to your point in draft earlier, Niles, despite being level 1 versus level 2 briefly there, took a lot of Impact's health bar in the early stages of the matchup. So, as you said, GP certainly gets a lot of leeway in the early levels in particular, although it's currently down on farm, busy finishing off the wave that's near his tower. Mid lane, though, it is double phase rush, double TP. So no spellbook, no ignites, nothing too different here, but should just be a battle of shoving the wave. And right now, Jizuke is winning because he used all his mana to do so, which pretty standard in the early stages of most mid lane matchups. There's Impact getting in there. Oh, Niles missed that barrel, I think, but he's going back in onto Impact. Does proc Grass, but Conqueror ready for Impact means Niles probably going to back off here, especially since he's a little low on mana.
And the success of the GP here, trying to look at it, you have to judge how many CS he can actually keep up. And Impact is just bullying him super, super hard here. With the teleport coming in, this is going to be a dive for sure.
All right, well, he might have an orange. He does have a flash. Jizuke's here already. There's the stun. There's the follow-up stun. And see you later, Niles. That's first blood for Impact.
All right, well, that was a shining success, Pastry time. Jizuke just teleports in. Niles has already been drained of all of his mana by the constant harassment of Impact. Do not give this man Renekton. Stop it. No more Renekton for Impact, okay? He has just blasted through this lock-in tournament. As you mentioned, when it was live, he's been very good at popping these barrels. You see there, it's one of the important things in training with Gangplank early on. He waits for Jizuke to be in place, immediately stuns. There's no mana for Niles to try and eat his orange and get out of the stun, so it combos right into Jizuke's, and that is just served up on a platter. Impact dominating once again on this pick.
Yeah, we talk about, Renekton plus Nidalee being pretty potent. Well, Renekton plus Syndra also pretty good for similar reasons.
Renekton plus Impact.
That's true. Renekton plus Impact, a very good combination as Niles is back in the business in the top side. Steel Caps early on here for Impact, though, makes him very durable in this lane, although Iconic is going to go ahead and visit the top side just to apply a little bit of pressure and give Niles room to probably get this lane shoved in as it is building up. Mid lane, Jizuke is back and ready. Hasn't actually fallen behind in farm, but also a very successful teleport roam there for the Syndra, and is continuing to shove in the waves here as Iconic is back to farming his Raptors.
All right, so Udyr, decent pace here. It's not anything special ahead of Nidalee as we go for an invade from Svenskeren. See if he can get the ward down first. Gromp's about to spawn, but it looks like with his bottom lane pushing, he's just going for a little bit of harassment here. It actually does nail the big wolf as well, right in front of Iconic's face.
Successful heist there for Svenskeren as he moves his way in. And we'll talk about bot lane briefly because actually Stixxay and Nubi, despite being a very new bottom lane, have never played together before, of course, before this roster. Stixxay changing teams after being on CLG for so long. I think he's actually looked really good alongside his new support early on in the LCS Lock. And just feels a bit more revitalized as a player. And he is expected to be the, one of the big veterans alongside Nubi. Is great ult there from Blaze Olive's going to harass Jizuke. But ball's a little too far out of reach for a bit of extra harass. He does get some in, but no chance for a kill, again, especially with no ignite. But using all your mana to push the wave and harass down the Syndra is a perfectly good trade there for Orianna, especially since Iconic is finishing off the dragon.
Yeah, and Iconic, you can go for early dragons like this, not only because you're Udyr, but because, hey, my mid lane just pushed in super hard, Jizuke is out of mana, and the enemy bottom lane recalled. So that is coordinating with both of your lanes around the dragon. Make sure this is super, super safe to take. It does give up your top side. Whenever you commit like that to a dragon take that early, though, you know that you're giving up more top side pressure. Niles signed up for this, though. He knows he's going to have to play weak side versus Renekton Nidalee. He's trying desperately to get to his level 6. There he goes there. He gets the minions down. So now with his ultimate, he'll have a lot more safety and viability here, just wave clearing with it, being able to play a lot safer.
Yeah, had his Orianna potentially as well, as the Blaze Olive did still have TP. In fact, still has it, walking back towards the mid lane here after Jizuke used it for that top lane play we saw earlier. Also a difference in boots there in the mid lane. One thing that will help Jizuke's teleport ambitions here. Very early cooldown boots there for Jizuke versus the Merc Treads. Again, need some safety here, especially with Nidalee visiting your lane potentially, or just being in any sort of 3v3 skirmish where 2 AP threats are present. As back down on the bottom side, it is continuing to trade back and forth. Noon quivers for both the Velios and for Jim, but here comes Iconic. Gonna look up to top side, this time with Impact actually in the lane, potentially gankable. Now Impact gonna walk forward, GP ult's down, Iconic needs to get in there for the stun. Slap! Slap!
He's so
Still
slow.
not there, not fast enough.
Oh my goodness, he's just too slow. Season 1 Pastry.
I like that Duty and Aphelios are on the same team, by the way. If you need like a very stark contrast about where League has started versus where it's been now.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly just memeing. It
Yes.
was a lot due to no vision and no intelligence on where Svenskeren was. So there's options there. Hey, if they knew Svenskeren's on Krugs right there, Iconic flashes, Niles flashes. They don't care if Impact flashes after that. They can stay on him because it's phase rush Udyr. Keep slowing him down with the GP and the Udyr, and they would fully commit to that. But that's the importance of having extra vision and tracking the enemy jungler. If you're unaware of the position, you can't hard commit to something like that, or else you take a spear to the face. All of a sudden, angry Renekton turns around on you, and that Nidalee Renekton gets super fed super early. Things go from bad to worse.
Yeah, Jizuki missing, going to be spotted on this ward now as Svenskeren is trying to finish off the Rift Herald. Niles in trouble once again. Blaze Olive can join here if he wants to TP up. Might have to do so here to save his top laner, because Jungler isn't going to save him, that's for sure. But Niles does have the wave in front of his tower before it's hitting it, so no dive possibilities there. And Sven just wants to finish off the Herald instead, which he does grab. So this top side control for EG is translating nicely, not just for that first blood, but also controlling the enemy Krugs and that Rift Herald there that will likely give EG the first tower in this game as well.
All right, I like this kind of double rotation down to Blaze Olive, combining with Iconic for dive threat. Can't check on the teleports right now as we're looking at the total gold, but it looks like the ward is going to be enough. They don't want to commit to it, and that is going to be some wasted time from both of them. They do leave behind this one deep control ward, and I will say, if you look at that control ward behind red buff, those things have a tendency to last forever, as it's a very rare brush to check. Although the vision that it actually provides isn't super duper valuable, doesn't see too many paths towards mid, and obviously the Renekton Nidalee lane is going to be where a lot of the focus is. So maybe it'll rack up a little bit of your ward stats for how long it's going to live, though. I definitely expect the Rift Herald and the continued pressure, though, for EG to be on top side.
Yeah, Niles should know that Sven is up here, or at least suspect it, because that wave was in a very dicey-looking spot there for a second, even though Niles won the trade against Impact earlier on. The barrel is out in the open. Niles going to run back to it. Pop trial by Fire, Svenskeren Spear does miss, and Iconic actually up here covering in time, even though Jizuki was also roaming up. So Golden Guardian starting to give a little bit more coverage to this GP, who's still down 20 plus CS in the 1v1, thanks to that great teleport from Jizuki giving Impact a lead, and Impact, of course, just playing well in general. But Newbie's up here now, so 3v1. Maybe that's enough to kill the Crocodile.
It would be if they could get their hands on him.
Right. But,
Impact's got a ward of the Tri-Brush, and there's no way for Udyr to sneak around a different route or anything, so he just calls it off. Impact, once again, able to back right up to the minion wave. Iconic has to stay stationary at his turret. He's not leaving at all. No member of Golden Guardians able to get any sort of deeper wards besides the one behind red that actually got immediately cleared out as soon as Svenskeren went down to bottom side, went right through that brush. So there goes that one. Dragon about to spawn, and it is looking like a very good setup here for EG. Impact does have teleport. Niles has to use his to get back to lane because he's under so much pressure, and so only thing that Golden Guardians can actually add from the top lane will be the GP ultimate. If Impact decides to actually teleport down there, and it's definitely a possibility given his push on the minion wave, it's going to have to be given by Golden Guardians.
yeah, Jizuki TP's mid, so he's ready as well, even though the wave was pushed in by Blaze Olive just earlier. EG, though, are going to start this Dragon. Iconic's ready in the brush. Niles trying to run down here, and he's going to meet Impact in the river. Dominus is popped. Niles not going to get stunned off. The damage is massive here from Renekton, but they're trying to fight kind of on two fronts here. The Dragon is low. Is going to be killed by Svenskeren, but Blaze Olive and Iconic maybe have found Ignar. He's going to pop ulti. That great hook there. He's going to find the jungler fairly squishy as the Orianna ulti is going to make sure Svenskeren goes down. And Blaze Olive going to pick up that kill. But here is Renekton as well, so everyone's going to run out of the Jhin ulti. GP ult us all to help disengage, and Newbie tanks the final shot to make sure his mid laner stays safe.
Great hook by Newbie here to get the kill on the Svenskeren, and they did have to deal with the teleport from Impact, but since they got that hook and kill on the Svenskeren, the GP ultimate is enough. It allows Niles to then also push the wave back out on top side, and even though Golden Guardians give away this dragon, they weren't really counting on stacking all of these dragons since they're such very fearsome early game on the side of EG. So giving up that one dragon while getting the kill and the teleport down from Impact, not the worst scenario that they could have faced given the early setup.
Yeah, Rift Herald mid there was likely timing out, given where Svenskeren dropped it, but there's no wave right now, so actually a decent bit of timing. Should be able to hit the tower before the wave crashes. Indeed it will. So well done there for Sven. Going to give Jizuke some nice plate gold. Of course, it doesn't finish off the tower, which is generally what you're looking for with the Rift Herald, if you can get it, but the extra gold for your mid laner, just as appreciated there, at least for Jizuke, as we'll watch this one again. Again, EG on the Dragon. GG, though, they are trying to contest pretty quickly.
And so it came up with, the bottom lane having pressure for EG, so they got first move. They take down the Dragon. It only gets dicey for EG right there. When Newbie lands the hook, Svenskeren trying to hop over the back of the pit. Blaze Olive, really good follow-up on the Orianna ult. He did not hesitate. They take down the jungler. They get the flash as well in trade. And that's going to do a decent amount to try and stabilize them. We'll see if EG can actually make anything happen out of the early Dragon. It will be a pressure point for them coming up. But with the extra gold, as you were pointing out, funneled into Jizuke with the Rift Herald mid, he's now been able to hover up on top side and complete this top lane triangle of pressure onto Niles, who rightfully so gets to spam the camp emote.
I'm going to bet he never leaves home without that emote, as Niles continues to spam it here. In fact, actually proxying between the outer tower and the tier 2. So Niles knows he's in a rough spot, but is at least buying time for his team to pressure down the bottom side. So it is going to be a race, actually, for the first tower. And Golden Guardians looking to win it here with the plates dropped down. And Stixxay and Newbie already doing a good job here. Actually denying off as many CS as they can before finishing off the tower. Stixxay, they're going to start hitting it. And Iconic's down here, so even though it is a 3v3, Svenskeren is actually in the area. EG do not feel comfy trying to make something happen, although Niles actually contesting now that the jungler has left. Forcing Impact away from this proxy, barrels it down, but Niles getting low. What a great combo there from Impact as he pops Dominus, and now going to go back in, but Niles just trying to bait him in, but the wave is also present. Down a level as well here for the GP, going to have to be careful. Impact looking for the outplay. There's the TP from the Orianna, but that's just to make sure Niles is A-okay, although could have an ulti angle here. Nope, Impact just going to walk out.
Yeah, so it's going to be only the tower taken on bottom side as Golden Guardians rush through it. They get first turret bonus for themselves. Impact did get a lot of zoning done, so denied even more minions to Gangplank, but they don't get to complete the turret because of the expended teleport. And that is going to continue to be an area Impact tries to whittle away on. First domino to fall for EG should be up on the top side, but it's going to take another reset. You see definitely recalling right now on the Jhin. They can rotate him over.
Yeah, I've actually just kind of translated their lanes fully here. Blaze Olive currently top, Diora's rotated mid, and Niles the one to pick up the long lane in bottom as the farm was being pushed back slowly but surely by Deathly, who has finished his Gale Force. Mythic's actually done for both 80 carries right now, as Kraken Slayer is done for Aphelios.
And Nidalee, Moonstone Renewer, all the rage now for the AP junglers. Yes, it's okay when you do have another AP threat like Jizuke is here on the Syndra, and especially since he's doing so well. This Moonstone is going to provide a lot of healing to the team. And then later when you get your Staff of Flowing Water, you also get your AP and your move speed for Svenskeren, so that it is going to be more of the supportive look for this Nidalee coming around. You get your early pressure still with a Renekton Nidalee this way, and then going this build path, you round out a little bit for your team fighting later on.
All right, well, pressure here for EG in mid lane. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. Iconic's busy stealing away the enemy Raptors, but now he has to hightail it out. Svenskeren going to jump on top. Impact here as well. Good flash from Iconic, actually, to not get stunned by Renekton. And there's the hook landing on Jizuke, but they're not going to go for it. Shockwave there for Ignar. He's going to force him to pop his own ulti, as Gangplank did also contribute Cannon Barrage. But now definitely with the counter ulti tags Newbie. But just a bit of poke here. Last bullet going to find a Blaze Olive. Decent chunk of damage, but I think the shield from Orianna herself does keep the health nice and healthy, but Dragon is going to go to EG as a result. So Golden Guardian successful disengage, but just going to have to trade some pressure in mid instead. Not going to be able to pick up Dragon number 2.
Yeah, EG are just trying to keep up on their timers now. Since they obviously gave up the first Dragon to Golden Guardians, they're going to try and take these consecutive ones on timer to be able to continue to use their early lead. See if they can actually take down these outer turrets, though, to try and keep their territory up, because Golden Guardians are looking very, very stable right now. They're, ooh, good route too.
Oh, that hook as well, buff it through. Jizuke, I think he's dead, but the ulti out onto Stixxay is going to get himself a kill. He will be traded off by a Blazolev as Ignar, with no ulti, is going to have to run as well. Very well played by Jizuke to get a trade in that spot.
Yep, he was able to get that one down. Ultimate out for Syndra. The last sphere as well is able to burn down Stixxay. Not much of a change for the map state. Top tower goes down, but no local gold. And the outer ones actually, the local gold is more significant than the inner tower. So Impact does give a tiny bit there. But this again is that first domino. They can now start to move in a little deeper with their vision. Here's another look though. Was a great snare setup with the Gravitum ultimate into the hook again here from Newbie to be able to get the kill. But once that Syndra's ultimate starts firing and the balls just keep on flying, Splash is not going to save you there for Stixxay, and he does go down in trade. He has gone the Kraken Slayer on Ophelia, so he's looking to be, you know, the big damage pumper for this team as we progress further. And even with Niles being pretty far behind early on with a lot of CS denial from Impact, he'll start to farm up here on the GP if they continue to rotate him over to catch some of these waves on the side.
All right, well, of course, Kobe, I know you're the Udi expert here, so Turbo Chem Tank is the mythic of choice, at least for this game out of Iconic. He's also got the Moon Plate there as well, so I guess not surprisingly, going for some tankiness and a lot of move speed. That's kind of what Udi wants.
Yep, you definitely want to triple down on move speed for Udyr because that's all you have to work with is walking and auto-attacking. But it is basically the most common build here. You go Turbo Chem Tank into Deadman's Plate. In solo queue, if you're ahead, then what's super popular is the Lichbane for more added damage. But for pro play, I highly recommend just continuing to build tank. You're not supposed to be the damage for pro play. That's for solo queue where you don't trust your damage dealers and your teammates. Just get more tanky here. Leave the Gangplank of Velios and Orianna to do the damage and kind of round out your build that way. So it's not a lot of surprises or fancy moves from the Udyr from this stage on. It's just pop that Turbo Chem Tank, run him down.
Yep, he's trying to outstat him. At least on the move speed front. There's another hook from Newbie, does connect, but no follow-up this time on the EG side. On the Golden Guardian side, as EG are actually pressuring this tier 2 in mid. They're going to grab the bottom outer as well, so going to fell the outer ring, open up a lot of space on this map for themselves. So despite the first tower going over to Golden Guardians, been tough for them to really take a bit more territory with how far up EG have been willing to play. EG, they're only up 1,000 gold. They are maybe snowballing these dragons. They've got 1:55 to play for Soul Point here on that Mountain Dragon. But right now we've got to contend with this tier 2 because there's 3 people here. And that Shockwave just barely doesn't clip Jizuke.
And again, as we mentioned, the dominoes, look how quickly after first tower on top side falls, boom, immediately number 2 and number 3 are down. EG close this loop. They keep up the pressure too with a good power play on bottom side, getting a tier 2 for themselves. I don't think Gangplank Ultimate's going to do enough here to be able to stop that, and EG get what they wanted quick enough and get out. Only the Rift Herald activation in mid for GG will allow them a rebuttal.
And they've got to leave too, because yep, the rest of them are here. Ignar is going to start it off with a Pulverized Headbutt combo, and the follow-up from Deftly is good, but now we've got to find the bullets here. Newbie though in Fog is going to get spotted. Impact also ready to stun him up, and again another combo. Renekton's good with everything as Impact's going to take down Newbie, and now Stixxay going to have to run out of the way, but towards his top laner he goes, and to safety Stixxay finds.
I will say things might get more difficult for Impact as this game goes on. You would definitely think that without a really good flank, Renekton will have a hard time diving through Gangplank barrels, Orianna defense into an Aphelios. So you definitely have to watch the guns that Aphelios is holding if you're EG when you're trying to take these fights. Yes, it looks like they have really good full map control, but it just takes one of those fights, and it could be a very precarious position here. Stixxay on the Aphelios can hard carry one of these since he does have a decent amount of zoning and frontline with the rest of the team comp on Golden Guardians, and he has at least gotten to his 2-item power spike here with the Krakens and the Runons. So we shall see if Aphelios can pull up the correct guns here for the Dragon fight. 5 seconds left on it. What's he working with right now? Blue and white. That is looking pretty good.
Niles also here, finishes mythic item finally. Actually moving forward is Iconic. Can maybe look to threaten Deftly there. He does have Flash and Cleanse available, but Udi with an Orianna ball is, you know, quadrupling down on move speed at this point, as Iconic is just looking for someone to try and fight. Ignar perhaps enters the ring, but going to be slowed up there as Jizuke finds the stun onto the front liner. And Golden Guardian still dancing pretty precariously. Stun lands onto Udyr, but not quite enough damage. An awful lot of shields here for this Udyr, but watch old Impact in the top left-hand corner of your screen. He's going to pop Dominus and go in. Iconic's actually trying to chase him down, but here comes Impact. Newbie in the front side is maybe going to cause himself some trouble as the ulti from Orianna is actually going to keep Sixday alive for a little while longer, but not long enough, as Deftly finds one. Iconic almost getting sniped there, as well as Niles going to have to run back towards the enemy jungle. And EG just find the center of Golden Guardians and break them, as now a long-range route lands onto Niles. Ignar fighting here this GP, but Blaze Olive here as well. Niles with the last gun trying to dance his way out of there. Blaze Olive does get the kill onto Ignar, but now he's going to have to fight with the shield, but onto Deftly. Looking reasonably strong, flashes in, gets the trade kill, but Deftly will get it in the end, as EG will take the team fight win. In fact, the Blaze Olive may also fall, but it looks to be dancing back towards his tower.
Niles flashing in there to try and get that counter kill does give them a little bit back, but it's still going to be the Dragon over for EG. That's what their eyes were set on the entire time. And guess what, Pastry Time? Another great flank from Impact on this Renekton means another one team fight. He can't keep getting away with this, Pastry. It's just, it's like clockwork every single time for EG. Renekton comes in from the backside. We were talking about, okay, so there's a decent amount of peeling and zoning on this Golden Guardians lineup. But look, if the Renekton gets a great flank, Stixxay is basically isolated here. So Impact goes in, he gets the slice and dice off of Newbie, the low health Thresh. They actually leave the Thresh for later for Jhin to be able to pick off with the ultimate, and immediately Jizuke flashes to join Impact in just annihilating Stixxay. So no matter what guns you got no answer for a Flash Syndra ultimate. And with that taken out, it just kind of cracks the Golden Guardians composition here. They really need to have a better setup where they've got vision on their flanks. They don't allow such easy access back to the Aphelios. That's how you make use of, okay, let's make it more difficult for the engage through Gangplank Barrels, through Udyr, through Thresh. Here we go for another attempt.
They're doing it again. Oh, Jizuke caught. Great ulti there out of Stixxay actually to grab him once again. And now Iconic trying to chase down Deftly. Deftly's got no summoners. The bear is in. Orianna's behind it. And Ignar playing goalie is going to keep Iconic out of there. But is he the one in trouble perhaps now? He does have his ultimate at the ready. Orianna no ulti, but still speeding up the Udyr, which is nice. But the Blaze Olive starting to take damage. It's a 3v4 right now. Golden Guardians perhaps went a little too far forward. There's the Thresh going to fall as Newbie is caught under fire by Deftly. And Golden Guardians being very aggressive in these spots.
I like it. They have to keep up this aggression. They've gone ahead in gold off of Niles, taking down this tower during the chase. Yes, it was a little bit over-aggressive to continue after the first kill and chase all the way into Impact. You go into the waiting arms of this Renekton, then that's a step too far forward. But the initial pick around mid, really well done by Golden Guardians. Iconic going in there with the Udyr, able to chase him down, get all these summoner spells blown in the previous fight, and take advantage of them. They want to immediately repeat some pressure here on Jizuke, on Deftly, while they don't have their summer spells available. And it does earn them a decent amount of money to get right back in this one. Now they are ahead, as well as some item completions that are definitely going to help out. Niles on GP, almost to that level 16 for your powerful ultimate. And we shall see what he can do with the added tankiness as he's gone with the shield bow style, since he was getting beat up so much in lane by the Renekton.
Yeah, Newbie also has Locket, so it kind of contributes to keeping the front line alive, and the front line is basically just this Udyr with a bunch of shields. Although we did see Niles on Iconic dive deftly with impunity, the team fight before the last one that just happened. And in that exchange, actually, the gold kind of evened up. As you said, Golden Guardians are ahead, but not by much. It's about 500 gold at this point. Really is going to be about the setup for these objectives and the team fights that we'll have to look towards. And really, in a minute 50, that Mountain Soul going to be on the table for EG. And of course, Baron, certainly a threat for either team at this point, 27 minutes in. In fact, EG must have heard me. So they're going to clear out the vision and at least make Golden Guardians think about moving back over and clearing it out for themselves. Because EG could be on Baron right now, in fact. They're not, but they could be.
Yeah, the way that EG win with this composition is first establishing control wards around the dragon area and using that to fish for Syndra stuns into Jhin snares and Nidalee spears. You can get so much high value out of these long-range spells if you have your control wards down first, and use that to dissuade Golden Guardians from another one of these rush down plays where they just speed up the chem tank Udyr and have him charge at you with the Orianna ball. Because if you don't have that for Golden Guardians, it becomes so much more difficult for them to choose the fighting ground. But here it comes again.
God. Just doesn't stop. Impact are on the flank again. Golden Guardians need to decide what they want to do, and they will in fact disengage, try and pick off the Renekton. Good use of the Lantern there actually to pluck Iconic out of the front line. So Golden Guardians clear some vision. They'll reset as EG still looking to set things back up around these objectives. Going to push out mid first.
Yep, they don't have Turbo Chem Tank this time around, but you give them a mini one with the Orianna ball. Just keep on charging and try and run again. The Summoner spell is now all back up for the carries on EG, though, so it's going to be a lot more difficult for Golden Guardians to actually complete those kills. Won't be the same. Okay, just going to get a quick little poke here. As they try and gain control of the minion wave. It looks really funny right now, but they're waiting for the next one to arrive. Dragon in 15 seconds.
Yeah, there is purpose to all this, as Golden Guardians continuing to use their vision here around the river. Igna, though, has found the angle. 3-man pulverized. Jizuke goes in. What a massive stun onto Stixxay. And now he's trying to cut it out. He's still alive, though, as the lifesteal out of the pistol is keeping him up. And Golden Guardians, they've turned it back around as Impact is trying to make it happen. But Stixxay got so much health that gets stunned, though. Stixxay still alive. They need to make sure he's okay. Impact goes golden, but he is going to fall to Niles, who finally gets his revenge as the Blaze Olive gets shut down by Svenskeren. The Dragon goes to Golden Guardians. Another stun from Jizuke looks to seal this fight, but Stixxay, the key member, has stayed alive somehow in this fight as Newbie plucks Niles out from a very rough spot in the river, and Jizuke again cannot miss a stun, but critically cannot kill Stixxay.
Yeah, they can't follow up on it. Oh, Pastry, you got to keep your eyes on the Aphelios guns when you go for that charge. EG were so close to bursting him down, but if you can't fully burst a red-white Aphelios, then you are going to lose. It was a really strong attempt to follow up. Watch Jizuke here. He flashes to follow up on Ignar's great 3-person stun, flashes for the stun, runs past the Orianna Shockwave, gets his ultimate off on Stixxay, but then Stixxay has Crescendum and Severum. He's able to get off the ultimate to big heal right here, stay alive in the fight. Then he has the Crescendum to be able to lifesteal more off of this dragon. They start burning it down. He stays alive, right back to full health, burns it immediately. And even with so many of these stuns from Jizuke landing, there's no follow-up each time, and they're able to flash out afterwards, even after getting that person so low. There's a saying here from my good friend Contracts, red, white, don't fight. That's made easy to rhyme here when you're playing versus Aphelios. I've liked it, and it has saved my life and my teammates' life many times. That being said, that was one of the cleanest looks that you can possibly have for EG. That flank, here we go.
Yeah, we're going again. Impact's already found the angle in onto Iconic. He is going to get shredded down. It's definitely going to secure the kill. And here comes the ulti to follow up the stun again from Jizuke. Finds the frontliner as Newbie pops the locker. They are going to turn it back around. And Shockwave up from a Blaze Olive is going to make sure Jizuke falls down. But under the tower is a Blaze Olive. Stixxay's already been felled, and Newbie will fall as well. Niles now a little bit late to the team fight as EG take it 4 for 2.
Yep, big smash here. Once again, EG are able to get the flank off this time around. Fully collapsed. Stixxay goes down. No summoner spells. All of those low health members of EG that got away from Syndra stuns last time around with their flashes, unable to escape. Now, Niles and a Blaze Olive. 2 against the Baron here. Can they get a Miracle Steal?
Yep, here's Ignar, though. What a great angle. Niles goes into the enemy team, not where he wants to be, and no Orianna shields are going to save you as the Blaze Olive also will meet the same fate. He's trying to chunk them down. Svenskeren, they're going to go golden. Impact is busy finishing off the Baron, and they'll let a Blaze Olive live. Maybe no. Svenskeren, with enough damage from the red buff burn, I believe, are going to get all the kills and the Baron.
And Evil Geniuses will pick it up. What a game 1 here coming in, though. With EG starting the tournament as strong as they did in the play-ins, not a lot of people giving any sort of room here. You saw the analyst desk, just 2-0s all across the board for EG, just saying, good luck, Golden Guardians, hope for the best. I think this game, Golden Guardians, again, showing they've got a huge amount of fight. But Again, this was so well played by EG to really punish the blown flashes last fight from Golden Guardians. So they're able to collect each and every one of those priority kills.
Yeah, got lost in the math last time, 2 for 3. As the trade all happens, although they did, I think, get an extended ace, actually, after Blaze Olive and Niles tried to fend off the Baron, which, of course, EG collected as well. So, with the Red Bull Baron buff, 2 minutes and 10 seconds on the power play, going to try and knock down as many towers as they can. They've opened up now a 3,500 gold lead, but again, it doesn't feel like this game has really been much about the gold, whereas it has been about the setups and keeping track of the summoner spells. But when Ignar and Impact continue to find angle after angle, Golden Guardians just kind of struggle to set things up. So been very impressive on both sides so far, but EG going to look to do a lot of damage with this Baron buff.
All right, pushing all 3 lanes too. They want to get the most out of it. Impact on top side, Jizuke bottom with teleport available so they can even answer if Golden Guardians try and Turbo Chem Tank charge one of them down. Jizuke gets it all the way up to the side. They should just wait for a rotation over towards top side for Impact, help him out with the secondary turret. Looks like they're going to whittle away here on the mid one, though. Cannon, buffed up by Baron, is going to do plenty of damage, and there's no range on Golden Guardians to try and stop that pesky cannon shot from taking down this turret.
You see Iconic's like trying to move in and hit it, but like not a particularly easy thing for Udyr to do, even with all this move speed.
They need an item that extends melee strike range. That will be one of Udyr's favorite.
All right, well, Golden Guardians clearing this out. 6-8 with the blue and red guns. Making short work of that wave. Iconic may be looking here. He's got the Dead Man's Plate charged up. But Jizuke is busy pushing the bottom lane. Iconic wants to find Deathly here, but not all that safe. Flashes in, though. Deathly going to cleanse out, and Gale forces to safety.
Yeah, what do now? Impact is behind us. We just use our flash forward. It's a flank.
Dixie needs to live. Impact in the front side, but he's so tanky here. The Gore Drinker going off as Niles has maybe found a wraparound angle, but Jizuke is going to shut that down with a stun and force the flash. Impact still low-ish, but you got to fully kill the Renekton here, and they haven't done the job of that just yet. As a Blaze Olive ready with the ulti. Golden Guardians thinking about a re-engage here as Niles is going to be forced to base and TP back in. This is Mountain Soul, of course, for EG, and they have started the Dragon already.
All right, you can steal one of these with an Orianna Shockwave. Blaze Olive is looking for it over the back. Iconic into Spike Bite.
Oh, don't get it. The soul goes over to EG, and Niles now on the front side is going to get plucked up by the Lantern. Stixxay still alive, but Blaze Olive, though, forced to flash his Impact. He's just so tanky, man. Jizuke flashing in, lets the ulti go as Stixxay goes golden to try and protect himself, but Senscaran is going to find him, but good time Lantern there from Newbie keeps him safe as Iconic now forced to get himself out of there as Newbie's just taking fire from everywhere. Stixxay still healing back up. TP's back in this time. It's the mid laner of Golden Guardians as the Thresh will fall finally. EG going to find 2 as Deathly grabs the double kill. And the Pulverize there is going to find Iconic. Make it 3 for the Jhin as Deathly's just collecting him. And Evil Geniuses will win yet another fight.
Yep, that Dragon Soul is going to be huge too now as they push in. Even with the Baron expiring, 3 members down from Golden Guardians means the base should be wide open. Niles and a Blaze Olive trying their best, but it's not going to be enough.
Same defense as last time, but now just going to get locked up. Jizuke going to claim kill number 4, and a Blaze Olive, the last one on the table for the ace. Impact wants it, he's going to grab the stun, and see you later, as Impact's going to grab the Bud Light ace and the victory for Evil Geniuses.
Yep, Inhibitor Tower goes down, Inhibitor short to follow. With those 2 kills chased down, they're probably looking to finish.
Well, they are at least going to try Newbie, the sole defender of the Nexus right now. Hex Flash here, channel for Ignar, right in front of him. There is the Pulverized combo. Impact's going to make sure to finish that off. Jizuke almost kills Stixxay in the fountain as he lets the ulti rip, and Stixxay can only watch as his Nexus falls. It's game 1 to EG in a few brief moments as they're just going to pile up the KDAs. Svenskeren, very fancy, into the laser he goes. He will fall, but as the shutdown goes over to Aphelios. But Evil Genius is doing what we expected by the end of that game. They'll take the first Nexus.
And honestly, Golden Guardians giving a good showing here too in game number 1. They had a couple of good looks, a lot of these team fights, but big main things need to improve on are tracking Impact, tracking Ignar. The Renekton, the Alistar got around them way too many times. Too much pressure put on the carries, not having to walk through all of the defenses of the barrels, of the Thresh, of the Udyr. That too many times they got really easy access to the back line there.
Yeah, just again, really immaculately played by Impact and Ignar. Have been excellent additions to this EG squad. I do, though, like that Golden Guardians never stopped trying to find fights. Like, I expected Udyr to run at carries for most of the game, but even Niles was getting in there trying to dive. Like, Golden Guardians at least knew that, like, we have to try something. We can't just let the game get away from us. And for a lot of that game, it was actually quite close, but it does feel like the experience kind of trumped the aggression, but, you know, kind of raw aggression from the newer players on Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and I also want to give props to Jizuke. Playing a Syndra with a lot of flankers and divers like this can be very difficult, but so many times he's flashing forward for stuns that hit priority targets as well as ultimates to finish them off. I thought that was really well played. He has definitely been great this year.
All right, well, it's time for us to step away, but when we return, the State Farm Analyst Desk will break down that EG win.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk here in the LCS Lock In. We are fresh off of our first game between Evil Geniuses and Golden Guardians. And I gotta say, we saw quite the performance from some of the players, but we gotta break it down a bit further here. Azael, going into this, we did talk quite a bit about just that top lane matchup.
Yeah, I think Impact played it incredibly well, you know, both in the early trading, but also managing the wave to actually set up for this early dive onto Niles. They had the TP coming in here from Jizuke. You love to see the timing on this, killing off the barrel, stunning him into another stun. The W was either already on cooldown from Gangplank or he just simply didn't have enough mana, but I think Impact really did outclass him in their early laning phase and was able to extend a pretty large advantage.
Right, and I want to speak on that a little bit. You could take a look at the item choices Niles did. He bought Corrupting Potion, which is fine to buy, but if you take a look at lane phase, he used all 3 ticks at level 1. He literally ran at Renekton level 1, started whacking him under the creeps, used all 3 of his Corrupting Pots, and that's why he got dove. I don't know why you're buying Corrupting Pot if you're going to use all 3 ticks at level 1 and 2. I'd question Mike Pingham if he was on my team. You know?
I think there's definitely a bit of a mismatch up there because that top advantage continued to extend. And as you keep talking about itemization, there were a lot of questionable choices. It was a piecemeal build from Niles where it felt like he was like, oh, I'll cut the healing. But it's like, wait, I'm dying. I need defense. And so it kind of felt like he was struggling to figure out his role in that game, which was part of the reason that this was so hard for Golden Guardians because there were a number of points where like, hey, they're not that far down in gold and with a comp that's supposed to outscale. So it should have felt like this was actually not that bad of a game, but the top side was a bit of a disaster.
Exactly. I mean, he went towards his plated steel caps, he got the executioners, he picked up a sheen, and then he started building a mortal shield bow, which to me is generally more successful if you're split pushing and you're playing for the 1v1. Like, it helps to prevent you from getting like totally all in against an Aurelia or whatever, or Renekton in this case. But this game wasn't really about him 1v1ing the Renekton in the side lane. He had already lost the lane when he completes the shield bow at like 22 minutes or whatever he had it. And at that point, it just feels like it's not going to be as effective as something like a Divine Sunderer, you know, when you are coming into the team fight phase. You know, the shield bow passive isn't useful when your teammates are just dying in front of you and you're missing the ability haste and everything on it, so you're not having ultimates as much. Like, attack speed is more of that 1v1 stat that you are actually picking up there. So I think there was some questionable stuff there, but it's to be expected when it is, you know, this caliber of player that you're going up against in Impact.
Perhaps feeling some of that pressure as TPs were coming through in the top lane, the ganks as well. And it was a bit later on in the game high where we did start to get to see that team fight potential between EG and Golden Guardians.
Yep. First and foremost, I like that Golden Guardians wants to fight this. However, if they do want to fight it, they have to set up ahead of time, or else things like this happen. If they just try to barrel down mid because they want mid prio, EG has control because they have poke. They're going to come at you from all 3 sides, right? You saw Impact on the left and Ignar on the right, and then everyone else to the mid. When you're getting collapsed on from 3 different sides, I don't know what I would do if I was Orion. Do I run backwards or I run left? You don't really have many ways to play the game anymore at that point. So I like that Golden Guardians wants to fight it, but they have to set up ahead of time. And I like the 3-man pincer attack from EG. It's a very well-played team fight.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We saw actually a couple repeat moments of this go on, some hesitation on some of the sides, but the Drakes are where we really start to see that control being wrangled over Mark between the 2 teams, some picked up on both sides.
Yeah, and I think to the point, this is actually the Baron play that's going to set up. This is how EG kind of needs to play these fights, going in from angles, and they were able to find Iconic there in a weird spot, and from there it's an easy chase down, honestly, to find them of these kills.
Yeah, and I think this is, again, another example of what Impact is bringing you, right? It's just intelligent positioning. If he was actually grouped with the team at that time, then Udyr just runs straight away. Instead, he's camped out on a pink ward in a smart location. He sets up the flank there. Then another smart veteran move here from Ignar, kites back away from the barrel as he's seeing that drop, then Hex flashes in behind to knock Niles into the team for a guaranteed turn and kill. And again, another veteran move here, Impact right back into the pit, keeping the Baron leash so that they can complete it. These are small things, but it makes such a difference. If you let the Baron fully reset there, maybe you don't actually have time to kill it off before Udyr is back out on the map and contesting that. If he is not in that flanking position, the play never starts. If the barrel hits Ignar, he can't actually maybe go for that Hex Flash play. It's these small things that make such a tremendous difference, and to me, that's the true value of experience really being shown.
Right. I want to bring up a really cool thing here. Or rather, I want to focus on Jizuke, sorry. This is where I would say he should go farther into the fight. Even if he dies for this, they'd ace him for this dragon, but he plays super far back and isn't where he needs to be. I understand he's like afraid of getting collapsed on, but he's so strong. Had he gone in there with Impact, I think they would have been able to take this dragon and pretty much is ASIM, but this is where you would call someone being a KDA player.
Okay, yeah, bring it back from that a little bit, though. Yes, those moments of hesitation caused a little bit of doubt, but it was that setup and the pick that happened mid that led to the Baron play that kind of kept things rotating in the direction of EG. Mark, if we're looking towards the next game, I mean, we have a blue side selection from Golden Guardians going into this. Is there anything that maybe they can do with that flip to the opposite side to try and bring things back in their favor, especially considering they did have some strong moments there in the early part of this?
I mean, it's tough to say because their comp was definitely more focused on scaling when you go Orianna and you have the GP at the top side, and they were even in gold, in the mid game. It was just that they struggle in late game decision making as a newer team without a ton of cohesion, and that's why I actually wouldn't mind seeing them lean a little bit more towards the early game and some more proactive playmaking. Because even if you can go mid game even, Jizuke, or Impact are probably going to make better decisions than you, even with a comp that gets outscaled. So I would definitely like to see them trend a little bit more early game, a little bit more proactive to try and get a lead.
I also say, please, no more Renekton for Impact. You either have to pick this away or ban it. That is the 4th time he's gotten in Lock In now, I believe. He has won every single game on this champion. He has smashed through every single game he has played on it. I'm not trying to pretend that Impact has no other champions. Of course he does. He's a great player, and we've seen him play for many years. But at least make him bring out something else. He has been so dominant on this. It pairs so incredibly well with the Nidalee, with the Taliyah, with these picks that they want to be going towards anyway. So make them show you a different look and try to get him onto a champion that maybe you have a better chance of dealing with.
I actually like that they picked Gangplank into Renekton. I think if Niles isn't, how do I say this, trolling his laning phase, that game would have went a lot better. Like, despite him dying first blood, they still did well. They got first Dragon bot, they got the tower. Had he just not played the way he did, I think that matchup would have been perfectly fine. Like, he did well to stem the bleeding, but had he just not bled in the first place, which was definitely doable, I think that it's okay to give Renekton. However, if he's not able to stop the bleeding in the first place, maybe ban it, but I think he's got this. He should be fine.
I like how you're like, oh man, if I can find a way to say this, and then you just say it the harshest way possible.
I mean, it's the our Korean advice, right? I don't think the champion should be a problem. He should try winning the lane.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll call up a Mumu, grab some Band-Aids, get all ready for his next showdown with Impact in game number 2, because that will be happening on the other side of this break. So stay tuned, friends.
Dreams aren't achieved overnight. They take passion, dedication. And even then, there are no guarantees. But for the LCS, that's the power of dreams. It means you never give up. It means you always play again. Honda, proud automotive partner of the LCS.
Welcome back. We're gearing up for game number 2 of Golden Guardians versus Evil Geniuses. Golden Guardians, after taking a loss in the first game, have picked blue side for this next draft, Kobe. And honestly, like we kind of heard on the analyst test and we echoed in that game, there were definitely moments where Golden Guardians absolutely could have won that game. I think maybe continuing to play above the expectations that people place on them, but can they never get their way through this draft? Will Impact get Renekton again? Will they bring us to a game 3? All these questions and more coming up right now.
And here's the thing with expectations. When you overperform on people's expectations, they then raise their expectations. So yes. In order to continue to overperform on expectations, you must continue to improve. I'm pleasantly surprised here with the Golden Guardian lineup and what they've done with the building blocks thus far. But again, we want to see more improvement on that. Now that we've gotten a taste, let's see if they can actually get some dubs on the board here versus Evil Geniuses. Banning out the Renekton is a great way to start. Impact will not get that champ again. That is definitely going to at least allow Niles an easier time of playing the game.
Yeah, also banning Thresh here, which is interesting. Newbie actually looking pretty good on the champion, and Ignar, of course, we know very good in it. So maybe just thinking there are some bottom lane matchups where they just don't want to allow Thresh into the game. So using one of their blue side bans is kind of a luxury there, alongside Akali and Renekton. Taliyah, Olaf, Pantheon continue to be kind of the red side standouts, and Kai'Sa will be selected here for Stixxay.
All right, I wonder if EG want to go with global comp then and incorporate, Galio, Twisted Fate, try and get some of these cross-map movements. Camille is available right now. I'm not sure if Niles wants to play the Jax into it. With Golden Guardians banning Renekton on blue side, that's a possibility. Camilio is one of the best combinations in the game right now. Svenskeren is a long-time Legacy Graves player, so that will be an easy pickup for him. He obviously does not want to go into the Nidalee side of it without impact on Renekton on top side for the guaranteed stun. Gragas much more viable here because it's a very easy flex pick for them.
Yep, basically reversing their roles, right? AP for Sven last game, AD for Impact on Renekton. Now he's going to be the AP threat most likely on the Gragas here. Although he can go tank, we've seen lots of different Gragas builds and even different positions for the champion to play. I think it's one of the reasons he is so powerful. Lilia, though, for Iconic, continuing to play, your damage-heavy carry-esque junglers, although we have seen a lot of Moonstone from Nidalee and, of course, Lilia as well. So that's an option if Golden Guardians want to build that sort of comp. And then I think Twisted Fate makes sense. It's a favorite of a Blaze Olive here, and again, without knowing you want to play Camille, which is tough on the blue side to just pick it likely blind or potentially blind, they'll take the Twist of Fate, which is similar kind of thing with the global pressure, but maybe a little bit easier to build other comps around.
Well, guess what? If you show AP Jungler and Twisted Fate mid, that is definitely going to be an AD carry or an attack damage carry, not an AD carry champion, marksman for Niles on the top side. Camille is definitely an option. He could do something like a Jace as well, as he's already got games on that. So it's definitely going to give you more options for top side carries here for attack damage threats for Niles. Meanwhile, Stixxay on the Kai'Sa bottom is always a great place to go with the Twisted Fate. And it's going to force Deathly to probably take cleanse, be a bit more defensive here. Jhin is always a great pick in my eyes versus an enemy mid lane TF because he does, have more CC in his kit, is able to play a little bit safer when needed.
Yep, looks like Camille Gangplank, so neither of those AD threats for Niles in the top lane will be allowed into this game. And Alistar plus one more to come here for the Golden Guardian, so denying some picks off of Ignar. I think Alistar, especially if you're not going to be able to get it for yourselves, very much worth keeping away from Ignar, who alongside Impact played a huge part in how successful the team fighting was for EG in a game that was close through a lot of the mid game. So Syndra going to be the other ban. Blaze Olive's life going to be made a bit easier by taking that champion away from Jizuke. And I don't think Aphelios will happen, but you never know. There could always be an Aphelios spring out.
They're taunting Stixxay here. See if he's going to want to grab it up. Regardless, for EG, it is going to be save ban for Impact for full counter pick on red side last. I think for sure, even if it's not Ryze, they should lock in Jizuke as champion here. Even if it is Ryze, this is one of his more comfortable champions, despite not a lot of other mid laners playing the Ryze right now. Is very good for side lanes. Can have those good Ryze ultimates for collapsing as well. And I think him with a Gragas, very, very flexible options here for Evil Geniuses. And they don't have to show yet. It still could be Impact taking into the top side, but they can easily put it support and try and counterpick Niles here, who's looking at like maybe an Aatrox is a pretty safe blind in this scenario. There's with the Gangplank and Camille bans, both pretty good bans. I mentioned the Jace earlier. That one doesn't have quite as much kind of backup plans as the Aatrox, but does have a lot more offensive capability.
Yep, again, Niles wants a carry. Will be given one here on the Jace. This is kind of alongside Gangplank, one of his most recognized champions in his collegiate/amateur days. It's not the Niles special, a Seraphine going to be locked in here for EG, which is always nice to see. And that is going to confirm Gragas to the top side of the map, and Ignar is going to take the Seraphine this time.
And Seraphine right now is really powerful because of the extra range. That combined with Jhin has some very, very devastating poke. That's why a lot of teams are saving Gragas from this flex position to threaten either counterpicking topside or counterpicking support, both of which can be really, really big depending on your game plan. And when you see something like a Rakan locked in with a Kai'Sa, that's pretty short range on their side that you can try and abuse. Considering you also have the Graves side of this matchup, definitely expect EG to put a lot of attention towards that area.
Yeah, 2v2 could be rough goings this time around for Golden Guardians. You did have a good-looking early game in their game number 1 here. I do like Rakan. I think a champion that every time I see him, he's overperforming in a lot of skirmishes and team fights, but not necessarily the strongest laner. Certainly nothing near the power of, say, Seraphine, who also has good backup as far as engage and CC goes. So cool to see Seraphine getting more play. I think Freak echoed this weekend that's a champion he believes maybe more people should be playing, and it does seem like it's cottoning on, which makes sense. So Ignar, not his traditional like big bruisery like battle support, but certainly one that can find some good angles and engages, and that's all Ignar really will need to do here.
And they can both snare off of each other's abilities. My favorite combination is still the MF Seraphine as the #1 go-to, but Jhin and Seraphine can also set each other up. It's just a little bit more difficult, one of them tagging for the other one to land that snare. But either way, you're setting them up for jungle ganks, you're setting them up for Ryze roams, and that's definitely going to be a look here. Keeping track of those teleports from the top side is going to be big. Can Niles on this Jace exert enough pressure to try and whittle him down, earn some of these cooldowns for free?
All right, we'll find out, because you have to expect that one of the things about picking Jace is that you don't just pick Jace and kind of like leave. You have to pick Jace and then help your Jace, especially when the lanes get into pushed up positions. But EG, don't worry about the laning phase, because they're going to start the game well before that. 5 people rushing to the bottom side of the map, going to hide in this brush. Stixxay already in his first brush here, but does have to beware of the potential play. Yep, there it is, right in there. And they're going to force a flash, actually.
Yeah, and the reason that both teams are sending multiple people towards bottom side a lot of the time is when you see a Seraphine for the bottom side. Because, again, the range is so long on her snare, you can just throw it out from the brush, try and fish there to see if you can get something for free. And they do. Free flash off of Stixxay, off the Kai'Sa on bottom side. Guess what? We're talking about, hey, game plan from Champion Select. Looks like bottom side here. Now that there's no flash on the Kai'Sa, it's for sure bottom side Pastry. What better way to start it out for EG than blowing Stixxay's flash there? So we'll see if they're able to change the course here. Bottom side start for Iconic on Lilia is probably going to just be a full clear. No invade for the Lilia, no shenanigans trying to take away any camps. So honestly expect it to be pretty quiet from him, and Golden Guardians overall just trying to buy some time here for Stixxay to get his flash back to be a little bit safer. We'll see if this ends up costing them any CS on the bottom side, giving a lot of ground already, them both pulling for Iconic and then going to lane a little bit late so that they are on their own side of the tower. This does make it easier for poke compositions though, Pastry, or poke lanes I should say, with a Jhin Seraphine. You generally want to push them under the tower and then throw your poke as they're trying to scramble for CS, and alas, laugh as they miss.
Oh, Suke just already taking control of that mid lane there. Level 2 nice and early. First root will miss, like a second technically from Ignar that he's thrown, but no, not going to connect there. First one slow, second one roots. when you double cast it there with your passive, but no dice. It's Iconic once again. This always looks funny. Level 3, level 2, actually going to get a flash, which is a great deal, but this is mostly just to get to the other side faster. Might as well go through mid lane because it's just the most efficient path.
Why did the Lilia cross mid lane pastry time? Yeah, it's kind of to gank, but it's mostly to just continue on your jungle pathing. And my goodness, the value here. You get to the other side. You can try and get to the opponent chickens if they haven't taken them yet. But that is just so high value. We've seen a lot of junglers start to do this. That was actually one of the parts in the Udyr power dragon clear I was talking about. Where you start the Raptors, then will traverse all the way back around, and you cross mid lane to do it. Comes up a little short there for Newbie, though.
Lovely attempt there. Have to be, trading back somewhat in this matchup. Can't just let Deathfin Ignar push you in the whole time and poke you under the tower. That's not going to end well for you at all. And Stixxay is doing a nice job of keeping pretty close in CS, though he's down about a wave right now. Niles, though, as expected, is pushing in Impact with a good body slam right as we say it. Although Niles does trade back in, and already level 4, up about a wave himself. And so far, no jungler has come to the top lane, which is great news for Jace. Here's Svenskeren on the end of the mid lane. Jizuke comboing it up. A Blaze Olive forced to flash away. And here's the Lilia once again, but Iconic in a 2v1 right now. Just going to spin the stuff around and walk away.
Yeah, good thing about Lilia, just get your extra move speed from your passive off hitting your 2 spells there, so you don't have to overcommit to that harassment attempt on Jizuke. He really would have loved to be there 2 seconds earlier. They could have turned that around. Try and punish the flashless Jizuke from the earlier flash blown on his mid lane pass. But not going to be the case for them. A Blaze Olive teleporting right back out, even though Jizuke is getting a lot of help here from Svenskeren to just push it in. They know no flash on this Rise, no teleport. He needs coverage. This is a big thing that we've seen over the last couple of days in the lock-in tournament, needing to cover and help those mid laners push that last wave in so they can get their reset off when they don't have flashes, when they are very vulnerable to opponents. So Svenskeren doing his part there as a jungler, helps him get right back in, even helped him get the extra flash back on the outside.
Svenskeren looks like also going to meet a Blaze Olive once again here as Iconic is busy clearing the Krugs. A Blaze Olive actually roaming out of his lane, I think to ward, maybe actually to go bottom lane, but isn't level 6 just yet, so would have to walk the whole way. Instead, Iconic's just going to go ahead and clear out that ward as Niles TP's back very aggressively here. Tiered Dorans and Corrupting Pot, so it's the full starter item build here for Niles, who wants to keep up this pressure. Up already 10 CS, and Impact's out of mana, so Impact likely going to have to TP back and match here.
Yeah, definitely advisable to do so because, again, Niles is going to keep on building up these big waves to look for it. And once Lilia does get level 6 with your sleep, it's really easy to go for those dives, then hit the sleep, then reset tower aggro and go back in for the execution. Makes you way more vulnerable, even on things like Gragas that have a lot of kind of defensive capabilities within the toolkit. I will say one of the biggest pushes for me, though, is still over this mid lane. There are no kills in this game yet, but there is a hotly contested fight over mid-wave push. Twisted Fate, now level 6, Rise level 6, both want to be able to roam using their ultimates, and bottom side might be the site of that roam.
Yep, actually going to go straight there. A Blaze Olive lines it up, and that's first blood for Stixxay. Very well executed by Golden Guardians.
Ding, ding, ding. Guess what? Those level 6 timers from mid lane are very important and should be communicated. Golden Guardians first to make use of it here. Even though Jizuke pushed in the wave, nice move over by a Blaze Olive. You love to see that. Players willing to make small sacrifices in order to make plays for their team. You see him, he actually caught the entire wave at his tower. So they had vision of him. They had vision of him clearing that wave, then heading over, hovering to the bottom side, and it's just a great setup here from Newbie. Locks it in. A Blaze Olive is loving it. That was a very efficient Twisted Fate first ultimate. Gets right down, gets the kill, instant reset, and he's right back out there. So bottom side was the target all along, and yet it is Golden Guardians who draw first blood.
Yep, I actually thought that we were going to see some action on the top side of the map, because again, Jace's big tests come when other people enter your lane, not the enemy top laner generally. But it was the bottom side where the action happened, since Garen at least rotates down a little late, but enough to get the dragon, which is nice here for EG. They'll be the first ones to claim Drake in this particular game. And Impact doing just fine here. Again, has the Comet, been trading pretty nicely here. Is of course, like, doesn't want to fight the Jace straight up generally. Jace tends to dictate a lot of engagements. in the laning phase, but Impact's just fine on CS, keeping up nicely. I would call this even as he scoops these up. So far so good here as Impact's going to play weak side this game, which is one of the things that's so great about Impact. He's very flexible, not just in champions, but also in style, depending on what the team and the comps demand of him.
Yeah, Gragas, passive regeneration, being able to proc that over and over, plus the amount of AoE in the kit makes it really easy to deal with minion waves. That's why we always talk about him being a really good blind pick, you know, can flex to multiple roles, and doesn't have a lot of terrible matchups for the top side. Or actually, he doesn't have any terrible matchups for the top side. Actually 0. Svenskeren here will continue to clear up towards this Rift Herald. That's my next inkling. We do have a possibility of trying to hard shove on bottom side and send up the support. They probably on the Golden Guardian side want to wait for a few more seconds for a Blaze Olive's ult to come back up, but Svenskeren will slip in unannounced. I love these sneaky moves as a jungler when you're on champions that can dash over, because Rift Scuttler often gives your opponents a false sense of security, and it looks like he will go unseen unless Iconic heads straight there with a bowling ball.
Yeah, Iconic's busy actually leashing the blue for a Blaze Olive, unfortunately, so it will be Svenskeren that collects it. Now Iconic sees what's up. Gonna look to try and get the E down for maybe a possible sleep, but instead Svenskeren gets out the same way he got in by dashing back over the back of the Baron Pit.
And here's where you want to try and use your Rift Herald after you get a kill. They really want a big value Rift Herald. Since they got it so early here, with Svenskeren sneaking it at 9 minutes, they have plenty of time to try and set up a play with Ryze to snare somebody. You know, Ryze, Jhin, Seraphine. Now, how many times we can say it? That is so good at trying to get a pick for your team. And then you push hard on that lane, work off a couple of turret plates, pop the Rift Herald, and all of a sudden you kind of blow the game right back open in your favor. Currently, Golden Guardian's very happy with the slower pace here, just continuing to rack up their gold, pushing in on the turret here, and opening up some space for a Blaze Olive. Twisted Fate is ready to try and counter any sort of EG aggression.
Yep, as we check in with the mid-section of the map, actually, it's Hextech Alternator for both Lilia and Twisted Fate, which means we will not be seeing Moonstone Renewer for Lilia this game, and we'll of course see it for Igna on the Seraphine here. So probably Night Harvester. I don't think Rocket Belt Lilia is a thing, although that would be sweet if it was. But Iconic, once again, going for more of a carry-oriented build was kind of the point I was trying to make here. Certainly a player that has shown that he wants to be generally dishing out damage and being aggressive rather than being more of a supportive player. Even on the Udyr, you know, he was getting in despite being a tankier build, as Niles gets knocked into the tower by Impact. Very nicely placed Cask, but nothing else to worry about there. As Iconic is here, there's maybe something here onto Impact, but going to take a lot to get through the Gragas' health bar at this point.
All right, we saw a nice little toggle there from the observers on the vision. Currently, Svenskeren moving up.
So much damage again, trapped between the tower, lost Q, not enough for Jizuke, as a Blaze Olive will get just barely out of that one.
If you do one of these mid passes, one of the biggest things for junglers is then to keep it up, because now mid lane pressure can be transferred to bottom side. You gank for your mid laner, even by chunking out a Blaze Olive without killing him, you then are able to move towards the bottom side of the map to make your play there, gaining basically another ally and unlocking your mid laner by aggressively pressuring this Twisted Fate. And you see they keep up the pressure. Blaze Olive back behind both turrets now as Svenskeren and Jizuke just work off a plate by hand.
We haven't seen Blaze Olive able to use that ulti again, is the other thing as well. After that first one, you know, being contained, being pressured by Jizuke and Sven is nice. Says, yep, teleport's coming in everywhere. That's Ryze. Ooh, then Scaran pops out as well. Now Niles going to have to play Ring Around the Rosie in the alcove. Does have his flash, going to go in onto Jizuke and knock him back, but there's no getting out of that one. As the Blaze Olive wants in, looks for the kill on Jizuke, but the wildcards are going to miss. He flashes in, and that's a tragedy for the Twisted Fate as Impact grabs the double kill.
Oh my goodness, he wanted in really badly there. And he does trade flashes with Jizuke, but the problem is you rush in right past a Gragas and a Graves. So at best, you probably counter kill that 1-for-1. At worst, you get this, which is you just flashed in, traded flashes with Jizuke, you go down, and guess what? Our scenario of getting your picks into an instant Rift Herald full tower play has come true. Evil geniuses bide their time. They got the Rift Herald so early, they had multiple looks to go for, and they complete the ideal play. First turret bonus for them, hard shove on top side to ram it right back through. It will be a counter dragon for Golden Guardians, but the problem with that is that because you give up so much gold with this power Rift Herald play on top side, with an entire turret worth of turret plates, plus the extra kills, now you don't have the items because they're so far behind in gold to actually fight the next dragon.
Oh, Impact. That was so filthy. If there were no minions there, that would have been even sweeter. And that fact might still be good enough. Jizuke zooming in. Ready with the phase rush. No flash from last time. Impact flashes in to secure it, and Jizuke gets gifted a kill on a silver platter.
Keep them rolling here. Now we got some rotations you see through the jungle to try and get some defenses in place, but it's just a Lilia here, and it takes a little while for the burn to help clear out these minions. Jizuke going to get a bit of damage and proc his phase rush, no problem. More damage on mid. They want to just keep it rolling here. Impact got some extra time because of pushing so hard on top side to go make this play, and EG just keep on firing.
Yeah, Niles in the top lane. Going to try and keep this hero, though it looks like it's pushing back, so going to have to, again, continue to be careful as EG snuck 3 people into the top lane, which is kind of the thing that cascaded to this point of the game. Oh, he's there again. Niles.
Hello!
You know, 1v4, very fancy, but I don't think it's going to get you out of there. Going to knock Impact back, but Ignar's the one to claim the kill here as the rest of Golden Guardians are going to maybe try for a counter kill. Jeffrey isn't here, but there's no angle for the fight there for Golden Guardians as Niles just goes down.
Yeah, you got to think there's just...
Still going, by the way. Another route from this Rise is causing a lot of issues. Encore snipes! Iconic over the side, and Ignar gets a well-deserved kill number 2.
Yep, nice roam over here from Ignar. Doesn't hit the first Qs, but does hit the ultimate there, right over the Wolves. And EG just, they make it look so easy here, pick after pick. I think Golden Guardians, though, they're going to get a little lazy with their communication and their tracking of opponents, because I feel like they should have been able to alert Niles a little earlier of the EG takeover on blue quadrant. That takeover means you flash over this wall by Gromp. That is not your jungle anymore. This is Evil Genius's jungle. They just Rift Herald took down your top tower, moved in and left a bunch of wards here. So at best, you know that they have vision there, and at worst, they've got a bunch of their champions there. So it's another one of those scenarios where, guess what? It's option number 2.
Yeah, just seems like it's been the worst result every time, but that is credit to Evil Geniuses for setting up the plays. 3,000 gold ahead now, actually maybe more, 3,500 or so up as Ignar gonna take even more HP out of the tower with Demolish. Fenskaren gets Rift Child number 2. And they've got a Dragon to take as well in 2 minutes, 10 seconds. This is more of the game I think we expected to see in Game 1, where people were talking about this being a pretty quick 2-0 sweep. And now certainly Golden Guardians are not out of this game just yet, but EG have just really refined things after a pretty back-and-forth Game 1. And right now, this early game is completely owned by them.
Yeah, and this is why I'm also such a big fan of trying to play for the Rift Herald over the Dragon early on, trying to play heavy on power on top side of the map, because you can get so much gold early on versus the individual Dragon buffs are actually weaker than the 2 years ago before they made the changes. It's the big burst of power when you get Soul that everyone's always talking about. Oh, Dragon, Dragon, Dragon. You know, your big value, of course, is, you know, a lot later when you do get the souls. The individual ones don't provide you advantages in these team fights a lot of the time. And it is so much more effective for you to be able to use this Rift Herald giant cash-in on an entire turret, bunch of turret plates, unlocking your top laner to then roam and make plays elsewhere. And again, it's not just the gold, it's the extra territory you gain by taking down that turret and opening up for a lot of these consecutive plays that they've been able to pull off.
Fenskaren just going in, smoke screen, rocket belt there. Gold card is going to keep the Blaze Olive safe, but Fenskaren continuing to apply pressure alongside Jizuke. His Rise just has never found a snare he didn't like. Although there's the TP back in. Jizuke going to be the target, but he's going to turn it back around. Sticks it right on top of the EG mid laner. But now the TP in from EG. That's Impact right into the middle of everybody, and that might not be recommended. Shut down there for Styx there. Ignar letting it rip. Does get the Encore onto Nubi, but the root does not land, and Golden Guardians pick one up.
Yeah, that was deep. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm defaulting to trust on impact. That is a deep teleport under the turret. It turns out, yeah, Golden Guardians are well equipped to handle that one. They lock him right back down. EG give one back.
All right, well, looks like EG going to have enough health and pressure to go for this next dragon. In fact, Niles is sticking topside. Does have teleport if he wants to join, but the Rift-Out's going to be channeled into the mid lane. Actually, definitely going to go ahead and assist that one to finish off the tower. TP back in from Niles. They're playing aggressively here for this Drake, it looks like. Wanting to make sure they're the first team to take Drake number 2. Just leaving Shelly in the mid lane.
Set it and forget it. I actually like that because they're going to contest around this dragon. Keep GG here. Shelly will take care of a lot of damage on that mid turret while they work with Golden.
Niles a little too low though, gets rooted again. And definitely just want to clean it up. And now Impact is here on the front side. He gets himself stunned, but Jizuke on that flank is going to mean EG should have this Drake unless a steal comes in, but it does not. It definitely, that secures it for Evil Geniuses. They're up in kills and dragons and gold. It's just all going well for the Evil Geniuses.
All according to plan. EG now should be able to finish up this one and push so heavily into the jungle that, as we mentioned before, you know, blue quadrant was no longer Golden Guardians' side of the map. They're losing control of their red quadrant now as well. And then each time, you have to keep in mind where your opponents were previously, because you need to assume every time they take over like this, they're going to leave behind a bunch of wards. And so then you know you have to be very, very cautious when trying to re-enter on bottom half of the map for Golden Guardians. We see right now Rakan heading into dangerous territory. Newbie is trying to do that dangerous work. You know, as the super mobile champion here, he is putting down multiple wards, trying to check. And, you know, even when you approach brush in a dangerous area like this where there could be brush campers, it's very, very advisable to kind of walk forward until you get just into skill shot range. Take a quick, you know, left or right perpendicular to try and dodge skill shots coming out of it, try and bait them out. Similar to like a shoulder peek in an FPS. See if you can bait out some extra shots or something, and try and get yourself in there that way, because Newbie doing it by himself, even as Rakan, still kind of scary work.
Yeah, did have a Blaze Olive there, but he was also playing back, maybe suspecting that EG were hiding a couple people in the brush near Krugs, which they in fact were. Niles also playing a bit more respectfully in the top lane now, as Ignar is continuing to roam everywhere on this Seraphine. But you can see kind of what those early Heralds have converted to here for EG. They're 4K up, they're up in Dragons, they've just got complete control of the map. As Golden Guardian's going to try and find a fight here around the Baron Pit. Ignar, though, again, keeping people away with the CC, and Golden Guardians just don't really have a way to get in. No big engage tool to try and use unless Twisted Fate wants to dive all the way into a team fight, or Iconic really finds a big swell seed. So Golden Guardians, despite wanting to try and find a fight there, just don't find one they like in the river. So EG continue to stay ahead.
And my wards, my precious wards, only one still lives for the Golden Guardians here. River Ward, we will call you Joseph. How long will you live? Joseph, you need to keep vision on Baron. He's doing his job. It sees definitely go.
Aggressive from Evil Geniuses, but as you said, they will suspect thanks to Joseph, and that Blue Trinket will confirm it. That Baron's fallen pretty quick, though. Ignar also, again, continuing to zone people out. In fact, Golden Guardians can't get in. They're going to lose the Baron. That Kaiser W looked very close, but Smite is there for Svenskeren, and here comes Jizuke, going to get the boys in with the ulti out of Rise, and it's carnage as Svenskeren's going to take out Niles. Honker over the top there for Ignar as Iconic goes golden, but there's just abilities being thrown every possible way as definitely is going to find the sniper. No Blaze Olive. 2 for 1 already, going to make it 3 for a Stixxay gets rooted by Ignar's very nice skill shot accuracy, although Stixxay is going to try and turn it back around. Definitely flashes in there to secure the next one, as it's 3 dropped already for Golden Guardians.
Oh yeah, it was a little touch and go there for a second. Nice excitement spike here as Jizuke sends the hype Rise ultimate right into the entire team. But even after Svenskeren dropping, they're able to chase everyone down. I really like how Ignar does not give up on this play. Even though he only has impact with the Gragas damage there. All right, let's check in on Jizuke though, quickly. Nothing happens. Even though he only had impact.
Oh, Iconic. Oh my. That was disgusting.
Spoke too soon here. Thank you for the little hide and seek though. I like that one. Jizuke doesn't give up on the play either.
Yeah, I think Jizuke, I mean, has done such a great job this series and this game on a pick that, like you said, not many other people are playing. The early game, it was just like good lane control, good roaming, and good use of CC. He's got items now, and he's ahead. So now it's also about good damages. This is like the slowest Malphite ult in the world. Everybody's just in there.
Yeah, and then they've got Stixxay jumping in. He finishes off Svenskeren. He has to flash away, but still, the charm lands onto a Blaze. They lock him in, definitely with the first on his Jin shots, able to get that one. Flash forward for Ignar, lands the snare after landing the exhaust so that he gets the root there, and then finally definitely follows up with the flash for the extra kill.
All right, well, Golden Guardians, we expect they will not be slowing down. Trying to at least find some trades for themselves because they do need gold. They're woefully behind now, about 8k. With this Baron buff still having 50 seconds left for EG as they're going to knock down the tier 2 in mid. No way to defend that one. Svenskaren's going to go in. Gale forces forward. Impact's also in there. Great ulti straight into the Seraphine route. And definitely just picking people off easy as you please with the Jin.
All right, they keep it going. It's charm him in.
Stixxay, follow-up route, no good. EG moving back in. It's just going to be absolute massacre here in the mid lane as Niles finally gets himself a trade, but now he's got to hightail it out of there. And does get out. All right, well, pull pressure still here for EG. They're going to knock down this mid inhibitor and run back to the dragon, give themselves soul point if they even need it at this point, Kobe.
They do not.
10k up. Yeah, they don't.
Let me tell you, they don't, but it's a nice to have, my friend. We had a few little audio issues right there, cleaned up really quickly. Right back here, though, for the action and the exciting end to our best of 3 series here as EG looking like with almost a 10k gold lead. They'll be able to reset after this one. Dragon picked up for security and finished it afterwards. So take a look at that replay, though. Svenskeren was able to dive in because they're so far ahead on the Grave, starts it out, and they get the evasive movers already out of a Blaze. Nice ultimate here from Impact, right into Ignar as well, landing that. Then Svenskeren is able to chase down with the extra damage. Another ultimate from Ignar on this Sphere's Seraphine. Been so accurate from him. They pick up the extra ones, even though Niles gets a counter kill and tries to run off with this gold that he's gotten. He's gotten himself behind enemy lines once again. See if he can pull off any crazy stuff.
All right, well, Ignar's a good target to kill if you can assassinate the Seraphine, because that ultimate has been so problematic for Golden Guardians, both offensively and defensively. It's just such a powerful tool, especially with the Moonstone Renewer helping out as a pretty cheap mythic for the supports. But 3 items here for Deathly, who's just been kind of like scooping up the kills that have been gifted to him over the course of this 25-minute game. And Jizuke is also continuing to play the side lane. So Golden Guardians, with super streaming in mid and 2 points of pressure on other sides of the map, are going to have a tall task to try and defend the rest of their inhibitors and the inevitable Nexus that EG are looking to take down.
Yep, let her rip, EG. And Golden Guardians, they know they've got no time working in their favor, so they have to make a side pick here. You have to make an aggressive move. When you're cornered like this, so far down, just send multiple people to try and pick off one. EG won't give them that opportunity. Teleport over 5 members strong straight through top.
Impact's at it again, though. As EG do take down the top inhibitor tower, they're going to look to take the inhib pretty quickly here as well. The Blaze Olive with the rapid-fire gold card, trying to find a juicy target. But can't get it just yet as the inhib does fall. Impact in there again. Jizuke insta-flashes in. Seraphine ulti's going to follow through. A 2-man charm there out of Ignar as Deathly once again is playing janitor. And Stixxay is going to try and make something happen, but Svenskaren's going to shut that down as Rakan gets sniped off by Deathly. And Impact will seal the deal as Iconic, the only one left alive, as Deathly grabs himself the triple. And it's looking to be yet another ace here as Iconic into the fountain. He goes. Deathly wants to take him down. He gets himself killed, though. Executed, in fact, as Iconic will not fall. But unfortunately for Golden Guardians, the Nexus will not share the same fate as the Lilia, as EG will take the expected 2-0 sweep over Golden Guardians.
They even put the ward down to remember the spot definitely died at the fountain again. That's the second time, by the way, in Lock In tournament that he has died. The fountain laser jumping in for another one of those kills. He is certainly not a KDA player, as the analyst desk was talking about that topic earlier on. He's always looking for those bloodthirsty last kills at the fountain. EG, though, they clean this one up and wrap it up really quickly in game number 2, so much more decisively than game number 1 in this series. So they will be progressing in the lock-in tournament, looking a lot more solid.
Well, Kobe, I have one spot of good news for you. I believe Joseph lived throughout the rest of that game, so that ward, I think, was still giving the intel for Golden Guardians, who did have some nice moments in this series. Even in that game, felt like they needed to use their Twisted Fate a bit more aggressively, although the first look they gave was really nice. And in general, this is a team that will be excited to watch once the LCS spring season starts for realsies. I feel like if they just tune up some of their 5v5 in their mid game. And again, this is a team that is very much still growing and developing together with a lot of exciting young new talent. Our Golden Guardians certainly can once again have another successful build-up from players that we didn't know too much about until this year. So credit to how they've been going, but EG really not looking like things have changed. Yes, they've dropped a game here and there. They didn't go undefeated, unfortunately, for them in their group stage, but they'll move on to the semifinals as one of the favorites to take the whole thing.
Yeah, and I really am enjoying following definitely specifically here for this lineup. He's been looking very good. Yes, he died to fountains a couple times, and it's funny to watch, but he has been far above people's expectations for specifically the team fighting phase of a lot of these games. I know a lot of people were still giving him credit for lane phase, but he has done very good following up, very accurate with a lot of these Jhin shots in this game. So excited to follow that one and keep it moving forward.
Yeah, for me, my biggest worry with Deathly, actually, after watching him play on Evil Genius Academy for a whole year, was that he was very good when he got ahead. And he was like often the core carry of the team. But he, like his jungler, mid laner, and top laner, like kind of all invested their time and effort into making sure Deathly got ahead. And when that didn't happen, he wasn't able to carry games nearly as well. I feel like now, maybe his teammates are, a bit better there, but they don't need to play around him nearly as much, and he's still performing to a similar level. So huge credit for Deathly to be able to let Ignar still roam, but stay safe and continue to dish out the DPS. And team fights, which is something that Deathly has always been good at. So a nice solid win there for EG, as after the State Farm analyst desk, what did I just do? I've lost it. We're back. After the break, the State Farm analyst desk break down that EG sweep, and we'll hear from Ignar for more on that win. Don't go anywhere.
Introducing Fantasy LCS, live now on the Sleeper app. Create a league. You are the coach. Draft your ultimate LCS team. Plan your roster and make coaching decisions each week. Compete against friends throughout the season. Rep your team, talk trash, and see if you've got what it takes to win your league. Download Sleeper now. The fantasy season begins on February 5th.
One spot, yeah, no key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop on the grind, it's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it, gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us, made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free, so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See,
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Evil Geniuses have officially advanced into the semifinals after taking a 2-0 defeat against Golden Guardians. We'll have to say farewell to GG until we see them at the start of Spring Split. Looking at the start of that last game, hey Mark, guess what? We saw Impact on something other than Renekton. What do you know?
And what do you know? He's still pretty good. I mean, overall, talking about the drafts, I did like the idea by Golden Guardians, like I was saying at the end of game one, like, hey, try and go a little bit more early game focus. You know, they have a global here. They have a winning top side. They have playmaking in the bot lane, and, you know, a pretty fast-paced jungler. So overall, I like the idea, but they were not able to get a ton of, like, natural advantages. And I thought, you know, more or less, you're seeing what happens when a team of really young players goes up such a veteran roster of EG.
Right, and as you saw, they had a bit of a lead bot lane. Again, TF ulted down, got the free kill on Seraphine. But you look at top lane, yes, he's up a bit of CS, kind of, but he was down pressure, and he pretty much lost the lane, in my opinion. Like, even, say, 10 minutes or CS was relatively close, I don't think it should be that way. Gragas should be a lot farther behind Jace than being even, you know?
Oh, no, this play. Cut the tape.
Production, you're doing them dirty. of all the replays to start with, they start with this one.
Parents, take your children out of the room.
Close your eyes quick.
Olive. Oh no, the ultimate at the end. It's a disaster.
Everything hurts. Everything hurts, Azale. But things turned around a little bit. At least EG kind of still showing out in the end.
I mean, EG, I think they were clearly the better team. I think they looked really good all the way through. You know, even this one, this is only the 3 carries went through in that Rise Ultimate. Impact wasn't there. Ignar didn't go through. They get the 3-man sleep on it. They have the engage from their con. But even with that Dreams setup, Golden Guardians was too far behind at that point. The Baron buff over on EG, and they were way up in gold. So no way for Golden Guardians to really get a team fight win at that point. And I think overall, really strong series from EG. They looked good, and for them, it's just going to be looking forward towards whoever they may fight in the semifinals. And for Golden Guardians, it's just practicing up, looking forward, trying to find that continued improvement because there's so many young players on this team. And I know that they were practicing a little bit without a Blaze Olive because he had been having some medical issues. So it's good to see that he's back and healthy and playing, and hopefully they can continue that improvement for spring.
Right. It looks like they have good showing for the future. I'm happy that they're picking champions that they can carry the game with, especially with Niles. However, I want them to, you know, take a bit of the review, see how they're playing lane phase, and even their item choices. I think their item builds could be a lot better. I don't know if Night Harvester is the way to go on the league. I gotta say, it doesn't sound that amazing. And I also don't like Rapid Fire Rush on TF second item with the tier. Like, you know, these are all things that are arguable in pro play, but I gotta say, they're probably not the best thing to do there, or at the very least review it and talk with the other players and see how it is. But I'm going to say that those builds are wrong.
Yeah, I think luckily they have some time off now to kind of refocus on starting Spring Split. EG, I'm super psyched to see them go against whoever wins next series. We expect it's going to be TL because they play so aggressive. Like, you know, Jizuke's trading down with a Blaze Olive, you know, super low. There's Iconics kind of floating through looking for ganks. They're forcing flashes. Bot lane, you know, like you said, that first kill that they got in Seraphine, it's because they were pushed up to the turret, harassing on their turret when the TF goes missing, you know, and like these are super, super aggressive ways to play that might get punished against players who can stack up a little bit stronger in skill matchups directly. So like, I can't wait till they go against TL because either like something's going to break. Either they're not going to get away with this like insanely aggro laning phase, or they will, and it'll be insane to watch them actually punish Team Liquid a similar way.
And EG showing how much they can punish. And when looking at the individual players, though, there wasn't much arguing on the desk in terms of who takes away player of the series. In this case, it was Impact. And Azale, we just talked about how we got to see him on the Renekton and then the Gragas later. But really, obviously, a player that we've recognized for his strength in the past, but showing how much he can really impact the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think he really does bring it all, right? He's had strong laning phases throughout the entirety of Lock In. He's always finding really good flanking positions. He's very intelligent about how he team fights, about how far he commits forward as a tank, drawing a lot of pressure without overcommitting and dying for free. He's just an excellent, excellent top laner, and I think, again, he showed his class here today.
I think that's the most impressive +1 CSD at 10 you're going to see today, considering, the matchup and everything that was going on. Really well done there to actually take advantage of that. Smart choice going for the Comet, despite the fact he's still built tank, just so you have a little bit easier trading pattern. Like, he's just such an intelligent player and so fundamentally sound.
You could spend your whole day just watching his flanks into fights when he was playing Renekton. So much fun. But I do want to hear from another player, and for our Verizon post-game interview, we have Dash standing on by with Ignar.
Thank you very much, the Tigress. That's exactly right. Here with Ignar after Evil Geniuses cruised to a series victory at 2-0 over the Golden Guardians. But Ignar, my first question to you is that in general, Evil Geniuses, you've been smashing everybody. In fact, in interviewing you, we've already interviewed all 5 players on the team. That's how much winning you guys have done. Why do you think it is that you guys have been so successful? And why do you think it is that you were underestimated by so many people coming into the split?
I think we are strong for now because we had so many experienced players, so that's why we know more basic macro, and then we know how to snowball harder when we are winning. I think that's why we are winning a lot in Lock In series. And then I remember that many people say that we are bottom team, maybe not playoff team even, but I really think we are at least top 5. Also, we have a lot of potential, and then everyone is try-harding. So I think try-harding, that's why we are strong right now.
That's what I like to hear, try-harding from start to finish. When you talk about already having some of those pieces of the puzzle, being veteran players that have an understanding of the game, where then do you look to make improvements? If you are already good at a number of things in the game, what do you identify, Ignar, as things that you need to get better at to keep being a top team in the LCS?
I think as a team to improve, even we know a lot of macros, I think we're human, so we always forget about something, or even it's basics, we sometimes forget. So we need to keep fix about basics, and then meta, and then people how to play is always change. So we need to just keep learning and then fix it. So I think
flexibility,
that's most important.
Yeah, need to stay flexible. You talk about the meta and the ever-evolving meta. When I think Ignar, I think of fun, wild picks. I think of a player who's willing to take risks when it comes to the champions that he plays. In this series alone, across 2 games, you played an Alistar, Tanky Boy on one side, and then you played Seraphine in the next game. How do you overall feel about the current support meta, as we've seen picks in other regions that haven't even made it here to the LCS yet?
In my opinion, I think current meta support is, I think most likely Prio is most important in my opinion, and then Slash is really important that you can fight. So I think CC is best, but nowadays Seraphine is coming out. I think it's really broken champion. So I don't think range champion is good, but I think Seraphine is just different. I think Seraphine Slash CC Prio fight champions. I think that's meta.
Interesting that she somehow makes it into the meta where other mages maybe wouldn't be so viable. You played against the Rakan today. Again, I'm still waiting to see the Ignar Rakan come back. That's always an exciting one to see some big plays be made. In reference to the lock-in tournament, though, and your guys' quest for taking it all and starting the year off with a bang in first place, you're going to play the winner of the next match that we have to see here today. It's Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. So I'm curious to know your thoughts on the series, but with most people thinking that TL's going to win the series, ultimately, what do you think of that matchup? Can you guys take them down?
I think we can definitely take them down, in my opinion. But I think it's really gonna be tough because I think we look strong, but I don't think we are that strong. I don't want to be cocky, so we will just try hard. But I don't think it will be easy fight for us.
I don't think it'll be an easy fight either, but I think that is ultimately what's going to give the best show to us as viewers. So, Ignar, once again, I want to thank you for taking the time. Congratulations on your victory today. Enjoy watching the next series, all right?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, for everybody at home, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we've got one more series to dive into. That's Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. Don't miss it.
Don't let the comfort fool you. Don't let the attention to detail lead you to believe that a Honda is a delicate machine. You'd be wrong. Underneath every surface that carries a Honda badge, there has always been the capacity to amaze. From the core of everything we have ever built, all the way to the top of where you want to go. Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Honda Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline.
FlyQuest advanced to the Lock In quarterfinals after Jose Dioto's stellar debut. For those of you unfamiliar with the former LLA jungler, here's Jose Dioto oversimplified. Who is Jose Dioto? For the blind, it is light. For the hungry, it is bread.
Good, nah, but Keith's going to finish him off instead. Jose Dioto, they're going to leap in.
For the sick, it is the cure. For the sad, it is joy. For the poor, it is the treasure. For the debtor, it is forgiveness.
In goes Jose Dioto. The Baron is his.
And that's it. All you need to know about Jose Dioto, oversimplified.
Oh my gosh, I'm dying. That's my first time seeing that. Welcome back, everyone, to the LCS, where Jose Dioto plans to keep his win streak alive after lifting FlyQuest from the bootstraps and out of the depths of elimination. But I got one question on my mind. Azael, Who is Jose Deodo? I still feel like I got question marks just ringing around my head.
I thought we had it all covered right there,
Yeah,
but I guess
we just saw that video, right?
Yeah, you'll have to rewatch it. But, to give a little bit more, he arrived. He's gotten 2 wins back-to-back with FlyQuest. And I do think that though the wins weren't all about him, he performed well. And I think that the team did look a lot better with him in action as opposed to NXI. It really does feel like a big turnaround for FlyQuest.
Right. I mean, you were saying at the beginning of the day how there is kind of this honeymoon phase that happens, right, with FlyQuest?
Yeah, so when a new player joins a team or they get like a replacement or a sub or something like that, if you're losing beforehand and the new guy comes in, you're going to enter a honeymoon phase, right? You're no longer losing. You'll probably play better and the spirits will be up, So maybe they're in that phase right now where they're feeling good about it, and now they're against Team Liquid. Will they still stay in the honeymoon phase, or...
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question mark, because you're going up against Core JJ in the bot lane, who is an absolute monster right now. It's in 3 of their 4 games that they have killed people 2v2 in laning phase at like pre-level 4. It's absolutely insane when you watch this like game over game over game. Him and Tactical are just brutalizing other bot lanes, and that's especially scary for FlyQuest considering they've been struggling a little bit. I mean, Jose Deodo definitely did a lot to shore up some of the weaknesses that this team had and help them get that 2-0, and the bot lane did play better when Jose Deodo showed up, but I still think, they haven't been tested quite on this level yet. So it's going to be a rude awakening for Diamond and Johnson if they don't, start figuring some things out, find out some matchups that are going to be good for them.
I know, Azael, that's one thing that you were actually tweeting about, kind of the strength of some of these bot lanes, including Team Liquid, and the gap between them and the rest of the league, now facing off against Diamond on the side of FlyQuest, who has had some shaky moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be an incredibly tough challenge for anyone. I think most people are pointing to TL as having the best bot lane in the league right now. Them or C9, it feels like the biggest debate is between those two. But of course, FBI and Huhi from 100 Thieves have to be in that conversation as well. But those 3 just feel way better than the other 7 bot lanes in the league. And this is going to be a huge, huge challenge here, for Diamond. I think going up against Core JJ, it's not just one of the good bot lanes. It's not just a good support. It is, in my opinion, the best player in the league. You have to go up against the best player in the league who's already won MVP here once. He could easily win MVP here again this year. Wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. And you know how good he is. These guys were competing in the in-house scrims, the pro scrims and stuff in the preseason. Core JJ has just been slamming everyone. So Diamond's really got to step up his game and make sure that he is playing to the best of his abilities.
So I have a question for you, Azael, then. So would you say Core JJ's challenger, right? Would you say Diamond fits his name in this matchup then? Or
I mean, there's a pretty big gap between Challenger and Diamond, but there's a pretty big gap between Core JJ and the rest of the league, it feels like.
Everywhere, right? I mean, you mentioned the fact that anyone who's tuned into any of the in-houses has seen whatever team he's on, he makes such a stir. And when we're looking at Team Liquid, despite some roster changes, there's still that same strength that we've seen before, Mark. Alfari, that we have already hyped up today, holding it down in that top lane too.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big acquisition for Team Liquid. And like Azael was saying at the top of the day, in terms of the big name imports that came into the North American scene this offseason, he feels like the only one who is currently living up to the hype fully. He's been dominating people in lane, monstrous CSD lead. They're not even playing around him that heavily to get those leads either. There's still a lot of focus mostly around the bot side and mid for a lot of the proactive plays that Team Liquid is going for. So it just speaks to how good Alfari is, because he didn't warp Team Liquid's identity to play around them. He just gave them a new angle that like, hey, now we can play Camille and play skill matchups, and if we want to actually start diving top lane, but they're not forced into having to support him.
Right. I definitely agree Alfari is probably the better top laner. However, I recently played Licorice in a 1v1 All-Star tournament, and he absolutely destroyed me. So I swear it's not my personal bias. I think Licorice is better than Alfari. But since he did beat me 1v1 at the All-Star tournament, I wouldn't count Licorice out just yet, because it's pretty difficult to beat me in that 1v1 tournament.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who could beat High could take down Chovy, could take down Faker, can definitely take down Alfari.
For sure.
Red Bull 1v1 tournament, best of 3 series here in the LCS. Definitely even playing ground between the two. Let's see what happens in game 1 of the day. As far as who's got the call, we have Captain Flowers and Crumbs. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Gabby and the analyst desk. My name is Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am joined for the first time here in the 2021 season by Alberto Crumbs Rengifo, and we are here to bring you Team Liquid and FlyQuest going head-to-head here in this best of three. And Crumbs, I gotta say, man, I think FlyQuest has their work cut out for them. Team Liquid is looking fierce.
They certainly do. Core JJ in particular has been dominating the bottom lane. We know that Diamond looks up to this support. The team now has Santorin, so they're fully loaded. On the flip side, FlyQuest also has Jose Dioto. The similarities is that both these teams got their junglers this week. FlyQuest has 2 games with Jose. Santorin has only played 1 on Team Liquid, so they're relatively fresh, and we have to wonder who has more existing synergies to play the game right now. Well, Team Liquid is pretty much stacked in the bottom lane and mid lane, so that's another reason why they're coming in here as strong favorites in the Lock In tournament.
Well, the last thing we heard the desk talking about before they tossed it over to us was that top lane between Licorice and Alphari, and that looks to be the same point of discussion that the teams are having without words here in the first part of the draft. Camille and Renekton banned away by these squads, as now we're switching it up here a little bit. Lilia and Twisted Fate banned out, taking some of the AP threats off the board.
Yeah, the AP threats, the global threats as well, right? Twisted Fate, Camille, all these synergies that have been really dominant in the tournament thus far, whether it's Camille Galio, Twisted Fate with split pushing, and it's just something that you don't want to deal with, especially in Game 1. To me, FlyQuest already is just going to try to take advantage of the red side to maximize the value that they can get from somebody like Palafox. Palafox in Academy was all about counter picking. That way he could generate leads in the laning phase, transitioning to team fights, and then win the game that way. However, this is the first time we see Talia being led through in the best of series Flowers. She's been permabanned on red side every time.
Yeah, her stats are they're really high up there. The champion is incredibly successful when you're able to fashion a comp around her that works well with her strengths. Point and click. Kobe was talking about it yesterday, how we all sound like broken records when Talia or Nidalee is in the game. But the fact remains, if you have a good setup for champions who have a very high damage ceiling, but the difficulty is landing the skill shots to get it there, it just means the difficulty is removed, and you've still got that ceiling that you're able to take full advantage of. So Talia picked up here. We'll see how they're able to support that with the rest of the draft. But over on FlyQuest, we've got the Udyr locked in here. We've got the Seraphine there in the bottom lane. This is a very powerful pick. We'd heard from the interview after the last match, Ignar talking about how crazy this champion is during the in-houses in the off-season, that we saw Core JJ working so hard to get together and have all the professional players in Academy and Proving Grounds and everything competing in those. Core JJ told me that he thought Seraphine was an S-tier bottom lane pick. He said he didn't think that everyone else realized it quite yet. The champion is incredibly powerful depending on what ally it has next to it in that bottom lane 2v2. We'll see how else they want to compliment it, man. But we might just get ourselves the flash bear slap out of Jose Dioto here today.
Or the running bear, the very fast bear that just runs after you, because he's going with the ghost. We already heard from Kobe what the build is. You start with the Q, you max your Phoenix. It's the chem tank build, just speed. You've got the Seraphine to help you out, but you brought up Core JJ Flowers, and I've got some cool stories about this man, because he is attracting people to Team Liquid, not even because to play with him, but just to learn. We heard from Ayla, the Academy support, that he came over from Oceania to LCS just so that he could get a chance to learn under Core JJ despite being in Academy. And this is something that teams have really tried to maximize their interactions with Core JJ, whether it's playing those in-houses like Diamond's tweeting out that he learned so much from him. This is definitely right now the best player we have in the LCS, and he continues to deliver every single bot lane with it.
Okay, so I want to flash back to those in-houses in the offseason yet again, because this game is playing out exactly like one of those drafts did. For a long time, the bottom lane that was dominating the NA in-houses was Seraphine and Misfortune. Misfortune's Make It Rain sets up Seraphine to get an automatic root that then turns into a stun if she has her E enchanted with her double cast passive. And everybody was struggling with how to deal with this ridiculous poke, all-in wombo combo. As soon as they're level 6, you just die if Seraphine hits anything. And the answer ended up being exactly what Team Liquid is playing now. It was Tactical and Core JJ that were playing Seraphine and MF, and it was Tactical and Core JJ who initially took Leona and Samira into it in the in-houses. This lane says, I don't care about your latest music tour. I don't care about your YouTube videos. I don't care about your collab with KDA. You are going to die at level 2 because we are going all in. And that is what these champions excel at doing.
Okay.
Is making sure they're getting right on top of that sort of a poke-based lane.
So the champions can do it, right? But you wonder, how come nobody else can get the all-ins just as well as they do? Well, you watch CoreJJ's games, and he's doing something that maybe half of the supports in the league are doing. 3 out of 4 games, he's running minion dematerializer in the bottom lane. We heard from Ignar the importance of priority in the bottom lane. He's using the materializer to either surprise, get a level, and then all in. That's exactly how they actually got a 2v2 kill against, I believe it was TSM, with the minion dematerializer level surprise. You can keep using that to get priority in the bottom lane, rotate over into the other sides of the map. So that is why Team Liquid, or one of the reasons why, they're able to generate so much from the bottom lane seemingly out of nowhere.
All right, well, the Lucian is that last pick that came in before the second half of the bans. I got really deep into talking about the bottom lane 2v2, so didn't mention the Lucian there for a moment. But now that next part of the bans has come through. It's Lulu, Alistar banned away. Remember, the Seraphine can also play the role of the carry in bottom lane, not just the support. So banning away the support champions, that makes it hard to kill her down there. Lulu and Alistar out of the picture by Team Liquid. Akali and Victor, 2 powerful AP solo laners, removed by FlyQuest. And now we've got the Maokai locked in here for them. This is a flex, but we have been seeing it in the support role lately, so it could be a double AP bottom lane down there. As we'll see how Team Liquid wants to go about their last couple picks of this draft. It is Kennen picked up here for Alfari in the top lane. And what is the sauce for Jensen here at mid? Hovering back and forth on the 2 different sword bros. Will he lock one of them in? Do we get to see the Yone here in game number 1 of this best of 3? And yes, sir, we do.
Okay, crazy wombo here from Jensen. We'll see what he's about, because rarely do we see him play these kinds of champions, usually falling back to more control mages and seeing a little bit more of controlled aggression out of him. He's always such a cerebral mid laner in the way that he approaches the game. This, you just want him to run into the enemy constantly. Doesn't matter if you run it down a few times. He has a 10 death power spike just like Yasuo here, and it's going to give Palafox that counter pick. I was telling you, Flowers, Palafox loves to counter, and he's going to take, I believe, the Lucian to the mid lane, Irelia into the top, and we got FlyQuest just fighting Team Liquid with pure fire here. I love what this draft says. It just says we're going to stomp the lane and we're going to just run over the game. It's ambitious because you're against Team Liquid, but if they can execute on it, suddenly we've got ourselves a very exciting series.
Very much so indeed. Now that bottom lane for FlyQuest, so powerful if they're ahead. Especially if Maokai's going for that AP type of build that we've seen before with like the Imperial Mandate. It provides a lot of opportunity to put a ton of damage onto your opponents, but you must be respectful of Tactical and CoreJJ. The desk was already talking about how these two always want to go in and just get those 2v2 kills in the bottom lane. With champions like Samira and Leona, you know that's what's on their mind. So I want to see FlyQuest and Johnson and Diamond in particular make sure they're very aware of Team Liquid's damage potential at all points in this game.
So I think Diamond will be very aware of what's going on with CoreJJ. I was watching a Double If co-stream the other day, and he was saying how Maokai seems to be almost a counter to the Leona, how blinding Leona is very dangerous because of Maokai's ability to just not only do very well in lane against her, but then just team fight like a beast against her. So if that plays out that way, I think the bottom lane of Seraphine and Maokai could just deny all the aggression that we've seen from Team Liquid and transition into a nutty team fighting phase, because those AoE team fighting abilities are just so large. The Maokai ult and Seraphines cover half a screen.
All right, we're into the game. Let's see how this one plays out here. Phase rush on both junglers. Jose Dioto going with the Ghost instead of the Flash here on the Udyr. Remember, Ghost very, very effective for helping him run down these champions that want to try to kite away from him like the Taliyah does. Licorice with the Conqueror on Irelia. Summoner Spellbook for Kennen up here in the top half of the map. Also want to point out here that we do have a teleport advantage for the side of Team Liquid. Jensen has gone with that one on the Yone, while Palafox has taken Ignite on the Lucian. Very aggressive choice here to try to have that early lane control, command that presence and that priority in that critical midpoint of the map, and make sure that Jensen's always on the back foot, stuck underneath the tower in this 1v1.
Well, we need to see if the support and jungle recognize how important this mid lane is going to be, because if Palafox is going to get an advantage with Ignite, like you just mentioned, he needs to be consistently pressing up. He needs as much help from Jose Dioto to make sure that he can be aggro and not be worried about Santorin ganking his lane. We've seen before from teams like EG being able to just quickly respond to what the needs of the mid lane are according to the wave, and this is one where you definitely need to keep the Lucian ahead, because we all know what happens when he gets those few kills or gets those CSs and never gets punished. You end up just having an assassin, but a fight in the bot lane right away.
Here's what we're talking about. It's level 1. They both start off with their gap closers, and they instantly go in. They get the cleanse out of Johnson. They use Core JJ's Ignite. But now as soon as they hit level 2, they're also going to have their flashes still ready to go. This is Tactical and Core JJ on the aggressive bottom lane. And look at Core JJ, man. He's just walking up there saying, I dare you. I double dog dare you to try to farm. And as soon as they hit level 2, he goes even further up.
They did this before. They started with the E in a surprise move in one of their games in the group stage, and were actually able to get a free first blood. And here they go again, trying to engage, but they're level 2 on the side. Johnson is not, so Diamond will just take some little bit of damage, trade back, and we'll be fine. Now that they're level 2, though, the FlyQuest bottom lane is going to be completely fine here and sustaining back up. So all said and done, there's a lot of sustain between Maokai and Seraphine.
Yep, those two together should be able to keep themselves in good enough shape if they just want to farm up underneath the turret. Of course, it is a large minion advantage for Tactical right now, but soon that wave will collide with Johnson and Diamond down there, and they can even that up a little bit. Looking at the junglers, you can see Santorin clearing up into the top side. Didn't go for the full clear, so now clearing back down towards his red side jungle, as Jose Dioto did clear out the entirety of his own jungle, and now as he moves to pick up this first Scuttle Crab, he'll be able to go back with a 28 farm count. Pretty much the highest you can do is unless you're going to double back and try to refarm for some reason. But nope, Jose Dioto going home, shopping up. You can see Santorin down here in the bottom side of the river, picking up the Scuttle Crab himself. So skipped out on a camp or two of his own, so a little bit behind Jose Dioto here. But Jose with the boots and the Ruby Crystal, ready to get back out onto the Rift.
That's going to set him up to go for a Dragon Sneak. We know that the Udyrs has been prioritizing the objective game, and being first on the map means you get that set up on that objective once the Scuttle dies, and you can start stacking those very early on. I've been watching some of his pathing, and he really is very good at just power farming more than anything else. And with a champion like Udyr, whose ability to clear with the RQ style that is being played around right now, I think we're going to have a Udyr that actually just gets to outpace a champion like Talia, despite her being an S-tier jungler right now.
Yeah, Talia so very strong. But talking about Talia, let's look at the setup that Team Liquid has for this champion, because it's all about guaranteeing the hit on the seismic shove that just makes Talia so powerful. Alfari, of course, can get a hard stun, but has to stack up the passive with his abilities. Much easier to do if he has the ultimate ready to go. Jensen can use his anime powers on Yone to throw somebody up into the air on that one, but again, both of those are rather easily dodgeable if the opponent has an escape mechanism ready to go. Core JJ is the big one I'm going to be looking at in these team fights, because if Core JJ starts off with a Zenith Blade Shield of Daybreak combo, or just uses the ulti to land a stun onto anybody, the ease of follow-up for Santorin with the seismic shove is just there. And it'll make it very difficult for FlyQuest to be able to save anybody that gets caught out once we get to that point in the game.
And the Team Liquid lineup has so much crowd control, and at the same time, a ton of physical damage coming in from auto attacks with the Yone and the Samira. So you wonder, do you go plated steel caps if you're somebody like the Udyr to try to survive that, or then have to deal with the Kennen and the Leona completely locking you down? So it's a bit miserable, and it just shows you that it's a good draft on the side of Team Liquid, because it forces FlyQuest to really think about what kind of itemization they should go for, because no boot will be a completely right choice.
Yeah, everything is... all your boot choices are gray in this one. There's no boot that just feels like, oh man, this is the greatest item possible for this game. Although I would favor the Merc Treads, especially for somebody like Udyr, having to run through a Kennen and a Leona and all of this. CC just feels really oppressive in those sort of situations. You can see he has the precision secondary tree for his runes, likely taking the Legend Tenacity on that one to guarantee that he's locked down for a shorter amount of time. Palafox could be in for a rude surprise here. Pops up the culling.
I love
to
this.
Clear out the rest of the wave. He knows something is up, and he doesn't put himself in any danger.
Yes, that's so good, because not only did he suspect, okay, we don't know where the Leona is, we don't have control into the bottom side, but even if he doesn't know where Team Liquid is, he knows where his own team is. He knows that Udyr is not around, his support is not going to make it, and that they haven't seen where Team Liquid is. Here comes the gank, though. Talia, check out the shove.
fight in the bottom side is not a fight. It is a straight-up murder as Santorin is there, and this is what I'm talking about. The power of Leona CC with Taliyah follow-up guarantees first blood for TL, and they're moving right over to that first drink.
There is darkness in this river, and from that darkness, they chop down the tree. Double control ward means that you don't know where they're coming from. You have the saplings to check, but Core JJ Zenith Blade long enough to get there, and with the Taliyah flash, there was just no way that Diamond was going to get out and survive and knock it from Samira. Here they go, looking for more, but do they know that Diamond is already here?
Diamond and Palafox walking through, but they're going after the enemy mid laner instead. Palafox with a flash away, Core JJ with a follow-up, and the damage comes through. Here's Jensen! And Palafox is down and out. Team Liquid with the patient play get rewarded with a second kill.
FlyQuest must have thought they based. They're like, all right, they got Dragon, they got a kill. Surely they have to go home by now and just reset, but they are relentless. They know they can still keep finding advantages against FlyQuest, and they got Summoners in the mid lane. That was the one that they wanted from Palafox. The earlier, Jensen blew his flash for it to get that kill, which really is going to hurt that mid lane. Now he's even in CS, and all that work that Palafox had done earlier, kind of undone. Here we go again against Diamond. Nice and easy. Taliyah's speed just so quick to make it back into the bottom lane. And I like seeing that Jose is actually nearby in the same area. Just not close enough, but at least you're somewhere together. The teams were thinking along the same lines.
And I love the fact that Team Liquid was patient here. Diamond would have been 100% a free kill. It's Maokai. Even if he has flash, the champion has no other mobility except to get himself into the fight. But they were saying, no, we've got the potential. Even through Lucian flash, we can chase him down and kill him. They get the more high-value kill. Alphari with the flash away. Licorice trying to continue going for this fight, but Alphari dropping the ulti keeps them both stunned up, and Alphari heavily outplays FlyQuest, nearly killing Licorice in the 1v2.
Tricky dive there. The Kennen has flash, and you could only pull that off if you actually have the flash on Udyr. I didn't think Alphari was going to fall for that. But now Taliyah is here, a 2v2.
Oh,
boy.
Santorin's jumping in there, throwing a couple more rocks. Licorice is completely out of mana. The boy is not in a very good spot here to be surviving this one very long. Jose Dioto goes for the bear, slap, seismic shove, not going to find a lot. Alphari grabbing the first kill of the fight, and now it looks like they're going to grab two. Man, I said that it was Alphari with the outplay in the 1v2, but it felt like FlyQuest just outplayed themselves, and now down in the bottom lane is Johnson in some trouble. Diamond's going to be there on the front line. Tactical finding even more damage. Core JJ missing the ulti. Does it even matter? Yes, it does. Tactical continuing to go in. The man's going to die, but he took two with them. It is a 6-1 game for Team Liquid.
It is Team Liquid just showing that they might just be the strongest team in the LCS with how much power they're showing in these lanes. Everybody is just outplaying the side of FlyQuest. They've got pressure everywhere, and that all into the bottom lane was just because they had level 6. They hit their spells before their opponents and were able to instantly just jump them and try to tower dive them. Jose will try to do something against Jensen, but this is a Udyr that has fallen behind. If you ever tried to play Udyr in Season 10, in Season 11, and you fell behind, you might be surprised why he's being picked again right now, because with all the 200-year champions, it really did not make a lot of sense why he's here now, but the items really allowed him to shine, and when the team comp have so much CC, it makes sense, but if you never get off the ground, if you're always falling behind, you're just running and spare slapping people, and that's about it.
I don't know if he even gets to do that second part, man. If this team continues falling behind at this rate, how will he ever be able to close the distance without immediately just being exploded by the burst power of Taliyah and Kennen with the CC of the Leona? Crumbs, we are now at a very dire spot for FlyQuest. They are over 3,000 gold behind at 10.5 minutes into the game. What is the plan here to stop this bleeding? I can't even finish asking the question before Team Liquid is bringing even more firepower into the top lane, laying the pain down on Licorice in the last auto attack. The Tick of Ignite gets it done. Alphari turns this into a 7-1 game with the help of Core JJ.
You ask a tricky question, but the answer lies in the bottom lane for FlyQuest, because it's the only places where you actually can engage and pick onto somebody. Right now, the solo lanes and junglers are too far behind, and they're not able to set up any place on their own. They need somebody to do it for them. So the Seraphine and Maokai are the ones. Before that, this play happened, though, and unfortunately, Licorice completely out of mana there. They're not really able to take this fight, and when Jose gets focused, who's the really only threat here, it's just no way that they can win this fight despite the giant minion wave. And then the Dingo level 6 here. Let's see how it happens. Yeah, look at that. It's the freaking dematerializer again. He dematerializes the cannon, and then Tactical hits 6 off it. And then Core JJ gets a few more, and then they just stop them.
I love the fact that that's our Honda performance play, and Tactical's just showing exactly how far he can push himself and his own performance by saying, you know what, I got 150 HP, but I can kill both of them if I flash under the turret, so why not? Tactical and Core JJ running things in that bottom lane. Core JJ 0-0 and 5. Licorice trying to initiate onto Alphari up here. Does land the follow-up stun, but Alphari's exhaust from that Summoner Spellbook proves way too useful here, keeping him alive, keeping Licorice at bay. Licorice does want to finish shoving this out if he can, but Alphari is trying to prevent that. Core JJ and Santorin walking up into enemy territory, dropping down the control ward here. Santorin flinging a couple of rocks, and he even steals away the enemy blue buff. Santorin is the jungle kingdom in this game.
The disrespect there, too. They could do nothing. How do you even walk up to the Taliyah when you have Maokai, Udyr that have to actually push themselves in their face and take all the pebbles? You got to take a rain of pebbles before you touch Taliyah.
All right, that champion is incredibly powerful in the current meta. We talked about it before, and I feel like after this game is over, FlyQuest will not be wanting to play against Taliyah again if they have anything to say about it. But right now, we got to see how this mid-game plays out. 13 minutes in, Core JJ throwing out the Zenith Blade, going fishing for Jose Dioto, but will not find him here. Rift Herald charges up in mid. The plates are almost gone. This fourth plate will be quite tanky now. A little bit more damage. We'll be able to find the gold here. Will the minions grab it? Yes, it will. Nice little bit of money in Team Liquid's pockets from that one. Nearly a 5,000 gold lead 13 minutes into the game, Crumbs. What is going on here? Team Liquid is just flexing muscles.
Yeah, they got a really solid draft. They got past the early stage, which would have been the only trouble, and now they're just going to be able to run over FlyQuest. Look at what Jensen can do. This is what you want to see out of your Yone, but you usually see that when you have the 3 million mastery point Yone in solo queue that can dash into your mid lane and do it constantly. If you don't have a jungler or a presence in the bot lane that can punish this, Yone is able to get away with murder, continuing to overextend in these lanes, and nobody can gank them. It's the problem of these kinds of compositions when your jungler falling behind Flowers. I think that it was a good attempt, and frankly, it's the attempt I would have tried if I'm FlyQuest against Team Liquid. If I know that this is a team that is meant to be the world's hope for North America, how many millions of dollars poured in here? I'm going to try to throw a curveball out. I don't want to fight their game.
Yeah, you've got to try to change up the battlefield in some way, shape, or form. And now we got the top laners here in the 1v1. Alphari swiftly wins that one, and there is just nothing really to it other than that. As Palafox trying to stay alive underneath his own tier 1 turret. Jensen trying to run away. Palafox wants that kill. The Ignite is down on Jensen. Palafox will die. Santora, the one taking the kill credit. Now Core JJ tanking up here in the river in the brush, flashing over the wall to escape Jose Dioto. Jensen lives. Palafox was trying to get something. I don't blame him for going for that. He wanted to see if maybe there was a miracle chance to get back into the game a little bit off of that one, but Team Liquid had enough backup to take their opponent down. Santorin's caught. A nice long-range charm from the Seraphine, and Johnson gets the shutdown.
A little greedy pathing there, not thinking that the Udyr could path up to the top side for the scuttle, but all said and done, Team Liquid still come up with a giant advantage as Alphari is able to crash that wave, and now Core JJ has reset and will be looking for more plays on the map. Look at that wave into the bottom lane. It's now getting picked up by Palafox, so the duo lane of FlyQuest has to take over the mid lane. This is what could help them out. When you pair up these crowd control moves with the Udyr, with the Aurelia, might be able to get some kills here against Core, who has no flash.
Core JJ should be dead here. You would think. Okay, they got him. Licorice getting himself on the board here. Now Alphari doesn't have the ulti ready to go. If Kennen has Slicing Maelstrom, this fight looks very, very different as all 3 FlyQuest players are dead. But 25% of that cooldown not being available is 25% too much. Team Liquid are not able to punish FlyQuest. And hey man, FlyQuest have now found themselves a couple of kills. They are not going down without a fight here. I like to see this aggressive decision making in the enemy jungle, even when they're this far behind, just finding any angle they can to bring this one back.
I think that's what's been the best thing about the Lock In tournament is that teams are not going down without a fight. They feel like they have more leeway to experiment and be more aggressive because of the stakes being lowered, so they can make the plays that normally you'd see only in scrims, and we see them now. They got those fights up there. They would have liked to go a little bit more because of what you said, the Kennen ultimate was down, but Palafox was down here with no TP, happy to crash the wave and start getting some more CS as he's got the Gale Force completed and should be able to use that quite effectively to dodge out against Core, Jensen, or even Alphari.
I know it's his intended trade pattern, but I love watching when Yone separates his spirit from his body, jumps in, throws out 3 abilities, misses 2 of them, and then goes right back to where he started, all within the course of 1 second. It's just, goodbye, Licorice. It was a pleasure knowing you, my friend, but Team Liquid is not having any of this here today. And on the other side of the map, Alphari is doing the same thing to Palafox. FlyQuest loses their solo laners yet again. A combined score of 1 and 7 for the 2 solo laners on FlyQuest. It has been a rough first game for them.
There's no wave clear here, Flowers. They're going to be able to even push for this turret and get some more. Are they going to commit for it? Yep, they got the inhibitor turret 17 minutes into this game. Team Liquid is just relentless here, and they still have time to path from top to the bottom side and get the dragon. They're getting everything. It's very close to a perfect game if it wasn't for those 3 kills.
This one is quickly becoming impossible here for FlyQuest. Jensen trying to get away, Diamond going in. Jensen using the ulti as an escape mechanism, and Diamond is now dead, courtesy of the Yone damage. Nice stun coming through from Core JJ, keeping Jose Diodo in place, or was it? Team Liquid may have baited themselves into a bad fight as FlyQuest is looking for something, but now with the TP coming in, Team Liquid's back on the attack. Johnson tries to continue kiting away, and he finds the damage on the enemy jungler. Santorin is down. Johnson flashes the frog emote, and the Seraphine is now 2 kills further into this game, feeling pretty good about it.
It took so much for them to even take down Santorin. They have so little damage, and you got Irelia pretty much holding a frozen lane in the top side, so it's going to be so long until FlyQuest can even put more members down here into these fights, as Team Liquid has no problem just continuing to dogpile members into whatever team fights, because they're going to win them with this giant lead. The best thing for FlyQuest right now is that it's too early in the game for Baron to be up, because otherwise they'd be going for that one as well, and they would have no choice to try to fight it, because they would lose if they give that up right now.
3 kills even for the Seraphine. I misspoke earlier. I was underestimating how much work Johnson's been doing here in this one. He seems to be the last remaining hope of FlyQuest here in the team fights. Has been doing a good job utilizing the incredibly powerful range of this champion. Remember that every single time Seraphine's ult passes through a champion, whether that champion is an ally or an opponent, it will reset its travel distance. So as long as you have enough buddies in between you and where the fight is going on, you can yeet that thing 1,000 miles away and it will still make contact in the team fight. There's a lot of surprise and playmaking potential with it. Speaking of surprises and making plays, if Palafox walks any closer to that brush, all right, he can spell that this is not a safe state in Summoner's Rift. He has got to back up. And Team Liquid now going for even more here on the Tier 2. Jensen jumping in there with a little bit of damage, right back to where he started. The power of Soul Unbound to just go in and grab a little bit of poke, get right back out. Alphari making sure Palafox can't enter into the fight by blocking off that side path. And Team Liquid will just continue setting up here, trying to take down this Tier 2.
Slow and steady. Look at what they have. They've got control wards where Core JJ is in the blue buff, so Alphari pushes and then rotates over, and it forces FlyQuest to worry about a dive coming from any of these angles, so they constantly back off. You see that Palafox doesn't know what's going on. They attempt something in the mid lane, but they can just retreat as they know they're getting enough damage into these turrets. One more auto.
Oh! Diamond is about to just die. Tactical goes in to finish it off, and Jensen's got the CC to keep his AD carry alive, but only for a second. The shutdown comes through. It's Johnson grabbing that yet again, and he shuts down a couple. Core JJ trying to find the damage onto Palafox as Team Liquid retreats. Palafox will die off to the enemy support, but FlyQuest has killed off 3, nearly 4. Core JJ barely getting himself away on this one. Jose Diodo coming around from the side, looking to lock down Alphari. He has to keep on running. Udyr, you can catch up to these guys, but he's got to pose himself the question, does he even want to? They get over the wall with a blast cone. Nobody else from FlyQuest can follow and keep up, and Jose Diodo does not want to overextend here. Smites the Scuttle Crab to get away, and FlyQuest will find themselves some more kills, Crumbs. It ain't over yet.
Oh, the classic jungler's dilemma. Because I can does not necessarily mean that I should. The Lee syndrome, the Udyr running in, whatever it is, junglers always have to make the decision of whether you're actually going to continue to chase when you are this far behind. And that whole sequence, that was just Team Liquid being a little bit greedy. You could have just waited for one more wave before going for that. They got enough shove, but they saw how low that turret was and thought, well, if we walk up, maybe we can kill the Maokai, we can take the turret down in between it, and then win the fight because we're so far ahead. And sort of played out that way since you got the kills and the turret, but it did give some gold back to FlyQuest, which certainly makes them happy because any sort of trades when you're this far behind is going to be a big benefit to the losing team.
So I will say that it feels like every single kill that FlyQuest has gotten this game, and I know that it's not correct because he only has 6 total kill participation and there's been 7 kills, but Johnson's ulti has enabled practically everything. I feel like without a Seraphine ult being present, there's just no kills happening. Tactical, what are you doing up there, buddy? Completely alone.
Wait.
Nobody else on the Team Liquid squad next to him. I know you're Samira. I know the champion does 1v3 wub-wub montage stuff. That's its identity, but you can't just be up there like this. Team Liquid, I'll call it limit testing for the sake of being polite, but this is some really sloppy play in the last few minutes.
Yes, limit testing indeed, because it kind of looked close, actually, until the exhaust came out. I was like, wait a minute, does he know something about Samira that we don't? Is she actually this strong? Very close. If you had another teammate, you would have done it, but totally right. Definitely inting it down because your team is doing Baron. The mistake isn't you trying to 1v3, it's that you're not doing what your team is doing, and that's kind of the way that you're playing League right now. You want to make sure that every single action is lined up with what the team wants to do, and they were already at Baron, should have backed off.
FlyQuest happy to get yet another freebie here. 14-8 our overall kill score, as FlyQuest is still down pretty severely. Over 6,000 gold. Team Liquid moving up, and it's Jose Diodo waiting there in the brush. The follow-up from the Seraphine for the CC. Alfari using the stasis to keep himself safe and alive, but there is your follow-up to the follow-up, baby, and it's FlyQuest grabbing the shutdown as Team Liquid lose one of their main initiators, one of their big AoE tools here for the team fight. Core JJ now stuck in a spot where he's got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out too. Jose Diodo continuing to lead the charge, going after Tactical, but he gets himself away by dashing to an ally. FlyQuest with control over the bottom side of the river with more men on the map right now. Drake spawns in 10 seconds. That would be a soul if Team Liquid got it. But FlyQuest are making that a very difficult proposition for them. They will leave Licorice and Licorice alone in the Drake pit to take this objective.
And Team Liquid was almost close to thinking about going for a 4v5 on this. They are that strong, but you think about what the risk would be if you actually lose that fight. It would have been a Baron. It could have potentially been the game at that point. So I like the decision to back it up. And I want to go back to your point about the last few minutes of Team Liquid being somewhat sloppy. The gold lead continuing to close. It was, what, 12-3? Almost a perfect game. There's still a lot of standing gold on the side of FlyQuest. The amount of kills they've caught up, the slowing down of the Dragons, they're buying themselves a lot of time in this game, and a few more of those plays out of Team Liquid, and the Maokai-Seraphine combination is going to start to be really pesky in these team fights to set up Palafox and Jose with Licorice. They're already starting this Baron, so I like that they're pressing this, but FlyQuest should be able to fight, except they don't have Seraphine. She base.
Yeah, Seraphine not there means this fight is doomed for FlyQuest. You can't take this. They got Baron, just give it away. Don't take a fight. There you go, secured by Alfari, of all people. And Team Liquid now has Baron on all 5 players. They're in a great spot to continue controlling the entirety of the map, pushing further into FlyQuest territory. And unlucky for FlyQuest, you have to have Seraphine there. There's no fight that you can take in this game without Seraphine available. Her ult is so critical for this team being able to win a fight.
Absolutely. Her CC is really important because everybody else puts their face in it, really. Irelia is rarely to be in it, but her range is not long enough. Same thing with Udyr and Maokai. Seraphine is the only one that actually allows you to lock somebody down and not have somebody die or tank way too much damage in return.
So we've got Blade of the Ruined King and a Mana Moon here for Licorice's Irelia. Incredibly squishy build. When he goes in, if he gets focused, he'll die pretty much instantly. But if the opponent's RCC'd properly, he will be able to put down plenty of damage. Jose Diodo with a complete tank build here on the Udyr. Everything's just going for movement speed. When all your champion can do is run, move speed is very OP. As someone who only plays Skarner, I know this truth all too well. Look at Palafox in the mid lane here on the Lucian, trying to move towards more items, but man, Palafox still only has one fully completed non-boots item, very far behind the curve here in this game. Jensen also having stopwatch ready to go here on this Yone. Means he can dive into these fights all the way with the ult, seeing if he can just set up plays here for the rest of the TL squad. You can see some assist me pings coming out. CoreJJ just marching into the enemy base. They know that top lane tier 3 turret is gone from the play they made earlier with the Rift Herald. They can just push up and start pressuring onto this, not worry about having to fight underneath a turret at all. Weaver's Wall comes in just to give them more opportunity to free fire onto this thing, prevent anybody from FlyQuest from being able to stop it, and there you go. Free inhib for TL. Played that one nice and clean.
With Palafox down into the bottom lane just shoving out, there is no way FlyQuest is thinking about defending, and Team Liquid knows that. It's why they feel so confident just walking up here and being in effective range of Seraphine and Maokai to engage. Lucian is still pushing into the bottom lane. Team Liquid is at a man advantage with Baron, giant gold leads. Lucian is now basing. It's a free double inhibitors on the Baron power play. I think this game is all but done, Flowers. They just need to put the finishing touches, nice little ribbon, sign the letter, and ship it.
Oh, man, you know what happens when you got the 2 inhibs down, Crumbs? The enemy team just sets up shop in the other remaining lane. Maybe leave one guy around to Baron empower the 2 that are already super, and you're stuck in your base just waiting for the inevitable push of the triple inhib and the double super minions. Things just keep getting more and more difficult for the FlyQuest squad here. You can see the Red Bull Baron about to run out now. 15 seconds left on that one, so TL will not get much more value from it. They did get a couple thousand gold lead. They took down those 2 inhibs, and we've got 90 seconds to go until that next Drake is up. And if you're a TL fan, you just want to make sure nobody randomly dies in that next 90 seconds to see this team secure that soul, which should be all they need to take this game home.
Exactly. Nobody dies. No more limit testing right now. The next game will be the one where you can start experimenting a little bit again. This one, you don't need to do that anymore. And you can see how they're showing that in the way that they're approaching the setup for this Dragon. CoreJJ far out, setting up control wards for everybody else. Tactical, clearing out the vision, making sure that the wave is slow pushed. You don't want to crash this wave right now because the rest of the team isn't there just yet. So you wait for Centauran to arrive, you wait for Jensen and Alfari to shove the wave, and that way, if anybody gets picked off, then the rest can collapse and immediately take the 3rd inhibitor. That way, FlyQuest is stuck with between one bad decision or a worse one.
You got to make sure all the boys are ready to go here as the Weaver's Wall is fired out, separating the players on FlyQuest. Licorice not in the same spot as the rest of the team. Palafox now joining up with everyone as well, rushing out of the fountain here with the home guards. You can see we've got about 3 minutes on average for both of the other inhibs, so plenty of time left for Team Liquid to utilize this pressure they've earned for themselves in mid and top lane. Drake about to spawn in 10 seconds. If Team Liquid are displeased with the current state of this siege, they can just walk it back, go straight for the Drake, dare FlyQuest to come and try to fight them. If you're FlyQuest, you don't want to do that. You have to play around your own base and your defensive structures. You've got Licorice diving in after Alfari, finding some good damage onto him, but it's not a 1v1 game, Crumbs. It's not a 1v1 game.
Never has been.
5v5.
Never has been a 1v1, especially in the top lane. You think top laners are 1v1, it's always jungle difference in the top lane. And now you don't even need the Mountain Soul. You stick to the lanes, just crash these waves, and you can end this game. I like this decision. So many teams would be so much softer in their approach to ending this, but there is no need for more time in this one. You can definitely crash this wave as top super minion is already hitting the Nexus turrets.
Nexus turret's in trouble, and the remaining inhibitor is already gone. Alfari keeping himself safe here with the power of the stasis. Diamond's going to die first. Alfari's out of the picture here. Jose Dioto getting that one done, going on a killing spree, but with Johnson dead, surely FlyQuest chances in this first game are done. Palafox kiting away. Jose Dioto trying to buy as much time as he can, running around in circles, just trying to buy as much aggro from Team Liquid to save these Nexus turrets. The first one's nearly already dead. Jensen jumping in there, using the Q3 for the knock-up on Licorice. He's respawned, but now he's immediately sent back into the spawn platform. That second Nexus turret, man, look at that thing. It's barely hanging on. Palafox and Jose Dioto doing everything they can to defend this one. Jose Dioto going to be chain CC'd. The man's running away, but he will not escape. The secondary damage on Soul Unbound finishes him off, and it is Palafox and Licorice versus the world.
That turret is still living by a hangnail there, and FlyQuest only survives because Tactical dies. There is no longer any ranged champion to actually hit that turret. If it was any champion that's not melee in the mid lane, I think Jensen would have been able to end this game. But I love that FlyQuest actually takes the decisive move here. They want to be the ones to aggress onto Team Liquid. If they go down on their own terms. Eliminate Alfari, but then the pick onto Tactical, I think, was the really big one there, because he's being very aggressive, going in, flashing in, but then the root of Seraphine gets comboed with Palafox quite swiftly, and that's what saves them. They get the Mountain Soul, though, in the replay that we didn't see. They get the Baron, and now they're just putting the finishing touches, because you don't need anything more. If it was very close last time around, it won't be this one.
And they're going to the Baron immediately. They started it up before even clearing out the blue ward. That shows you how confident that they are that their opponents can do absolutely nothing to stop this. Look at the vision, Crumbs, in the top half of the jungle here on the FlyQuest side of the map. It's lit up like a Team Liquid Christmas tree. Just ornaments hanging all over, and every single one of them brushes you can keep your eye on. Team Liquid knows if anyone from FlyQuest will come anywhere near that Baron pit. And now FlyQuest just continues to try to defend their inhibitors. One has respawned there in the top lane. Mid lane inhibitor respawning in under 10 seconds. You can see that in the bottom left of your screen. They will try, but they have one shot left. And Team Liquid is 10,000 gold in the lead. CoreJJ starting off the fight. Diamond's going to be your target. Diamond already gone. CoreJJ tanking up here in the front line. Licorice into the back, looking to find some sort of damage, but the man explodes instantly. Jose Dioto shows up to grab the kill on CoreJJ, but considering it's a trade, that means that FlyQuest is out of there. Tactical chasing Palafox all the way back into the fountain. Team Liquid, whether or not they want to pad their stats, it don't even matter. There's your ace. Santorin's going to die to the laser once he becomes vulnerable again. And Team Liquid, they had a couple silly mistakes there in the mid-game, man, but they destroyed FlyQuest this game.
Bleeding blue all the way. The Team Liquid was just relentless. The solo lanes popping up, the bottom lane, everybody just had a good game. It looks like FlyQuest just needs to go back to the drawing board and see what it was that Team Liquid's laners were doing, because the 1v1s were always getting out pressured. Then when CoreJJ got off, that's when it got scary. Because the 1v1s, all right, we're holding it on. CoreJJ is not on the map yet, but then once that happened, once the kills on the bottom lane started going through and the pressure from Team Liquid's bottom lane spilled over everywhere, the game blew wide open.
Yeah, the Taliyah and Leona combo just guaranteeing the power to always blow somebody up. The solo laner's fallen so far behind. Licorice's build had a lot of damage potential, but you just saw what happened to him every time he went into the fight. Merc treads or not, he was just CC'd as soon as he went in and just destroyed in the middle of the 5v5 action there. Team Liquid definitely looking pretty good, but at the same time, I'm going to call out a lot of the errors that we saw around the mid-game. They were clearly feeling confident. They wanted to see how far they could push that, just how far ahead they were. Ended up paying the price a couple of times, but ultimately, the bottom line is it didn't change anything. Team Liquid still won this game with a 5-digit gold difference between them and their opponents, and they look like they're going to turn this into a quick 2-0 unless FlyQuest makes some pretty dramatic changes in game number 2. We're heading to a break right now, but after that break, we will hear from the State Farm Analyst Desk for more on how Game 1 played out.
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Desk. Team Liquid has pulled ahead in game number 1 versus FlyQuest, maybe expected by some who have put their predictions in that boat. But starting right at the top of this game, Azael, we did see a little bit of a different kind of way for Team Liquid to highlight some of the strengths of their players.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I immediately have my eyes drawn to is the Taliyah-Leona combo. Coming into this game, there was 21 times these two champions have played together in pro play across the major regions. 81% win rate. It's just like it doesn't lose. It's so insane. And I think that Taliyah is the strongest champion in pro play right now. And I think when you allow Taliyah through and you allow it to be paired with Renekton, with Leona, with point and click CC, it's such a simple setup. CoreJJ is an absolute smurf. He's going to be making it around the map. And when he's coordinating well with Santorin, point and click stun into the seismic shove, you are just dead. So I feel like already FlyQuest put themselves so far behind just by giving over this incredible duo.
Yeah, and on the flip side for FlyQuest, I like some of the idea around the bot lane. We kind of identified it being probably a tough matchup against CoreJJ and Tactical, and so they did something, it's not cheesy because we've seen it enough, but it is different to go for the Seraphine carry position, pairing with the Maokai support, something that can, do a lot of damage later on in the game. So I overall liked this idea to take a more unfamiliar matchup, but like you said, they just got punished so hard so early on.
Right. To add on to that a bit, I actually think the Seraphine Maokai lane wins that lane. Only after level 4, though, but unfortunately that game, Diamond died exactly at level 4. When he died at that point, Leona was able to get 6 before they would lose lane, and then they got to rotate around the map, and Leona just started making plays elsewhere. So their opportunity was lost due to Diamond getting caught out, which he really shouldn't have been caught out as a Maokai. So they can win that lane if they just play better.
Yeah, I mean, We've said it time and time again here on the desk how it actually works out, Azael, when CoreJJ is given the room to breathe.
Exactly. I mean, here is the example already, right? The point and click stun into the flash fling there from Santorin. He's already down to about 5-10% HP. So at that point, you are just dead. Then guess what? It's CoreJJ and Santorin again. Stun into fling. Palafox is dead too. This was honestly a really nice follow through by Jensen, by the way, there. The ult over the wall, then a flash to follow while still in the E. And then again, the all-ins start to commence. At this point, they were already pretty far ahead, so they can play a little bit fast and loose, and we saw more of that throughout the game. CoreJJ just tanking this up as Tactical is able to clean up a couple kills.
We have seen that start with the E come from CoreJJ, resulting in some great plays right at the beginning of the game. But it's not like it was all for naught on the side of FlyQuest, Mark, because even in the top lane, it looked like Licorice was starting to get a hold of things.
Yeah, I mean, he had the counter pick in the top side. They clearly wanted to target Alfari a little bit, and it was going well for him until this play. Just a super overextension after getting the flash out. You could potentially look for a repeat gank now that that's down. Instead, he just really overforced it. Took a lot of turret shots, and then because they want to get the wave in now, it gives enough time for Santorin to collapse, and they get into this really ugly 2v2 situation. And it's just kind of going to end the lane for him, honestly, because after this play, not only are they going to get a bunch of kills for the top side of Team Liquid, it's also going to be the double buffs over, or excuse me, the red buff over to Kennen, which is just so frustrating. And you can see, he went from having a big CS lead to falling down a little bit. We already talked about CoreJJ being unlocked, so all of a sudden, here comes the support up to my side of the map, starting to spread that lead around.
Exactly. It's just so brutal because that was their last pick. That is what you're supposed to be getting the advantage through. You give over this Taliyah-Leona combo that's maybe going to ravage the bottom side of the map. And he actually laned incredibly well. The point of showing this highlight is not to be like, wow, Licorice, you suck. It's like you created 20 CS advantage over Alfari by yourself with no jungle intervention, and then you get punished so heavily because he overextended there. They got the flash out with the ultimate, so if you just took that, pushed out the wave, reset, you won't die when Taliyah comes, and then you're playing from an advantage. You repeat gank with both your flashes, Alfari is probably dead. Maybe from there, you can actually have a way to win the game. You can split push, you can try to create something through that. But unfortunately, it just felt like in that case, Licorice wanted too much from the play, overextended, took the double tower shots, and when you die there, and then you come back with no TP and support roams on you and you die again, your game is over.
Go next fast.
Talk about taking the wind out of your sails. Completely deflated in a single play. From then on, Team Liquid looked like they had a lot of control of what was going on, but there was a little bit of back and forth high there in the end. Do you think it was more on FlyQuest trying to find opportunities to bring it back through, or Team Liquid playing a little looser?
So in my experience, there's a term that we call this, how do you say, limit testing, which is what a lot of players like to say as a alternative to, inting. So I think Team Liquid is having a little bit of fun limit testing here. They definitely didn't close out the game cleanly like they could have. Sometimes, players still enjoy League of Legends, right? So sometimes you want to play for fun, you're having a good time, you're smashing people, so you just limit test a little bit, and then when you really need to close out the game, you close out the game, which is what happened here. They probably could have ended the game 9 minutes earlier had they just did Baron and then push with that to end, but like I said, pro players are allowed to have fun too. Let them limit test a little bit. Yeah, they're having a good time.
But if you're on the other side with FlyQuest and you're not trying to find the testing of your limits, but rather where it begins, where you can try to start to get the W's going into game number 2, Mark, we know now that FlyQuest have elected to go to blue side. Is there anything from draft and beyond that you think that they could change to try and put this win in their favor?
I mean, I liked the general idea of having like a counter pick on the top side to try and get the best of Alfari. I like the bot lane idea. I think Azale identified one of the scary combos that they had to run up against. I even think just the fact that you had Jose Diodo on Udyr into the Taliyah, which is already such a powerful jungler that you just don't have really opportunities to make anything happen early on. I would like to see Jose Diodo maybe on something a little bit more independent that can make plays earlier on in the game. I mean, I think Udyr can be cool in the current meta with how annoying he gets with Chem Tank later on in his build, but it's definitely not something that starts early.
Yeah, I mean,
Azalea, you're the Jose Deoda expert, as we have now learned.
I think that when they are on the blue side, it's very likely that TL will just ban out the Taliyah themselves, right? So they won't have to worry about that. If TL doesn't ban it out, I would be happy to see Jose Deodo on that. I think it is a champion that is fast, that is proactive, that can get something done, and maybe try to pull off something similar to what Santorin and CarJJ were able to get going in game number 1.
Right. I think FlyQuest can win, or at the very least have a better game. They just need Licorice to be a bit more patient with his things. He pulled a good lead, exert some patience from him. For Diamond, I'd like to see a bit more of aggression and kind of like patience as well. And then for Palafax, it wasn't really talking much about that lane, but the Lucian Yone matchup is actually really, really bad for Yone, and he won't ignite Dorn's Blade as well. So we need a bit of like aggression from him, a bit of aggression from support, and a bit of patience from top lane. Adjust those kind of things, and then I think the game will be a lot closer.
That's what FlyQuest are hoping for, to not just keep it close, but get a victory to keep the series going. After the break, we're going to continue the series, so stay tuned, everybody.
Roaming from top lane has its perks in this Assist of the Day, presented by State Farm. The EG Welcoming Committee was in full swing during Lock In, and this dive from Impact and Svenskeren top perks what Living Evil is all about.
EG coming in trying to make some sort of a play here. Perks has to go back to his soul point. This is what you were talking about, Kobe. That's what's punishable about Soul Unbound. He must return to the origin point, and as soon as he does, EG does the 3-man collapse.
Most experienced winner.
Welcome back. Y'all just got to look at Liquid Plus, a super fan experience for die-hard fans of the Team Liquid squad. You can earn points for following all of the Liquid content your heart desires, and you can also earn some Liquid swag, coaching, and much, much more. That launches on the 27th, so make sure you sign up soon. But right now, we got to see if the Team Liquid boys can make this a swift 2-0 against FlyQuest, or if FlyQuest can bring it back and give us a 3-game series here today. Crumbs, how you feeling about the outlook of things here in game number 2 after what we saw in the first one?
I'm feeling great, Flowers. I'm vibing. Team Liquid's vibing. Clearly, the fans are feeling it too with the super pack as well. So I think that they got a really strong combo. I love the stats from the desk. Azale brought up, what was it, 20-plus something games, 80+% win rate on the Talia-Leona combo. So had FlyQuest known that, I don't know if they would have let the Talia go through, because you know that Core JJ is going to take those Leona picks and find those synergies with the jungler every single time. It's what they do. It's how you roam.
I'm really curious what changes about the draft this time around, because Talia is so strong. Core JJ on an engage is so strong. Tactical, when he has allies to set him up to go in on the Samira, is so strong. I think of those three, they're all deserving to be potentially banned at some point. The solo lanes didn't seem to be an exceptional problem for the Team Liquid solo lanes, excuse me, didn't seem to be an exceptional problem here for the side of FlyQuest. They both did just fine, but it didn't seem like that was the thing that was breaking the game. Alfari, of course, having a good showing there on the Kennen. After that gank where Jose Dioto and Licorice went in, they went underneath the turret, and Alfari just outplayed. Man, he was looking like there was nothing past that point that was going to throw him off of his groove. The man was having a great time on that champion as well. The Summoner Spellbook did so much to give him an edge in those fights that he was taking up there. Team Liquid just looked clean all around. If we ignore some of the goofy stuff in the mid game, just going to scrub that from my brain with a sponge. But when they were on, and FlyQuest has to figure out a way to break it.
They have to. And I think they can still start from the laning phase, though, because I didn't hate the draft at all. I just felt like it had a significantly higher burden of execution for themselves. The Aurelia has to outplay the lane against the Kennen. The Lucian has to outplay against Yone. We heard from High how that matchup is supposed to go. We saw with the Ignite what they were trying to do. Falling behind a little bit just got so much worse. The gank in the top lane that you brought up, the roam into the mid lane, really put those two behind. And from that point, they never really got back. So I don't mind if they go with another high risk kind of composition here and let Team Liquid get some of the power picks, not that much, gets whatever they want, but still putting the burden of responsibility on yourself is not a bad thing, especially for a team that's been around for just a few days. They don't have that much practice, so it's only the Lock In tournament, and if they can just get maybe a win here, that's already a huge accomplishment for the Lock In tournament.
So you're fine with seeing them go for another one of these high execution compositions, seeing if they can just sort of roll the dice. It goes back to what you were talking about in game number 1, about how since we're starting off with Lock-In tournament, it doesn't affect the standings for the regular split. Teams are more confident in doing more of those scrim meta type of decisions, not just going for the tried and true and what they already know, but taking those risks. And I think on the long term, it will make the teams overall better as they experiment with these different things and figure out what really fits them as a team for their style.
Exactly. The players need to be familiar with that kind of aggression on stage. And so the lock-in gives you that familiarity of, oh, I remember when I felt very loose, when I was vibing and doing all sorts of these plays, and they actually worked out. So then when you go into the tournaments that are high pressure, that really matter, where they have to find a play, they realize, oh, I actually know how we need to play to start turning the game more chaotic, to accelerate the pace if we need to. So the lessons here should be lessons in confidence for the spring and summer seasons.
Well, Team Liquid having Tactical and Core JJ down there. We got to see the level 1 2v2 last game that they just immediately dive in with Samira and Leona. Both of these champions being able to learn their dash ability at level 1 to just get in there and go hard. I'm curious if FlyQuest is going to allow them to do it again. I'm fully expecting them to be more prepared for it this time. You said you expected them to be prepared for it last time, and they still got caught in a bit of an unlucky spot. Didn't die early on, did not die at level 1, but losing that much HP on their carry in the bottom lane was not the best thing. But still, I want to give credit to FlyQuest's bottom lane for being able to recover after that level 1 unfortunate incident, getting jumped on there by the power of Leona and Samira, because it was the Seraphine that was the saving grace of this squad. Without that, I feel like if that Seraphine was anything else, that game's an FF20.
Yeah. And you give Team Liquid credit, yet the place that I think FlyQuest should look at is where the game really felt like it snowballed. Before the first blood, when Corey JJ and Tactical got that all in into the bottom lane, now they have so much pressure in that lane, they transitioned that with the jungler to just get double controls connecting mid to bottom, and that's how they got the kill onto the Maokai, then the kills into the mid lane, then they denied the jungle camps, then they control the blue side jungle and snowballed from there. So that moment where Team Liquid took advantage of the fog of war and you didn't know where the junglers and supports were, that's where FlyQuest needs to watch out for, because that's what Team Liquid used to snowball the game into the proportions that we saw last game.
All right, here's the draft for game number 2. It's Twisted Fate, Camille, Aphelios, Olaf, Taliyah, and Pantheon all band away. FlyQuest's first pick is the Kai'Sa, and they lock it in pretty fast. I'm really liking this champion lately. Really works well with dive composition. Super, super powerful. S-tier marksman. The response from Team Liquid, they're going to pick up Nidalee in the jungle for Santorin, going with the other one of those AP junglers that has that skill shot where if you have the CC to set it up, you're just guaranteeing yourself the kill. And they're putting Tactical back on the Samira here immediately, going up against the Kai'Sa with.
Nice, and we got a dive comp out of FlyQuest. Follow up for the Hecarim. Now, how much are they going to index on the support? We don't know just yet, but we got 3 champions that can follow up on crowd control or set themselves up very nicely. So a very different change of pace. It's a better draft, I think, for a blue side to be able to prioritize just a solid team fight composition. And on red, when you do have those access to counter picks, you can get away with those Lucians into Yones or Irelias into the Kennons. Instead, it is going to be Akali, another dive buddy. Very exciting to see her paired with the Hecarim, but what will Jensen do in the laning phase against this? We've heard from Palafox, hey, if I get my hands on Akali, I'm going to carry the game. Well, this is it. Can you carry against a game? Can you carry a game against the likes of Team Liquid? Get past the laning phase, because he had a fine lane against Jensen for the little bit, but then in the side lanes, the Kennen and Yone just took over.
So this composition from FlyQuest is reminding me a lot of what we saw yesterday from Cloud9 in their series against TSM, always just going full send on the dive, everybody just jumping in there in a dog pile. So Team Liquid has the responsibility of finding a way to separate that dive, make it so they can't all move in as one decisive unit, and immediately end the team fight before it ever begins. They're picking up the Renekton there for Alphari in the top lane. And now the second part of the bans are going to be rolling in here. The Gnar band away, that one we have seen as a pick in response to the Renekton before, so they want to keep that out. Also a good champion that as long as he's got the Gnar bar, he fits well into the dive profile of FlyQuest, so taking that one out of the picture. Galio is also banned away. It's a champion that can work well in the dive comp with FlyQuest, but they don't want to give Team Liquid the opportunity to take it because it also shuts down dive very effectively, and it is TL that has next pick coming out of the ban phase. So let's see how they choose to do the last couple of bans here.
I'm surprised with that Gnar pick personally, because on red side, when you've got the Renekton and the Nidalee, you can't just dive him constantly on mini Gnar. He is fodder. So I'm thinking right away, if you're not looking to play the Renekton Nidalee combo into whatever, and you're banning out the Gnar, you might be thinking of going to the bottom lane again, just pairing Santorin with Corey JJ, because Renekton can be fine just left to his own devices as a top laner that you want to just have some strong priority with, a physical damage, point and click CC, nothing like a Kennen, and it just makes it easier for your composition to have more magic damage. So I'm thinking the Nidalee Renekton might not be the combo, and instead we're going to see the Rel Samira, the newest bot lane addition to Summoner's Rift, and this is a pick that Corey JJ, the likes of Team Liquid, they think this is quite overpowered, quite good, this pick. So if you put in the work on it, you'll learn very quickly she just might be OP.
I like the bans that each team used as their last ban here. TL continuing to target the champions that are super good at diving. Alistar, one of the best in the game at that. And FlyQuest responding by getting rid of that Leona that Core JJ played so well in game number 1. The Rel locked in, as you said. The response to the Rel is the Janna. So remember that when Rel goes in, it's sort of a slow animation where she jumps in the air and you see the mark on the ground and it's here she comes. And Janna can interrupt that with a tornado to stop Rel's disengage and make it easier for the Kai'Sa to stay alive and not get caught out. I actually like this a lot from FlyQuest in the bottom lane. I am by no means an expert on bottom lane 2v2s, but in theory, based on how Janna does against other engaged supports like Leona with using her tornado, I'm a fan.
Normally, I would have questioned the Janna because it didn't fit the identity of what the other champions were trying to do. Kai'Sa wants to go in, Hecarim the same thing with the Akali, Janna not so much. But when you have a Gragas in the top lane, who is a huge pick for FlyQuest, a triple flex availability, you actually now can engage and disengage at the same time. So they are putting a lot of emphasis on their ability to play these fights out properly with their big engage and disengage tool. So there can be some big flops on the side of FlyQuest, but at the same time, if they can time these well, whether it's casks and monsoons, the team fights can be so spread out that it'll be hard to keep up with what's going on. So when Team Liquid lock in the Orianna, they just say, we don't know what the heck FlyQuest is going to throw at us, so we're just going to go with the safest, easiest, no more Yoni. Let's just play this standard because they're already thinking about something that we haven't played against before.
And we've seen Orianna Shockwaves turn around fights, turn around games, literally define a match of League of Legends so many times in the past. I like the use of this here because it means if FlyQuest all dog piles in and don't immediately find a kill and win the fight outright, Jensen will always have an opportunity to turn it right back around with a multi-man Shockwave. So I'm glad to see the Orianna picked up here in this situation. I looked it up specifically because Rel's still a very new champion, so I don't have all of the information down off the top of my head just yet. When Rel leaps in with her W to go for the stun, it is a 1.5 second travel time. Even if you're not paying attention, if you are clicking abilities with Janet, like putting your mouse over the icon and going click, click, you will be able to stop that with a tornado before it hits the ground.
I'm going to tell you some
very easy interrupt.
If you cannot stop a 1.5 second charged ability consistently after playing League for a while, maybe not the game for you. 1.5 seconds is a lot of time to see an ability. That's a lot of time.
That is a long
Just
time.
saying, man. That's a lot of time. It's not a Malphite. I could see, like, even that you can flash out, right? Most players, ADs, learn to flash that one. Come on. 1.5 seconds. I want to see the Janet pull it off.
Well, we'll see how that bottom lane 2v2 plays out between these guys. I am excited for the FlyQuest composition. You mentioned earlier how you were okay with seeing FlyQuest do another difficult to execute composition again. I'm on the opposite side of the table, especially when you see a team going into a matchup that they're very clearly not the favorites in, and when they only just recently got the whole roster together. I'm a bigger fan of ease of execution, and I think a dive composition is just one of the classics in League of Legends where you don't have any of those questions you got to be asking yourself. None of that difficult thinking type of gameplay. You just throw all your dudes in there and hope when the dust settles, you've got more guys left alive. But we got Team Liquid going for a level 1 invade here.
Yeah, and FlyQuest doesn't know that Rel is here, but they should know that she can do that and up to her tricks. So because they don't know what Core JJ just did, you actually could see the same all-in from the bottom lane with Core JJ's leap, tactical, leveling his own leap, and then all-inning level 1 and seeing if they can actually get an advantage that way. I want to see if Johnson and Diamond can actually anticipate that that could be a possibility for the Team Liquid bottom lane. They should know, though, that because an invade happened, something in the red side is likely warded. Assume always that the red buff is the point that is going to be warded, and unfortunately on the side of FlyQuest, they didn't actually get a deep ward for Team Liquid, so they don't really know where their jungler is starting. Whereas Team Liquid, very well aware that Jose Diodo is on the top side.
Yeah, they'll see that red buff has not drawn any aggro whatsoever. Jose Diodo also starting at blue. Makes sense for Hecarim. Loves to spam those abilities in the jungle. So if you want to do a full clear from one side of the jungle to the other, it is plenty easy when you've got the blue buff and you can just spam every ability nonstop no matter what. So we'll see if Jose can get anything done in this bottom lane. Also starting from top to bottom side clear for Jose Diodo means that if Team Liquid is playing aggressive in that bottom lane with the Samira Rel combo like you would expect them to play, Jose might be able to find an early punish down there after he clears through his own jungle. Back up here on the top side, it was Alphari who did better in this 1v1 in the previous game. Now here on that Renekton, we'll see if he can continue against Licorice's Gragas. Now this Gragas is taking the Grasp of the Undying, and that is typically indicative of the tankier style of build as opposed to the AP heavy one. So I'm expecting Licorice to just go for some armor here, probably starting off with a Sunfire or at least something in the Bomby Cinder line, and then just saying, you know what, I'm the meatball, I'm the front line. He doesn't need to be blowing anybody up from 100 to 0.
That is if he can get past the laning phase, because Centauran path from bottom to top right now, and the way that Alphari is playing this lane makes me think that they are thinking about going for a tower dive. You know Jose would be in the bottom side. So it really would not be answered by anything more than a teleport from the Kali. So there is an option to combo with the Renekton here, who's already done a nice job warding the top lane scuttle, so that you know if the Hecarim is up there, it makes it so much easier for Nidalee to try to path down here. And he keeps pushing this lane, and if he can crash this one with the side of Nidalee, you actually can dive this Gragas at this health. Let's see if they actually pull this off. Licorice suspects it, and that's why he has a ward on the back, but here we go. Can Gragas survive this?
I like the fact that Licorice used his potion even though he was still above half HP because he knew this was coming. And now it's up to Team Liquid to work together in the 2v2 and get the kill. It's first blood over to Alphari. He tries to get away. Santorin even flashed close to him to try to heal him, I believe. But it was not in time. It's a 1-for-1 here in the top lane. First blood plus assist goes over to TL. The minion wave is crashing into the turret, so it is advantage for Liquid on that one. Down here in bottom, the 2v2 occurred while we were watching the dive in top lane. Looks like we got the exhaust out of Diamond and 2 summoner spells out of Kai'Sa, while we got only the ignite and flash from Core JJ.
So I think the move that Licorice did that really saved him was he chugged his Drunken Rage right before the combo came, and Team Liquid did not wait to use their spells. They went through the damage reduction so that Gragas was able to survive, got the slam off, and it was very close to actually getting just a clean kill, but a good move by Licorice, knowing that, hey, this is the best chance I have to actually live through this, is if I heave my damage reduction.
Jose Diodo here in the bottom lane just sweeps out a ward and clears it away. Diamond's Tornado just came up a bit shy to find the mark. Let's take another look, though, at how this first blood occurred in top lane.
So Santorin, good job there, holding the wave. And then you see, right, goes for the chug, but then instantly starts taking the damage. He is already with damage reduction. So I think maybe we could think, should Team Liquid have waited for the damage reduction to fade, have Nidalee do the aggro? There's many ways to go about it, but it was very close, and that just happened to be the thing that made the difference when we look at the replay afterwards.
Team Liquid will still maintain a lead here for themselves in this game, despite the fact that it's tied 1-1. You can see the farm in the bottom there, favoring Jensen in the mid lane and Alphari in the top. So the Team Liquid solo laners prevailing here nice and early, but it's only 5 minutes into the game. FlyQuest is still fine with the current state of things. Jose Diodo continuing to farm up here, does have a farm lead over the enemy Nidalee. And Nidalee is one of those champions that it always feels good when you're out farming her because it's such a difficult task to be charged with. The champion farms incredibly quickly, so Jose Diodo just making sure that he's staying ahead of the curve here, going back to the base, picking up the Sheen and the boots and the longsword. That is a very well-equipped horse for not even 6 minutes into the game, as Palafox arrives back into mid and immediately starts going for the 1v1 kill on Jensen. Ulti's used here from both mid laners. Palafox using the R2 to get back to a more defensive position, knows he doesn't have kill pressure on Jensen, he doesn't have Ignite, he has the TP, so that's just ulti for ulti.
Cheeky there for out of Palafox as he gets the shove on the wave, and with Jensen not having TP, he might actually get to group up with his support and do something in this lane. And in the meantime, Jose is not level 6, though, very close to it. And you see that I think they're anticipating that Renekton is going to go for another dive with the Nidalee. There's no deep vision anywhere else, but in the meantime, Team Liquid maybe thinking about a dive?
No Janna to stop the damage in the CC on that one. Core JJ stays alive. Tactical 2. Diamond firing out the tornado, but it just doesn't hit him. And Team Liquid, they see the opening and they go for it to grab their second kill.
They can go for more. Is he going to go for Diamond as well? He just has to back up the sad B. Gonna even lose the control award there. He knows that Team Liquid just dominates his bottom lane 2 games in a row. It belongs to them.
Alphari and Licorice still up in this 1v1 life. Alphari jumps right back into the cask. He doesn't even care about that. He just wants to continue trading aggressively on his opponent here. Another Q at the back end to heal up a bit further. Alphari continuing the chase, but when the big man takes a swig, it means the kill pressure ain't there anymore.
Man, and FlyQuest is just straight scarred, because if Jose Diodo would have been able to actually just go for his regular farm route instead of having to shadow for Licorice on the case of a dive, he would have been there in the bottom lane, level 6 for a free double kill, because Krugs were the camp that was most up for him at that time. So it's the pressure that Team Liquid put in the top that then says, Licorice, oh, maybe we need more help here to prevent this from happening. It's a story all too common, and here we go. This Kai'Sa has no flash, and George AJ is right there.
Well, the tornado was not interrupting much of anything. The Ferromancy stuns Diamond, but Tactical's eating a lot of damage from Johnson. Team Liquid without proper focus here might end up losing their AD carry. Alfari tries to go in, but Diamond gets the kill and stays alive. Team Liquid going in too hard. Diamond with 100 HP. Johnson still barely kept alive too. Tactical stays alive with his heal. And what looked like could have been an amazing outplay for FlyQuest turns into a 1-for-1 here in the bottom lane.
I still think it's a huge play for FlyQuest. Look at what's happened on the top side of the map. Jose Dioto gets a counter jungle, Gragas crashes the wave and gets a reset, and then Akali does the same. She's now caught up with CS into the Orianna. So that 1-for-1 trade is huge. Team Liquid committed so many members for it. If they can even get this Rift Herald, get some vision down here and transition this into another play before Team Liquid makes their own, FlyQuest, I think, can really start to claw back into this game before it's too late and it slips away from them. This is a big move out of them. Team Liquid committed 5 members for that. 5 for 2. That's such an overload, an overkill. Like, what? 5 for 2? You usually just need 1 more.
All right, let's take another look here because there were some very low health bars over the course of this.
Yeah, so it didn't start as a 5 for 2. It was a 3 for 2, but you had Nidalee in the area and Orianna coming down, and they just didn't realize, hey, we didn't even crash the wave, right? The wave isn't crashed. Alfari TP'ing here and tanking turrets to even make it into the back of FlyQuest. So definitely some limit testing, I'm going to say, just like Hai was calling it, how everyone's been seeing it, but at the end of the day, Team Liquid is still the ones making the plays. They are the ones asserting themselves onto Summoner's Rift, and FlyQuest responding.
I feel like both Diamond and Tactical survived with under 20 HP at different points in that fight. I can't be for certain. I did not see the actual health bar numbers, but it was just the most microscopic bit of the health bar here as Alfari is trying to trade with Licorice. But the effectiveness of the Gragas here, you can see in the inventory, Bomby Cinder working towards that first tank item, also has the Bramble Vest so that when Renekton dashes in and stuns him and tries to follow up with some healing, he doesn't get as much as he otherwise would have. And Alfari with a very early Mercury Treads just wants to make sure he has a move speed advantage, building up some extra magic resistance there as well, never hurt anybody. As you can see, Jose Dioto here in the bottom lane on top of a ward that he may or may not be aware of, but he can't do anything about it here right now. Has the Rift Herald instead of a sweeper, so he cannot remove that vision.
Mercury Treads are really useful against the Gragas. If you ever think about all-inning him, he always says no. You get denied with his body slam, because even if he body slams away from you, if he's actually close enough to you, you're going to get stunned and displaced as well. So this just helps you a lot to be able to do what he's been doing all lane long, which is use all the spells, spamming it onto the wave. And it just happens to be that Gragas right now, with the itemization and his passive, is just an unmovable object in the top lane. He's healing percent HP every single time he uses abilities, has Grasp on top of it, and is just a really beefy boy building defenses. So there's no way they're looking back into the top lane, which is why Centaurion and Core J have now teamed up, and they have foregone the Renekton Nidalee synergy of the early game.
Tactical continuing to just play aggro here. Even though he's alone in the bottom lane, he knows that FlyQuest is aware of how much their bottom lane could be targeted. And so he knows that they won't jump on him even if it looks like a 2v1 because they're thinking that Team Liquid is one step ahead of them. And Core JJ is back in the lane now. Jose Dioto once again paying a visit to the bottom lane. Wants to go for the play, for the dive, for the onslaught of shadows. Tactical's running out. Jose Dioto still on the chase here, and it's Core JJ who has to use the Ferromancy trying to get himself out. Santorin joins the fight, dropping the heal on Core. Licorice has arrived over the wall. He goes with some damage onto the enemy jungler, and FlyQuest is making some plays today. Santorin lives just barely, but he and Tactical are in for a rude awakening. This is a 5v2 dive. It is a 1-for-1 there as Tactical's trying to turn it right back around. He grabs 2. Samira gets herself some kills, and it's an even trade. 2 for 2 here in the bottom lane on that fight.
It's a deja vu. It's kind of like the same play that Team Liquid made, committing so many members to the play before knowing if they will even have the damage to pull it off. Palafox is just doing the same thing we saw earlier, but that in the bottom lane was just so close. The Hecarim is the only ultimate, and this is why the Janet Hecarim synergy is so weird. He was the only one to engage. We heard in the interview from the last series, Ignar saying that the most important things in the bottom lane right now, CC. What CC did Janet use to help this play, to set this up? Hint, none. There was none. It's Janna. She shielded someone.
Well, the bottom lane fight, even though the dive was a 2-for-2, the overall play was a 3-for-2 for FlyQuest because they got CoreJJ there at the start. He had respawned by the end of that one. So this brings FlyQuest back to a point in this game where the gold is pretty close. They got the first turret. They got all the bonus plate money on it, so that'll help them a ton. But here's the problem.
Oh, he slammed.
Crumbs, hold on. We don't have time to talk about those problems because right now Licorice has some more problems.
Whoa!
What? Oh, no, you hate to see it. Santorin misses the spear, but Johnson's joined the fight. Johnson ends up baiting his own ally into a bad situation and getting him killed. Alfari with the flash forward. That spear is going to find the mark. Alfari still keeping himself alive as Palafox wants to clean these guys up. He lands the E, and the follow-up damage should be plenty. Santorin backing away, but with a TP showing up from Jensen, Palafox will not be able to pursue the second kill here. What a wild and strange series of events here in the top lane.
Yeah, that would not have happened if it was for the spear landing, but now CoreJJ.
It's Metal Horse versus Metal Horse, and Jose Dioto is heavy metal, baby, getting the kill on CoreJJ in the mid lane.
Oh, horse-on-horse violence. Rarely do we see that in Summoner's Rift. That top lane foul hours, Janna actually arrives to the scene and can't do anything. Whoa, Palafox. Okay.
Okay, Palafox getting a little bit thirsty for the kills here in top lane. Jensen trying to chase him down. Alfari's here from the TP. I don't think they're going to get anything. All right, cool.
Whew, all right. We got a 1 kill a minute. This is a very different pace for the last one because it's even. FlyQuest is fighting. They're fighting back.
What a crazy game of League of Legends we got ourselves here, Crumbs. It's still a 1,500 gold lead for TL. And here's the point I was going to make before that whole thing happened up in top lane.
Oh, no.
Never mind. We got a replay now. Let's take another look at the same thing up in top lane.
Oh, this is just... Santorin is the last player I would have ever thought to see this from. But they actually still have enough damage because they body blocked the Gragas and buy just enough time for the team to get there. Watch what happens when the Janna arrives, because you'd think that they should be able to turn this, right? You'd think of all the other supports that are played right now, these Alistars, Nautiluses, Leonas, Rels. But she gets her and just tornadoes people away, and now we're back to a dragon fight that Licorice is stuck in one man. Where is he?
Stops.
Where is he there?
Licorice is dead. Team Liquid has control over the bottom side river. They are going to grab themselves a Drake here. With the kill on the enemy top laner, they know there's no contest for this one, so Team Liquid's going up 2-0 in that respect. Now we got another fight here in the top side of the map as Alfari is using the Dominus to go for a kill on Johnson, but the Scuttle Crab is smited. FlyQuest has bodies nearby. Rift Herald is now just leashed for Team Liquid, and they will end up taking both neutral objectives across Summoner's Rift within a couple of moments of each other.
I think if you quote Cadrill here, that was the side lane police that caught Licorice, because he was just out there by himself just thinking, oh, I'm fine. My team's going for the Herald. Team Liquid's team should be going for fighting that as well. But instead, he extends a little bit too soon, dies for it, and then Team Liquid also gets to run to the Herald and get that as well. So they get so much out of that one. Unfortunately, FlyQuest was just catching waves, nothing else to do for them. They couldn't take a fight. Gragas is way too important for them, and Jose Dioto is not strong enough to just run in there and survive. That's a 5-1 Samira at the moment.
Yeah, the Samira has real carry potential this game. I'm going to say it before I get interrupted by another replay or another fight. Team Liquid's farming better. That's why the gold is different. That's why it's a 1.5 to 2,000 gold lead. Look at the farm in every role, except for mid lane now. Palafox has caught up and surpassed Jensen. But top side, 40 CS gap. Jungle is even. Jose Dioto's going for the dive here in mid lane. Not going to find a whole lot. Jensen whiffs the shockwave too. So an ult from an ulti here, but the fight's not done just yet. Tactical's a little bit far forward. Dashes away to CoreJJ. CoreJJ always making sure he's within range for Tactical to use that dash to get out, and FlyQuest will not find a playmaking opportunity here.
Okay, so I really won't mind that play out of Jose Dioto because you know that Jensen had flash and would get out if you can punish him before this next dragon fight. FlyQuest should definitely be strong enough to take this fight now. If you can get onto the Orianna before the fight and kill her before her spell's gone, you actually got a ton of value from this initial play. You're going to lose this. It's going to be tough to get the vision in for the dragon setup, but you actually have a target. You have somebody that you can go after to win the fight from the side of FlyQuest. If they can pull that off, then you actually have a good chance, but they're getting though.
Oh, baby, look at the damage coming in from Team Liquid underneath the Tier 2 turret. Sayonara Johnson. They get the objective. They get the kill. Alfari's keeping Licorice occupied down there in the bottom side of the jungle, too. And it's not like they can even go for anything after the fact. The neutral objectives are off the map, Crumbs.
That rel engage is just so filthy there from the side. And Santorin, he's not by himself, though. Jose doesn't have Ghost, but he's just really fast. So Team Liquid won't steal the Grump. They'll be happy with just the turrets and the kills and getting that reset. But we see just how quick they are to engage. No hesitation. The second the wave crashes, just go in every single time. That's been the MO for their fights nonstop. They're trying to catch Santorin, who they know doesn't have flash, but who can actually follow up on this play?
I mean, it's Italy. He's going to run away from the direction of the teleport and hop a couple of times in there. You're not going to catch him. So FlyQuest try to go for a punish that doesn't work out too well here. Jose Diodo escaping as Alfari moves in, but now they're turning it right back around. Alfari's caught in the middle of 4. He heals himself right back up. Jensen's ulti again. Not going to find a whole lot here, but Licorice is down to 1/4. Team Liquid bringing in the cavalry. Core JJ has arrived, and Jose Diodo is down. Licorice retreating with the rest of FlyQuest as Team Liquid find themselves 1 kill and are on the hunt for even more. Still, nothing to take after the fact. There is no Drake, there is no Baron. TL get the kill and nothing more.
You know, you say Alfari's caught in the middle of 4 FlyQuest members. I think he was healing. I think he was healing with his ultimate and his Q. I didn't really see much damage because without Johnson there, no one's really focusing him down. There's not enough DPS to actually crack through this Renekton without the AD. So you see what Team Liquid's plan was when they dope him. Just eliminate the AD, and then the rest are just burst champions. If you can survive that burst through your shields, through your tankiness and healing, which has been the itemization for multiple members. You've got the shield bow, you've got the Sterex gauge, and the Gore Drinker out of Renekton. You even now have Zhonya's on the side of Nidalee. So this assassin kind of bursty style that Hecarim and Akali are trying to do is not working, so they have to rely on Johnson. But Team Liquid has already been focusing him, so he needs so much help to be able to deal with what Team Liquid's throwing at him. And a lot of farm would be a good place to start because he's just even with Tactical right now.
And comparing this to the series yesterday with Cloud9 and TSM, going into Champion Select here in Game 2, I said, all right, FlyQuest composition reminds me a lot of what we saw from Cloud9, so that means Team Liquid's going to have to find an answer for it, and we saw TSM struggle to find that in yesterday's games. But this itemization from TL, the champions that they drafted, excelling when they build these kinds of items, means that FlyQuest's job is so difficult to get this dive to work in a coherent and cohesive way. Team Liquid continuing to press forward down here. It's Palafox versus Tactical in mid lane. Palafox is jumping in. Akali versus an AD carry. Normally not going to be a very fair matchup, but it is Samira, so let's see where it goes. Tactical going right back in. Spin to win, but it will not win today. Palafox with a 1v1 victory as the 4v4s breaking out at the same time here in the bottom side river. Alfari back up to almost full HP there with the Gore Drinker and Sterax shield, buying time as the rest of FlyQuest is trying to make way for their mid laner to enter into the fight here with the TP. Licorice goes in, Licorice goes down. Jensen grabbing the killing spree as Jose Diodo is at half health. Alfari going to be targeted next as Jensen gets away to the side. Palafox looking to chase after him. Stuns coming through, damage coming out. Palafox retreating back towards the bottom lane. Over the wall goes Santorin, and Team Liquid, despite the fact that they're 4v5 here in this fight, outfight their opponents, and they'll take the Drake.
FlyQuest messed up the engage. They were not synchronized. Licorice went in by himself, then Jose Diodo was alone, and they didn't wait for Palafox to get that TP. They should have been way more patient there. You had all the time in the world. Samira was dead, doesn't have teleport, she's never making it back in. The fact that Team Liquid wins that is just incredible for them. It puts them at soul point. It accelerates them really far up, and it really should not have been that Flowers. It's Tactical that is limit testing already 2 games in a row. It was really close, frankly. I felt like he was going to win it, but he can afford to go down, not trade a kill, and his team will still win the fight. I mean, if that doesn't tell you the strength of Team Liquid, I don't know what does.
All right, let's take another look at how close this fight was between the Samira and Akali.
Right, popping everything, and then it's the ultimate that then the flash forward looks so good. Q auto attack. That was it.
Tactical may have been able to win that if he just maintained enough distance to not get auto attacked right there at the very end. But shoulda, woulda, coulda, we won't ever know for sure. I won't pretend like I know the exact damage thresholds of Samira or Akali because neither of those champions is a Scorpion. But then once it comes in here, it's what you're talking about, Crumbs. Licorice is going in with the flash engage, and the rest of the team is not in the position for the immediate follow-up.
And they had used the ultimate earlier to disengage as well, so I'm not sure where the lack of confidence felt in the surviving the engage from Team Liquid, because you also have a Janna. We haven't even seen a Monsoon be used this game thus far, and that definitely will protect you from what Team Liquid is trying to do. Here we go, trying to catch CoreJJ, who re-engages.
CoreJJ is fearless. Another Shockwave not finding the mark. Johnson goes over the wall chasing after CoreJJ, but Alfari's arrived to keep him alive. Santorin now going to be jumped on by Palafox there in the smoke, keeping himself going. Alfari takes the kill on the enemy AD carry, and now Tactical's kept alive by his own Immortal Shield Bow. Spinning around in the middle of everybody, 1v3. The man's able to find some damage before he falls over. Palafox grabbing a double kill. Diamond runs out, and it's a double over to Alfari as well. Palafox wants to get anything and everything he can in the back of this fight. He knows he has to be the carry here, but up against that Gator, it is not happening today, my friends. Triple kill for Alfari. Diamond is on the run. That B cannot stop crying today. Somebody get the man some tissues.
You cannot catch CoreJJ. CoreJJ always catches you. That's the joke. You're always getting caught. He turns it instantly with the 3-man ultimate, flashing in, and even gets out alive. They use the cask thinking, oh yeah, we've separated the Rel, but as we get more and more familiar with what Rel is as a champion, that starts to look more and more like you threw a cask at an Alistar and put them right next into your team. So let's see how it started. Licorice no longer has the cooldown lowered of his slam, and then gets 3 people on that ultimate. FlyQuest uses so much to disengage there, and the big one there was Johnson flashing over the wall, because he used his ultimate to reposition and then thought, oh, I could just flash over, kill CoreJJ, regroup with the team. Nobody knew that Alfari was teleporting in at the same time that CoreJJ turned on the engage.
And Tactical doing a good job there, getting as much damage as possible. He's stuck in a spot where you're almost guaranteed to die, but he does enough damage to the health bars of the remaining FlyQuest players that it sets him up here. Palafox trying to do what he can to get away, but just not in the cards there on that one. And now Team Liquid have a 5k gold lead. They're on that soul point. One more Drake will give them the soul. Alfari finding some good damage on Palafox here. Jensen getting one of those shockwaves to try to keep him locked down, but Akali Smoke, one of the best defensive tools in all of League of Legends. So difficult to ever kill this champion when that ability is available. But considering Palafox now has no ulti, has half HP, is not in any condition to take a fight, and he's the one person on the enemy team who is strong enough to carry one, it means Team Liquid's not afraid to go in and start up the Baron. They switch their aggro immediately over to FlyQuest when they come to check. Licorice is dead, and now it's 5v4 here on the map. Palafox trying to stay nearby to participate in the fight. He's still not full HP, still no ulti. No flash either. That one's about to be ready. The Team Liquid with control over this Baron pit, feeling plenty comfortable to finish this one up. Turret destroyed there in mid lane. They finally get the tier 1. Jose Diodo looking to maybe go for a hero play. CoreJJ wants to stun him up there with the Pharomancy. Jensen trying to cut him off. Alfari chasing him away from the Baron pit. They do not want to allow any sort of a 50-50 here. Crumbs, Jensen, Alfari, and CoreJJ are all trying to stop Jose. He gets away with the onslaught of shadows, but that's not the point, and it never was. Baron was the focus here, and it goes over to Team Liquid.
I love how CoreJJ and Alfari were just chasing Jose around, because we've seen what he can do. Second game in LCS, he stole a Baron with a Lilia Q. You know he's going to do it again with a Hecarim ultimate. You don't let him get in. There's no other way for FlyQuest to win the game, and you cannot lose a fight at this stage. So all you had to do is just make sure that the steal doesn't happen. You do it quickly enough, and now you can even get an Infernal Dragon Soul. That is huge for Team Liquid. That's going to make that poke on the Nidalee and the Orianna just insane with the Rift Maker.
There it goes. Infernal Soul for Team Liquid will not be contested by the side of FlyQuest. They're 6,000 gold down. They don't want to fight their opponents in open ground right now. It feels like a suicide mission, and it feels that way because it is. Santorin will be left in the pit to secure this one all on his lonesome. Your Red Bull Baron buff still got 2 minutes on it, Crumbs, and that's 2 minutes of big-time map pressure here for Team Liquid. Palafox, the one to keep your eyes on in terms of players in a FlyQuest jersey. This is the one man that might be able to pull off a miracle in one of these team fights, but man, everything has to go perfect if they want to find success.
There's 4 people here with the Renekton real close in the mid lane. I'm thinking Team Liquid wants to go for a dive. We've seen what they go for every single time Cord has his flash up. But the likely way for an opportunity to see somebody caught by themselves, that's what usually triggers them to go for a dive, is seeing that they have a numbers advantage that they can quickly capitalize on. Rel going in with the Orianna is a nasty combo, and we've yet to see it yet. So it could actually go for a really clean wipe if they pull it off when Fly is clumped up like this.
They've got free firing time on this bottom lane tier 3. Jose Dioto using that devastating charge, looking for a chance to go in, but Team Liquid's not going to give him one. Palafox down to half. Alfari trying to follow it up, grab a little bit more damage here. Palafox getting himself away, having to use the ultis. Licorice does not have the same kinds of escape tools in his kit, and the big man is down yet again in this game. What is that? 8 deaths for Licorice's Gragas here in game number 2 against Team Liquid. He is struggling in this one. Santorin's in the back line grabbing a kill, using the Zonias to keep himself alive after it. Now Jose Dioto's on the run. Johnson's trying to get away. Alfari takes a quick shower and the fountain laser, and the man's still standing. Johnson and Palafox still left alive. Palafox jumping in, uses the stasis to buy some time, but that time will not last, my friends. Team Liquid, they kill 4, they break into the base, they've got the minions underneath the Nexus turrets. Everyone's just throwing their bodies into the fountain now for some reason, and this should be game. Licorice back alive, but it's him and Johnson in a 2v4 as Team Liquid look to end this series 2-0 and move on to the semifinals next week. Alfari gets hit with the belly flop, knocked back a little bit here. Team Liquid still looking to maybe end the game, but had the stats first. Licorice wants to escape. He doesn't want death number 9. Team Liquid really want to hand it to him, though. Johnson keeps himself alive, and Core JJ ends up falling. Johnson dies on the back end of that fight there. Tactical still somehow staying alive through this one, but that is it. A shutdown on Tactical doesn't mean a thing. It's 12-20. It's a win for Team Liquid, and they will take this series 2-0.
Padding the stats on the Nexus, showing off to the rest of the world what they can do. And there was one player, though, that we always say, oh, it's Santorin, the KDA player. He's diving into the fountain, so that you say, oh, he's not a KDA player. He definitely plays and does the same thing with his team, having some fun. And now we get to see Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. I'm hyped, Flowers. That's a best of 5.
Our 2 semifinals will actually be incredible next week, because we've got 100 Thieves versus Cloud9, and then we've got Liquid versus EG. So this tournament is shaping up to have a really climactic finale here. I think those best of 5s are going to be fantastic. And Team Liquid definitely doing some limit testing here today in both of their games, but also showing up and showing that they're just a cut above. This squad works together as a unit. They get things done. And even though the early game was looking closer than it was last time, at one point FlyQuest did actually have a gold lead in this game after they got that first turret there in the bottom lane. But they did not have enough to be able to take down TL. I am looking forward to seeing more out of FlyQuest once we get into the regular split, especially now that they'll have more time to practice with Jose Dioto. Clearly, the man's got some skills in League of Legends, and I want to see just how high they can climb with this roster.
Not just him, but all the players that are coming in from Academy that maybe have not gotten such a chance, that have been picked up for these rosters, I think can be really thrilling. Even somebody like Johnson, Diamond, bottom lane, how much growth could we see in a year out of them? Just last year, Johnson's alone on Dignitas was massive. Another one here on the new team, finding their own groove. This is one of the teams that I think a lot of players and a lot of analysts, coaches, everyone's thinking, they might be a lot better than people think, and the fact that they got this far, I think, just shows you, hey, there's something to them.
Well, it's time for us to head to a break right now, but once we're back from the break, we're going to be hearing from Team Liquid Santorin for more on their win over FlyQuest. Don't y'all go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Lock In tournament as I am here with Santorin after a swift 2-0 series victory over their opponents today, FlyQuest. Santorin, first and foremost, though, welcome back stateside. Good to see you here after missing you in the first week of play. And my first question is attached to just that. How does it feel to be out there on the Rift playing with the full squad?
Oh, it feels amazing. Watching week 1 from home is kind of weird, and I'm still in quarantine actually, so I haven't even got to see my team yet. So I'm really excited for the next couple of weeks.
Okay, so we're warming into it. Step 1 was get to play on the Rift with them. Step 2 is maybe get to see them in person. But along with you being one of the big additions to Team Liquid in the offseason, there was, of course, another big pickup in Alfari. And when looking at all of those offseason moves, people are looking at TL and saying, my goodness, 2 stellar players got added to an already stellar lineup. And so expectations through the roof before you've ever played a game. What's that like? Are you guys feeling the extra pressure? And how do you ultimately deal with that when people will look at anything other than first as a failure?
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of a different environment from when I played on FlyQuest. We're kind of always expected to lose. So there's some pressure that I got to deal with. It's not something I haven't had in the past, like especially on TSM. So I think all 5 players are really comfortable with the pressure. So I don't think it's going to be an issue.
Fair enough. I mean, you did have a hot start today with the 2-0, although it wasn't the cleanest, and we were kind of joking about some of that behind the scenes there, making it interesting for the fans at home. But what has been your experience with the Lock In tournament so far? You're a guy with a very storied history in professional league, but this is a different way to kick off the year.
I really like it, actually. I mean, first of all, I didn't have my visa, so I didn't even get to play. So it kind of sucked if the tournament started and the matches counted. But I feel like it just gives teams time to gel and kind of figure out your first how you want to play as a team, but also figure out new compositions you want to play, draft. There's a lot of things you can learn because the games, they matter, but they don't matter in the broader picture. So I think that's really good for teams.
It also allows for some of those mistakes to happen on stage, move past them, learn from them, grow from them pretty easily. Within that conversation, you're moving right along to the next stage. Best of 5 now, playing against Evil Geniuses. Ooh. What's interesting to me about this matchup is the fact that we split the teams into 2 groups to begin with. So there's been a lot of talk about which group is ultimately stronger. People think that TL 100 Thieves are definite favorites, but EG being the one big conversation point in Group B. When you look at that matchup, how do you feel about it? You got Svenskeren specifically in the jungle matchup, but a very stacked lineup for them as a whole.
Yeah, I think EG has a really strong roster, and I kind of see EG kind of like FlyQuest was last year. Mid jungle, always playing around mid. So I'm really excited to kind of play the other side of that and see how it feels. I'm also really good friends with Igna, and I think Igna is really great player. And then also playing against Svenskeren has always been really exciting to me. We're both Danish junglers. We've been playing in NA for so long, so I'm always stoked for that matchup.
I love to see that camaraderie across the league. Final question to you here, just again back onto the Team Liquid lineup with how stellar of individual cast of players you have. Some might even say that there's an issue of having too many tools in the toolkit, right? And ending up not choosing a specific playstyle. For you as a jungler, when you have such strong options, how do you feel that, kind of changes the way you approach the game when it seems like you can win through anywhere?
Honestly, it's amazing. There's definitely some adaptations I have to do as a jungler because you have so many options. So it's definitely easier as a jungler playing with better laners, obviously. But there's still a lot of things you have to do as a jungler to make the laners kind of use their advantage to snowball the game. So for me, I'm just really excited for this year. In terms of having too many tools, I think we are all very open to kind of taking a step back and let other people carry. And I feel like we're really good at understanding how each other wants to play. So I think it's going to be a really good year for us.
Love to hear it. Well, again, Santorin, ecstatic to have you back here in the U.S. with us and back out onto the stage. We are going to toss it from here over to the Bud Light Breakdown to break down the rest of that Team Liquid victory. Santorin, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dash. And Santorin, it's so great to have him back in North America alongside a lot of the other players that have been filtering in. We are here for the Bud Light Breakdown following that overall series victory for Team Liquid. And I think fans would say it was a pretty scrappy game, Mark. We did get to see the Rel come through and that bot lane potential to kick things off on the TL side.
Yeah, I mean, this game was back and forth, a lot of action throughout the entire thing. It once again felt like it got started off because of the bot lane. Just such aggression out of Core, JJ, and Tactical. And you just feel bad for Johnson, man. He's got picked on a lot today. I think someone needs to go buy him an ice cream or something, make him feel better.
Ice cream's good. I'm happy
It's
with
pretty
ice
rough.
cream.
I mean, their bot lane that they're going up against is obviously incredibly strong. Diamond has one bad roam timing there. They immediately punish. They're so good at finding these windows, these opportunities. But, Johnson and Diamond did fight back somewhat, just barely not able to kill off Tactical here, but they did get Alfari. They make this a 1-for-1 on the TP play. So they were hanging in there for a while. I do think that TL got a little bit fast and loose at times, though, in these games where they created these huge advantages, and you're like, this is a 20-minute game, and Team Liquid's like, I wonder if I can 1v4 here.
That is what it felt like at times. That on the side of FlyQuest, they were trying high to bring it through, even the Janna pick being commented upon, but still some moments here that were just a little too shaky.
Right. I don't think FlyQuest should be too worried. I think they're going to be looking good coming into the new season. Like, it's hard to say that they're a bad team, right? Because they're playing against arguably the best team in the league, and how good are you really going to look against the best team in the league, So give them some time. I think they got some newer players here. And once they build some synergy, get some experience, shake off the stage fright, I think they'll start to perform better. I'm looking forward to their bot lane improving. I think they've struggled a lot this series and will continue to struggle. But like I said, they're newer to the LCS and they don't have as many games under the belt as other people. So give them some time to grow, give them a bit of time to get better. And I think they have some hope for the future.
Yeah, I think especially the top side of the map has clear things that they need to improve on in terms of like shot calling at team fights. There'd be time where, Licorice would go in with his body slam, but they wouldn't quite be timed correctly. Then Jose Dioto would all, and it was all just a little disjointed. But at least on a mechanical level, I think, Licorice will be okay. I think Palafox looked decent over the course of this series. He was the one lone bright spot in that last game, kind of, in terms of just making his own plays, got a shutdown on a very fed Samira and stuff. Like, I was overall impressed by him. So I think if they can solve some of the synergy issues potentially on the top side, and like you were just saying hi about making some improvements in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good point, seeing some of the engages that Licorice was going for, and you wonder, it's like, okay, is that something that he's just been playing with C9 for so long, where they're kind of known for these engages, they're kind of known for, playing really fast pace, and if you play with the same group of people, no matter what game it is, you all kind of know how you start to expect them to react in certain ways in different situations, right? You're comfortable in doing something knowing that, okay, if I go in here, High's going to be with me, or if I peel back, High's going to peel back, or whatever, right? You're on the same page, and when you get traded to a new team, when you're in a new roster, you have to rebuild that understanding of how the different players on your team are going to play, what their instinct is, and when to do what, basically. So I do think it's a bit of a rebuilding process for them. Players from all these different rosters and different organizations and stuff coming together, and it may take some time.
I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders too. I don't know how big of a voice he had when he was back on C9, but there are a lot of talented players on there that I imagine had big voices. Now he comes to FlyQuest. You just got Jose Dioto from where was it, Latin America?
Latin, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Latin, and then you got two newer players on the bot lane and mid lane. So now you're like this veteran on the team, and you got to lead all the shot callers. The players aren't necessarily as good right now. So there's a lot of pressure on him. I'm assuming that's why he made those mistakes, and that's why he's going for the plays. He feels like he has to hard carry his team or he's going to lose. And when you have that pressure on your shoulders, you're going to look like an idiot at times, But I can respect what he's doing, and I think that they have a bright road ahead of them.
With this loss of the series, it does mean that FlyQuest are officially eliminated from the lock-in tournament, but that does mean more time to try and build that synergy. These new faces that we're so excited to have here in the LCS, some future plays to come from them as well. As far as looking back at this series, Team Liquid did deliver the Swift 2-0 win, and we have to recognize the player of the series as a result, which, is it a surprise? We got Core JJ here, Mark. I mean, while some moments were a little questionable towards the end, where, as we were saying, a little fast and loose playing, still to the core, a core good player.
Yeah, Core JJ is incredible, and he's definitely the engine for Team Liquid. I mean, there's not many plays happening that don't involve him. And I think that, especially around the bot lane, you saw like early on in the game, he's one of the first people to get on the map and make things happen. So, can't sing enough praises about this guy.
I mean, I think especially game number 1 was Core JJ difference. He was everywhere, making everything happen, just running around the map, setting up and playing around Santorin on that Taliyah so incredibly well. I think the Rel game was solid. It just wasn't as dominant as what we saw in game number 1, but he turned it in an incredible series.
I want to give a shout out to Santorin. I actually voted for him for a player of the series. Unfortunately, he didn't. I got outvoted. It's one of those scenarios where, you know, like when you lose a game, you blame the jungler. But when you win the game as jungler, you never get any of the credit. He was always at the right place at the right time. Core JJ wouldn't have gotten those kills had Santorin not been there. So it's kind of like a two-part process. And he's one of the few players on Team Liquid that didn't limit test, in my opinion. So I got to say, I got to vote for the person that didn't limit test.
Yeah. Mark and I actually were voting for Alfari. It's another guy that we think, you know,
we're airing all the laundry here.
Some
we got voted.
Some honorable mentions. You know, I think that Alfari also played really well. And to be honest, it's like that's something that's going to happen when a set of games looks this dominant, right? Team Liquid is incredibly talented. There are going to be, you know, a lot of contested votes with a team like this because there is no clear one player who's so much better than the rest anymore. I mean, Core JJ maybe, but to be honest, all of these guys are capable of carrying games and carrying series, and I think as a result, Team Liquid's going to be terrifying.
Tactical, Jensen. I just want to make sure we said their name since we're apparently saying every player here in the player of the series for Team Liquid. But as we wrap things up for us today, let's go ahead and take a look at the semifinals that we have. We'll be powering through those during the next week. After yesterday's results, 100 Thieves and Cloud9 will be kicking things off on Friday. And then, of course, after today, we know that TL will be taking on EG in the second semifinal that is going down on Saturday. Azael, we've talked a bit about 100 T and C9, the bot lanes, the potential there, the clash that we could see in this best of 5.
I think it's going to be incredibly exciting. We got to see 100 Thieves go up against the TL bot lane where they got 2v2 killed at level 1, but then coordinated so well with Closer to actually, you know, steamroll through that game and create a big advantage in the bot lane. I think this is going to be another clash of the Titans down in that bot lane in the 2v2. And to be honest, this is two of the very best teams. I think that these semifinals are looking really, really exciting. A lot of the quarterfinals were much more one-sided, but I expect 100 Thieves C9 to be a banger.
I'm looking forward to EGTL, man. You got the grudge match in the top lane, Impact going up against the guy that he got replaced with, you know, like, especially in a tournament that, like, you know, quote unquote, doesn't have implications or matter quite as much for the regular season. There is the extra best of 5 side selection or best of 1 side selection on your 5th games. But I mean, go for it, Impact. I mean, you play as hard of a carry as you want. You go as lane dominant as you want, you know, like, go all in, please. I want to see him, you know, mad trying to say, like, you made the wrong decision, TL. You wasted all that money. You could have had me again. I'm looking forward to that. As well as, you know, you heard Santorin talking about going up against Ignar.
I don't really see Impact picking Fiora or Camille or Raven or anything. This is that kind of thing.
This is the perfect time. When
he might just
first pick.
He might just bust out the Gragas or the Orin. So I think that matchup might actually be more boring than we anticipate. I'm pretty excited to see Vulcan versus Huhi. Those guys are really great supports. They have highly contested picks between Alistar and Set, and they're always around the map looking for flanks, making plays. It's going to be a real testament. Well, one, I think support is really strong right now. Some might say overpowered, but I'm really excited to see which the better support is out of that because we'll both see them leave bot lane and roam around the map and see who gets to have more fun.
I'm excited. Ain't nothing boring here in Lock In. Before we close out the day, though, we do have one more manner of business. And to name our MasterCard Player of the Week, let's send things over to Captain Flowers and Crumbs.
All right. Thank you, everybody there on the desk. Let's go ahead and jump right into this one, Mr. Crumbs. You see, for the quarterfinals this weekend, the MasterCard Player of the Week goes to Cloud9 support Vulcan. The man was playing dominantly there in the bottom lane, turning it into even more plays as the games went on. His flanks, his team fighting, everything about the man was impressive.
He was let loose. We heard from one of the Cloud9 coaches, Veigar V2, that the Alistar had been released for the TSM series, and we really got to see exactly why this pick is so valuable on the hands of Vulcan. The amount of flanks that this guy is finding on his own to just set up his team was ridiculous. On top of that, they're dominating lane. You saw Core JJ and Tactical today dominating lane. Guess what? Vulcan and Sven have been doing the same thing as well, and I mean, the KDA, it's a support. It's not really what you're interested in. You're interested in the KP right at the very end and all those replay flanks that we just saw.
Man, I am interested in the KDA because so many people, I think, get stuck on just looking at the KD part of it. And when you look at 3 and 10, you're like, oh, well, that's not very impressive. And then you move the whatever you're blocking the last number with out of the way, and you see a 46. This man was part of so much for his team. That bottom number, we're just going to round it up to 75. 75% kill participation over that series. Incredible stuff there from Vulcan, showing everybody how it's done on support. You best be looking back at this guy the next time you're wondering how you carry your own solo queue games from the support role, because I think everybody out there could stand to learn a thing or two from one of the chattest and the baddest in the bottom lane here in the LCS.
And
that does it for us here on the LCS stream today. But if you want to keep the action going, DeMonte from 100 Thieves is going to be joining Kobe, Dash, and the Tigress on the Bud Light League Lounge over at twitch.tv/Bud Light. Make sure you join the fun over on there. Now, on behalf of myself, the analysts, the crew, Mr. Crumbs right here beside me, and the entire remote broadcast squad, thank y'all so much for watching. We'll see you later for more LCS. Good night.